Hey, everybody. Welcome to our all-day live stream marathon for Center for Political Innovation. Very exciting. So glad that you all are here. Let's do it.
Spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
Welcome, everybody. This is me, Caleb Maupin. This is Peter Coffin.
Hey.
Hey, I hope everyone had a lovely Thanksgiving holiday with their family, and I'm glad that you're spending your Black Friday with us. All day we're going to be on here, 10 a.m. Eastern Time to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. And everyone who joins the Center for Political Innovation this hour, everyone who joins today gets a free book, basically. This hour, the free book you get is Woke Ouroboros by Peter Coffin. So if you sign up on the CPI website and become a member, this is the book that you will get. So sign up and get your own book as well. And we have a link for people to join the conversation. We have guests. Let me just pull up that link and we'll put that so that you can join. And it looks like we already have someone joining,
Whoa.
Join the conversation. We've got a guest already. So let me put the link on the screen to join. And it's also in the descriptions, but join the conversation. And Brian, hey, Brian, how you doing?
Brian, long time no see.
Good to see you. Yeah, I'm just here in Toronto, Canada. I'm just getting over a cold, but I've got my fisherman's friend and my tea, and I'm here to say, good work, and I'm excited for this new direction that CPI is taking.
Yeah. Well, we're very excited about it as well. Now, Brian, you played music at the CPI reception for the Rage Against the War Machine rally, and also at the Summit Against Hypocrisy. You were a musician. You're up in Canada these days. What's it like up north?
That's right. Well, I think it's very educational. I don't know if you ever had this experience of being in another country where, like, all the things that you took for granted about America, you start to like there are things I like about Canada. Like there are very good things, right, in terms of social welfare. I mean, my Canadian friend teased me, like I actually broke my ankle and I went into the hospital, right? And they presented, the woman behind the counter put this piece of paper in front of me where it said, bill, right? It was like, thousands of dollars, right? And then I said, oh, wait, this says uninsured. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, no. So it's like it costs nothing. It cost like almost basically nothing to get. So the healthcare, yes, good. And my friend teased me, like, make you feel right at home, huh? Because he's like, oh, because Canadians, like, their whole identity is like being not American. Like if it weren't for the United States, they wouldn't know who they are.
Well, hey, while you're here, why don't we put on you performing at the opening of our Summit Against Hypocrisy, or not Summit Against Hypocrisy, the opening of the. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me put your song on. But while we're waiting to get your song ready, what is your favorite movie, by the way?
That's a tough one. Have you ever seen a film called Goodbye Lenin?
I have not, but I've heard about it. It's a comedy, right?
I've also heard about it.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's really so basically there's this mother of a family who, she's a very dedicated, person in East Germany, kind of very engaged in her communities and, very, very patriotic and loves her socialist homeland, and then when the Berlin Wall falls, like she hasn't seen the end of it, but like she falls into a coma, and then when she wakes up, it's the new capitalist Germany, and everything's different. But the doctor says, well, any surprises, any starting moments, then it could kill her. So her kids simulate East Germany for her in their apartment, right? Like they put all the decorations back how it was, and they just to reassure her, that everything is normal and everything's fine. Not like, we just got all of our industries expropriated by Western capitalists, and we're poor now, and there's like skinheads, and it's just really nasty. And which it was a big, just like how Russia went through shock therapy, and it was a very hard time, right? I mean, many East Germans have that same experience. So it was like a little window into, something that many people, in America, in the West, wouldn't think about. But it's a very sympathetic portrayal, right, of people who, lived through that experience from, different vantage points.
Very good. Well, I'm also going to add Geoff Young, who is a frequent candidate for public office in Kentucky, a longtime CPI member, an anti-imperialist and anti-war activist. So how you doing, Geoff?
Doing fine. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We got
right.
Brian in Toronto. We got Geoff in Kentucky, Geoff Young of the Kentucky Party, mind you. Welcome.
Thanks. I have a riddle for anyone coming in who is not a member yet. How many people are watching at the moment?
It appears that 27 are watching, but it may be more than that because we're on multiple channels, right?
Okay.
So on one channel we've got 27 watching. On another channel we've got a couple more, and it's widespread. It's on Facebook as well. But what's the riddle?
All right. What is the how do you correctly pronounce the capital of Kentucky? A, Louisville, B, Louisville, or C, Louisville?
I would say I'm going to go.
You're a member.
Oh, right. So this is I'm not supposed to answer. Okay, very good.
So
what do you think?
A, B, or C? People can put A, B, or C in the chat, or what, however
Right,
you.
Macrani Pizza, he says B. Luca Tony says C. All right.
Zacrani Pizza, excellent writer on Substack and CPI member.
And then he wrote it's pronounced, and then he just wrote the way it's spelled. So that's clever.
Okay, yeah, the first person who gets it, nobody's gotten it yet, but the first person who gets it should get some kind of swag or something.
Right. Well, that's a good thing. We do have some stuff we can give people. So, yeah. All right.
If nobody gets it in a while, I'll come back in an hour and ask it again.
Yeah, well, I guess we can give we have these nice buttons that we made. I'll just put them on the screen here with Kim Il-sung and George Washington together. So we got plenty of these. So whoever gets it, maybe we can send you one of these buttons. These nice Kim Il-sung, George Washington buttons, courtesy of Carl the Trinket Man. So there we go. Yeah. So there we go. So we're still waiting for somebody to get it, huh? I see someone says A. Someone says C. It's not the capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. J is correct.
Mr. J is correct. All right. All right.
What's the capital, Mr. J? MJR. Sorry.
MJR. What is the capital? Very good. That was a trick question. Louisville is not the capital of Kentucky. Very good.
Yeah. Did he give an answer?
So what is the capital, MJR?
It's Kansas City, obviously.
The choices, the three choices were A, Louisville, B, Louisville, C, Louisville.
And he says Lexington.
Nope. But
Frankfurt. Frankfurt.
Yeah, Frankfurt with an O. Frankfurt.
Right. I should have remembered that.
You
right?
got it.
All right. Well, Mr. J, if you want to get yourself a complimentary prize, all you need to do is to get your prize. You'll just send me an email, with an address that I can send it to, and I can do that. I'm at calebmaupin@gmail, and if you just send me an email, I can make that happen. Just remind me of who you are and why you're entitled to this prize, why you want it. Very, very good. So we have Brian from Kentucky on. Hey, Brian. Or Brian's not from Kentucky. He's from Toronto. Hi, Brian.
But I do like mint juleps, and I know when the Derby is.
Very good. Very good. And Geoff is in Kentucky. So in honor of both of you, we will play Brian's performance of I guess I don't know what the name of the song. It's a Woody Guthrie song that you opened the summit or our event with Rage Against the War Machine in DC with. So we're going to put that on. So here we go.
It's a mighty hard road that my poor hands have hoed. My poor feet have traveled a hard, dusty road. Out of your dust bowl and westward we rode, and your desert was hot, and your mountain was cold. I've worked in your orchards of peaches and prunes. I've slept on the ground in the light of the moon. At the edge of the cities you'll see us, and then we come with the dust, and we go with the wind. California, Arizona, I harvest your crops. Well, it's north up to Oregon to gather your hops. Take the beets from your ground cut, the grapes from your vine, to set on your table your light, sparkling wine. Green pastures aplenty from dry desert ground, from the Grand Coulee Dam where the waters run down. Every state in the Union us migrants have been, and we'll work in this fight, and we'll fight till we win. It's always we've rambled that river and I, all along your green valley. I'll work till I die. This land I'll defend with my life if need be, 'cause the pastures of plenty must always be free. It's a mighty hard road that my poor hands have hoed. My poor feet have traveled a hot, dusty road. Out of your dust bowl and westward we rode, and your desert was hot, and your mountain was cold.
Yeah, that's
You're muted,
that was
Caleb.
a song that Woody Guthrie was commissioned to write by the WPA under FDR. So that's a real, and so it's all based on the actual Grand Coulee Dam project, and it's really a great moment in American history, and I always found it very inspiring. I had this band when I was an undergrad. We called ourselves Whiskey Before Breakfast. We did American old time folk music, and we got a lot of stuff from Pete Seeger, Woody Guthrie, gosh, that's so that one's special to me.
Well, very good.
Beautiful rendition.
We do want to remind people to join the Center for Political Innovation, because everyone who joins this hour gets a free copy of Woke Ouroboros by Peter Coffin. Just reminding people. So you can join cpiusa.org, become a member, and everyone who joins will get this book this hour. Every hour we have a different book for people who join. So this is the book this hour. But yes. Continue, Geoff. You were saying something in response to Brian's talking about the song. What's up?
I said beautiful rendition, Brian. Good job.
Yeah, I as always, very good voice, sir.
Yeah. So Geoff Young, you never told us what your favorite movie is. Go ahead. Your favorite movie.
Oh wow. I think it's probably okay. There are two possibilities. One is the Razor's Edge, and the other one it's based on a novel.
Okay.
It's just, I don't know, I really like it. And the other one I like a lot is Good Will Hunting.
Oh, that's very famous. Yeah,
that's a good one.
I went to MIT, and it was pretty accurate about what MIT is like, and really great screenplay.
Yes.
And great acting. Who were the let's see, Matt Damon and
Ben Affleck.
Another actor I can't think of at the moment.
Ben Affleck.
Yeah, Ben Affleck, right.
Yeah, great movie. Great movie.
I'll probably think of others, but those are the two that came to mind just now.
Yeah, no. I like that one. I don't like the Dick Cheney version of Good Will Hunting quite as much. The one where he shoots you in the face.
Oh,
you don't know about that one, Caleb?
No, I wasn't aware. I know Dick Cheney shot some people in the face. I know about that.
Yeah,
right?
I'm making a joke alluding to that, Caleb.
Okay, is that also like a reference to the movie, or?
No, it just has the word hunting in it.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, see, it took me a minute there. Gotcha, right.
Yeah. Good Will and Dick Cheney,
legendary
together.
Yeah, there you
in
go.
my opinion, the only thing funnier than a good joke is when Caleb doesn't get the joke.
Right.
I'm just trying to think about you. Made
Too
me
obvious. That's the problem. It's too obvious. I'm trying to play a mind game. I'm thinking there's like a scene in the movie where someone almost gets shot, or I'm overthinking it. That's the problem.
And I'm like, it has the word hunting in it.
Right.
Trying to think, like, what are the most memeable moments of the Bush administration, right? The Bush Jr. administration, right? And one of them, I always love the Donald Rumsfeld. Well, you've got your known knowns and your unknown knowns and your known unknowns. It's like he's giving America a logic lesson on national TV.
Right.
Yeah. And then Dick Cheney shot him in the face.
Right.
Right on TV.
Well, there you go.
There
you go.
It's like in Anchorman 2 when, they go, do not die in front of us. Do not die in front of us.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Wow. I do my memories of the Bush years. I also remember Bush choked on a pretzel. Do you remember that whole thing?
Oh, I love the Bush choked on a pretzel moment.
Well, and there's conspiracy theories about that now. Like some people think that he was like, that's when they forced him to do the war in Iraq or something. Or the whole thing was really weird. It was like shortly after 9/11, he choked on a pretzel, and then he had a press conference about choking on a pretzel. The whole thing was weird. It was odd,
I mean,
is this the one
obviously,
where he had like a weird hump on his back, or is that a different thing?
well, I think that was during the debate, right? He had like a thing on his back, and people thought he was wired, like maybe they were giving him information or something, right? And then the security, the Secret Service said no, it's a special bulletproof vest that he wears. I guess so. There you go.
I like the
special,
scene.
Meaning it's not particularly actually bulletproof.
Yeah.
It's
I like the
funny
scene
now,
from the
right,
Bush
because,
movie
I don't know,
where the guy throws a shoe at him. That was
right.
The shoe was a classic, an absolute classic.
Indeed.
Probably the funniest part about the shoe for me is that Bush seems to find it funny. Like he gets the shoe thrown, and he's like,
yeah, he just ducked. Yeah,
like he comes up and he's like smiling, thinks it's funny.
Yeah.
Like it was a size 10 shoe. It was a size 10 shoe.
Well, I'll tell you about the shoe that got thrown at me. I didn't like it particularly. That I'm not going to go into it.
Well, looks like we have another guest, New York City iron worker. Welcome, Vietnam veteran. Welcome. Good to have you with us.
Hello, sir.
Hello. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Iron worker. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. How you doing?
Yeah,
I
can hear all you guys.
Oh, good. Good. How are you?
I'm fine. I just want to say happy holiday.
Thank
happy
you.
Holidays to start off.
Same to you.
Yeah. What's your name?
Yeah. My name is Charles.
Oh, good to meet you, Charles. Yeah. You're in New York City. I'm in Brooklyn. So there you go.
Okay. So hey, listen, I just wanted to say a few things, and
go ahead.
Because I just stumbled into you guys live, and I never did anything on a platform like this in my life. Ever.
Okay. Well, first time for everything. You're doing great.
Yeah.
All right. So forgive me if I say or whatever. But I just want to say one thing. I stumbled on to Caleb's work and the people, Peter, and what Caleb's trying to put together, and so it seems like there's an echo, like it reverberates.
Oh, well, you're not echoing on our end, but it may be that you're listening at the same time as you're talking. It may be that may be the issue. So maybe mute where you're listening to us.
All right.
That may be the issue.
I've been following Caleb for a while, okay? Oh. And I have enjoyed a lot of what he has to say as far as his insight into how governments operate and how the people are always put in a position where we really don't matter unless we organize. Now, you can see I'm a union member. We know that the unions were created by communists.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we also know that the communists in this country were painted as an evil force of destruction. Right. I have did some research, not as extensive as you, but as a union member, I want to say this outright. I'm retired. I've been retired. I retired under Trump on his way out in 2020. And then in 2021, I started collecting my benefits, checks, and all that type of stuff. Now he's back in office. I'm still collecting. Okay, so my thing is this. I worked for Trump. I just want to give you some firsthand knowledge about Trump, working for him, building some magnificent buildings in New York City, and I'll be sure. Trump, what we call as iron workers, a cop-out. In other words, we fly the American flag on top of the building. The building's done, reach the top. The iron workers are out of here, first in, first out. we did our job. Trump would order a banquet for all the workers on every site that was at work at that day. And there were a number of buildings going up at that time when I was working with Trump. They all were invited to this big feast of his top out, and he would break bread with us.
Wow.
Now, I shook his hand, and he was never late on payrolls, but I also want to add one other thing, and I just have to, it might blow some minds. But Trump did not want to go union in New York City. And Caleb, you know why? Because of the wage.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you're going to pay an iron worker, which no computer can replace. You can't man a crane. You can't climb a beam. You can't do this work. This is labor. Labor is money. Trump knows labor is money.
Right.
So if it wasn't, now I'm talking about a time in the 80s when the Italian mafia had complete control over the unions. Okay. And if you didn't go union in New York, you couldn't build. Okay. So he got away with a few jobs using Mexicans and the people he mocks because he can pay them lower prices. And he does get away with it in non-union states.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just trying to point this out because Trump is not what the American people expect. And you guys are very bright, and you can see by his cabinet picks. And I have to go there with this. As a 70-year-old senior citizen who's worked, who knew Trump, who knows him, good guy, but like every big businessman, he wants to save a dollar.
Of course.
Now, not to regress, but little Marco, Caleb, you know this for a fact. He's responsible for the migration of these people. He put the most pressure on these people in Venezuela to leave Venezuela and to come up there. And we're to blame Maduro for sending the worst. Any country would do that. Cuba did it. Okay? All right? Yeah. During the Mario boat lift. So what I'm trying to say is that so far I see a policy of Israel first.
Yeah.
And this guy that's picked, you know, as a veteran. I'm speaking as a combat veteran, man. I was what you call a corpsman, and I was in the Navy, okay, and I worked with the Marines, okay, in Vietnam, okay. I got a hole in my leg to prove that, okay, and a document I can flash on the screen to show that, but I don't have to do that. What I'm saying is that, you know, Trump 5 times. The United States government called him for military service. But, you know, the billionaire class, they all stick together. He got 5 deferments. More for school. Listen, I'm not trying to beat the guy up, but let's get some facts out about this guy. Right? And the 5th one was for a foot spur. Come on. My uncle was a top surgeon in Bellevue Hospital. Okay. When they drafted me to Vietnam, my grandmother called her brother up, and he said with one phone call, he can get me 4F. All right? If you had money and connections back in those days, you called downtown to Whitehall Street, where we all went in Manhattan, okay, to register for the draft and a selective service, okay? And then pick up the phone, and you're X'd off. That's what happened to Trump. With a foot spur, and he's golfing. So the bottom line is that, we have to organize in America.
Yeah.
Okay. And I also want to point out one more thing. I like what you're doing to these phony people that call themselves communists. Sure. And you sort of like went into this, like, you know, I see the social benefits of what they project, and you tied it in with Christianity, but not the Zionist brand of Christianity. You're trying to be, you know, an all-around type of Christian with the general rules. Love the neighbor, you know, reach out, you know, do this. I mean, just basic, simple morality. Yeah. Whereas the brand of Trump's Judaism, okay, is 100%. They admit openly that they are Zionists. So when I go to the Union Hall as a retired guy, okay, I sit there, and all the black guys got Trump hats on. Can you believe that? All the black dudes got Trump hats on. They wear, I go to jobs, okay, and I see black guys, all different trades, wearing Trump hats. Why is that? Because the Democratic Party let us down for the last 30 years. They cracked on the unions, and to this day, okay, the International Association of British Structural Ironworkers in Washington, D.C. has a big lobby. They back Kamala in her madness. You know why? Because the unions will be hit with all these lawsuits. Oh, you want to let this transsexual work? Of course this transsexual can't climb up in here. There's no way in the world that that thing can put on its makeup in a shanty with a bunch of guys that maybe not showered the night before, and that thing. I mean, listen, this is what I'm trying to say: is that they managed to actually destroy the unions because they penetrated the bosses of the unions. How can you vote for a woman like that in the Democratic Party where you, who support unions, me as a union member, and I still pay dues, by the way, even though I'm retired. You know why? Say the economy crashes, I still got access to that union hall to go out and make $110 an hour at 70, and I think they'll send me out for coffee. That's just an inside joke. But what are they going to really do with a 70-year-old guy? Yeah, go out and get coffee, make sure the young guys are safe, and just put your 8 hours in and do your thing. We take care of our own. That still exists. There is still a brotherhood inside. But what I'm saying is that class that you vote in, and one more thing I'll add, I never voted in my life.
Wow.
I never voted, even for a union boss.
Wow.
Okay? And I have had more internal beefs with union bosses, yelling at them, okay, they do and how they choose. Well, there was a big discrimination case against them because they wouldn't let people of color in the locals. It was a father and son thing until they lost the case in front of that black Supreme Court judge, which ruled you can't keep minorities out of the union. So the father and son thing went away. So they said, fine, okay, you got a union book, but I'm the one that put you to work. So you sit on the bench. You got a union book, you're paying dues, but that union boss will let you sit there for 2 months without giving you a job. So you're in the union, so they play these games until you had a coalition of black guys like you're trying to create right now that went up into the union hall and said, listen, go tear this place. It's the only thing they understand. I'm sorry to say it. And you know what? Most of the white guys that weren't, part of my father's generation, okay, sided with them and said, hey, it ain't right. This guy is able-bodied like me. What the hell is he doing sitting on the bench? He's got a family like me. We rebelled. I was blackballed for standing up as, quote unquote, I'm a white dude. I ain't a white dude. I'm a Sicilian American. I relate to what I believe in. I believe in Islam. Islam is my religion. I accepted Shia Islam, okay, because I saw the beauty of how the Iranian people threw out the British and the American government. I've always been in the politics. And when I go into the union hall, all those men, if they found out I was a Muslim, I'd probably be, I hate to use this term, blackballed or black benched or everything that's negative has to be black. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that if you don't stand up and fight against power, you serve no purpose. You're just taking up space in this world. Because right now, more than ever, people like us, the common man that you start off with, has to speak to power, has to challenge these people who Trump picked. What the hell is he doing? He had a mandate to clean up the deep state. So now you have one set of minions of Zionists with Biden transferred to a set of minions who are outright saying that they are Zionists. So, this is, I don't know what you think. Do you think Trump can rein little Marco in? Will he last? I can only see two people lasting: Tulsi
Mm-hmm.
and Kennedy.
Yeah.
Those are the only two that I can see last. The other ones, we know, and you know, he had to satisfy his donors. You know what he's going to say? He's going to say, all right, big shots, you want to go to war with these people? Draw me up a plan, come back in 6 months. They're going to walk back in 6 months. Trump's going to put out his hand and say, where's the plan? They're going to say, boss, like Scott Ritter says, we ain't got one. You're all fired. I please my donors. Now let me put in the crew I really want to put in. End the story.
Yeah.
I see that going down.
Yeah, I had that thought too.
Go ahead, Geoff.
Yeah, I had that thought too, that maybe a lot of these early announcements of nominees are not going to last very long. You know, for example, suppose the Secretary of State allows 1,000 U.S. troops to get killed in the Middle East, or the National Security Advisor. I can imagine Trump firing them and bringing in somebody competent. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's absolutely going to be an uphill battle in the Trump administration. I think Trump knows that what the American people want to hear is peace, and what they want to see is peace, but he's dealing with a political establishment that doesn't necessarily think that, and Trump can go different ways, and that we're going to have an uphill struggle. But that's the point, is that we're going to be struggling. And we're going to be in the game. We're not just going to sit back and condemn like I see a lot of people on social media doing. I mean, we're going to be there in D.C. for the inauguration. We wrote our letter to Donald Trump, and we're going to be in the game pushing to oppose war around the world. And that's why CPI exists. I know Peter wanted to touch on the importance of membership and such. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, NYC Union Ironworker talked about paying dues to the union. We are an organization that has membership and dues as well. And the reason why we're doing this stream today is actually because we are attempting to get new membership. First off, we, prior to the election, dissolved our nonprofit, and we have reorganized, and we're both taking in our old membership and asking people to become new members. People who are watching right now, we'd very much like you to become members. For one, you get something out of it. This hour, we're giving away copies of my book, Woke Ouroboros, to every new member. Go to cpiusa.com/org, or sorry, cpusa.org/join CPI, with a dash in join CPI. The reason why we need members is we do a lot of things. Caleb was just mentioning we're going to the inauguration. We are not just going there for fun. We're going there to do a demonstration. We're going there to advocate. We're going there to speak with people, to pass out booklets. We're going there we're going to be doing a press conference about our national convention, which is going to be happening in July. That is not going to be cheap for us to put on, that convention, as well as our various workshops that we do throughout the year. The reason why we need members is, yes, we do get donations from people behind this, like people who contact us who want to donate. It's not like that doesn't happen, but our primary way of bringing in our funding for our operations and our events has always been dues. And our members have always been our biggest strength and the reason we're able to do anything. And right now we are again sort of reformalizing, rebringing in everybody else. We didn't want to get, to be frank, election stuff makes an organization a little precarious. That's why we dissolved. We didn't want to end up violating any rules of nonprofits by accident. We just didn't want any of that stuff to happen. But now we are reformalized. We are taking in membership. Membership dues are $15 a month, $15 a month. It's one of the most, not one of the most, it is the most important thing a person can do for CPI if you believe in what we do. And again, all day long today, we're going to be talking about different books throughout the hours. The first book we're doing is Woke Ouroboros, like I said. You get that for free by joining up as a member. go to cpiusa.org. And please, if you have $15 a month to send our way, we use it. It's not something that we play around with. We very much spend our money as wisely as we can on the stuff that we think is going to have the most impact possible. And we also thank everybody who becomes a member very much. So that's the end of my spiel. We can get back to talking about things that are big and also hopefully eventually fun.
Yeah. Well, listen, New York City Ironworkers, somebody in the chat asked about you being a Shia Muslim. You said you'd converted to Islam. Do you want to share some about that?
Yeah. Yeah. I became a Shia Muslim in 1979 after I got out of the military. Okay. Actually, I was in the U.S. military from 1973 to 1975 when it ended. Okay. And at that time, there was a lot of there was rebellion in the ranks in the military because we all knew it was unjust at that time. We all knew that we were fighting an unjust war, and it was a war of attrition, and they were no threat. These people were no threat, and there was a lot of madness going on. But the reason I became Shia was after I got out of that. Okay, I was looking for some type of way to like get away from the madness that I witnessed, and it was horrendous what I witnessed. And so I saw this. I knew what was going on because my father. Let me tell you, this story goes back to my father. May his soul rest in peace. There was no work in New York City. He was a union guy too, and he went to Arabia. I will not call it Saudi's Arabia because it's the Saudi family does not own that country. If anybody would rename it, it would have been Muhammad. Okay, so it's not Saudi's Arabia. So he went there when they just came out of the tents, like 60 years ago, to build their little Mecca. All right, and he saw the lifestyle was a lot different than under MBS. Okay. In other words, it wasn't this Wahhabi madness going on. It was like sort of a stricter form of Islam, but it was Islam. And he liked the law. And he saw that if you leave your wallet on a restaurant table, you come back the next day, it was there, man. And where he grew up in Washington Heights in Manhattan, that didn't exist. So he fell in love with that law, with that honor and law and way the people. So he just liked the culture. He was respected because Americans were treated like God. They were building their country. Come on, we built that country. All right, so I got a Quran from him in the mail. All right, and the money he was sending home to my mom, raising 4 kids. And you know what? He was sending some good money home. But thank God for that. He worked hard for it. He put it in, and he traveled. My father was a man who was also in the Navy. Okay, who traveled the earth at least 3 times. Okay, he's what you call a shellback in the Navy. All right, so he saw this world and he had a lot of insight knowledge of different cultures. So he fell in love with this Islam because of the law. Because of the law, he saw that you were a man, you were a woman, you don't steal, you don't do this. Just like it was when I grew up as a kid in America, I wouldn't even think of stealing. You know why? Because every grandmother on the block would have known I did it 5 minutes after I did it. Because there was no cops in the neighborhood, man. The grandmothers ran it. This was the life in America, man. Okay, you didn't get away with stealing. You didn't get away with helping a senior citizen across the street because grandma would find out as soon as you got to the other side of the sidewalk. A wire would have went up. I don't know how they do it, but I found out you didn't help some. This is the way we were raised. We were raised with morals. To respect people. That's why so I accepted Islam because I saw this revolution against this imperialist monster called the U.S. government, which I was part of. Okay, in other words, going into the U.S. military is no different than going into a prison system. What do they do when you go into the U.S. military? They take your clothes. They tell you either send them home or they're going in the garbage. They shave your head. Everybody's innocent. You're not Catholic, Protestant, Green. You are U.S. government material. You put a tattoo on your arm. You destroy government property. They own you just like the chair you're sitting in. Okay? Same thing in the prison system. It's social engineering. I went through 3 schools of social engineering in this country. The prison system, okay? Vietnam, the military system, okay? As well as the union system. These are 3 different social engineering systems. Now I'm free from all of it, thank God. I'm like, part of that generation that made it out. So I accepted Shia Islam because it showed me that these imperial powers, okay, can be challenged with their ruthlessness. And I believe we live in Rome 2.0. And I believe, like Matt Tabatabi, I'm sure you know that journalist, okay, who said, we just came out of a spell of some wild stuff for 9 years. It was like a roller coaster ride where, like, these people are, Caleb, maybe I'm wrong, they're Trotskyites? The American people put a pick in that whole administration's head. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I'm just saying, man, that's what it sounds like. The American people put a pick in that administration's head. I mean, I've lived under many presidents. I'm 70 in 2 months. And let me tell you something. I've never witnessed an administration, okay, or 9 years, a decade of madness like we have witnessed, especially with these wars and what they're trying to do now to amp it up before this guy even has his chance. And another thing, not to regress. The guy ain't even in office yet, and I shot my mouth off. And you know what another thing is? Caleb, you're one of the only guys I see on YouTube that haven't made mockery of mainstream media. All these other people, like, from A to Z, that have these podcasts, like you say, it's all sort of like controlled in a way. There's a word you use. I don't know, they're favored over others. There's a word you use. I can't come up with it, but it's like rigged. It's like a system. Boosted. Yeah. So the bottom line, what I'm saying is, Caleb, and I'm gonna make this short, and Peter and the other young man down there, Brian, is that the American people gave Trump a mandate.
Yes.
And every issue he ran on, I believed in. Not that I would have voted for Trump, but I believed in. Mm-hmm. Now, like every other administration, he appointed people that are not putting America first. Now, he's not in office yet. I shot my mouth off. All these commentators like Megyn Kelly, this, that, the other, they're making fun of Joe Scarborough. He went down there, did they think that boom. They're making this whole thing a circus. Keep it 100% like you're doing. You want new members. I get my check next week. I think it's time to support you because you're doing
all right.
And this is a good platform. This is a good platform. You should do this more often because you can get regular guys like me who are blue collar guys who went through the system, okay, who are retired, who might not see a full Social Security. You know that, right? You know that they say this thing might run out in 35.
Wow.
Right? So I'm only 70. That's like not far away. That's 10 years. You know what they consider me now? The American government? The youngest of the oldest. Like from 69 to like 73, I'm the youngest of the oldest generation. Well, yeah. Wow. I can still go to the Union Hall and man a job at 70 years old. They know that, man. They know that because work is what keeps you healthy. Thank you.
All right. Well, next we're going to actually put on our letter that we wrote to Donald Trump because you mentioned, the work that we do and how, we're just trying to, no matter who's in office, promote our agenda of opposing war. So this is the letter that we wrote to Donald Trump. And I got to say, Peter Coffin is an amazing filmmaker. He made this what it is. We had so many members step up and read it. We wrote the letter together, and then Peter made this amazing film of our members reading the letter.
Thank you.
And we have some very exciting plans in regards to this letter. But let's just watch our letter to Donald Trump. Here we go.
Official, CNN projects that Donald Trump has been elected president.
Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, which means he is the winner of this race and will return to the White House.
A sweeping and stunning victory, unlike any in our history.
Donald Trump has won the presidency for a second time. Donald Trump, a convicted felon who survived 2 assassination attempts, making a remarkable comeback to become the next president of the United States.
He's so evil! Nazi! Break out the boat!
It was a terrible night.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Dear President Donald Trump, we've all spent the last year being told Donald Trump can never win again.
But as we went and spoke with regular voters,
that's never been what they seem to think.
As we predicted, you won.
Because the system that dominates the world, the system these people live in, is in complete crisis.
Imperialism, the old order of the world ruled by big banks and monopolies, is becoming more unstable by the day.
It is relentlessly driving working families' living standards down
and pushing us towards new wars.
Americans voted for you because you promised peace.
You promised peace.
You promised peace.
They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars.
Americans voted for you because you promised swift government action to improve their lives.
Together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. Success is going to bring us together.
Americans voted for you because you promised to protect our freedoms.
We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve.
Americans voted for you because you promised to stand up to the rich and powerful.
You promised to stand up to the rich and powerful.
To the rich and the greedy.
You promised to stand up to the rich and powerful.
And put the people's needs first.
And put our needs first.
I want you to imagine how much better our future can be if we declare independence from the elites who led us from one financial and foreign policy disaster to another.
While many exclusively focus on the negative realities of a political campaign, we remember your Quantum Leap speech, where you rolled out some extraordinary ideas for completely rebuilding this country.
Past generations of Americans pursued big dreams and daring projects that once seemed absolutely impossible. They transformed American life with the interstate highway system. Magnificent it was. And they launched a vast network of satellites into orbit all around the earth. But today, our country has lost its boldness. Under my leadership, we will get it back in a very big way. Our objective will be a quantum leap in the American standard of living.
We're writing this letter to let you know who we are.
We are the Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political Innovation.
We are the Center for Political Innovation.
The Center for Political
We
Innovation.
are the Center for Political
The
Innovation.
Center for Political
The
Innovation.
Center for Political Innovation.
We are the Center for Political Innovation.
We're innovationist
and anti-imperialist.
We are patriotic Americans
who want to see the power of Wall Street and London defeated.
And a whole new America rebuilt on new foundations.
We exposed Kamala Harris and how dangerous she was back in 2020 with a book called Kamala Harris and the Future of America.
The book was on sale for 4 years without incident.
Then the very day she became the nominee, on July 22nd, Amazon banned our book without explanation.
They did not want people to hear the truth about her awful record. They did not want people to see how she was tied to the regime change apparatus and how she had been carefully groomed by the malevolent forces that ran the Hillary Clinton State Department.
Amazon banned our book for 7 days. Banning our book backfired. Many thousands of copies sold from July to November as people hungered for the truth about the woman we called the most dangerous presidential candidate in history.
We are proud to have spread the truth about Kamala Harris and who she really is.
In the final month before the election, we were on the streets of New York City with a huge banner that said, "Only peace can make America great again."
We highlighted what we consider to be your greatest moment in your first term as president when you offered a hand of friendship to North Korea.
Our organization gives voice to what the overwhelming majority of Americans want.
Jobs, schools, economic development, and, most of all, an end to all the wars.
While many of your biggest supporters are tied to Israel, as a matter of basic human morality, you must stop the slaughter in Gaza.
As the president, you will have the power to cut off the money. The $18 million of our tax money that goes into Israel every day is $18 million too much.
You have the power to stand up to Netanyahu and the Israel lobby.
And the overwhelming majority of your supporters will back you in doing so.
You can end the war in Ukraine as well, as you have promised to do.
Russia is ready to sit down with you and make a deal.
You can lift the sanctions that are devaluing the U.S. dollar.
You can cut off the billions of dollars in tax money that has been dumped into death and destruction.
There's an explosion of economic growth happening in Eurasia right now.
China's Belt and Road, Russia's Eurasian Economic Union, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and BRICS
are all full of new wealth being generated as people rise out of poverty with way and new living conditions.
America can get in on the action, and you can create a legacy of growth and prosperity by pushing to make it happen.
That money and technological progress doesn't need to be for everyone but us.
A share can come to our communities across the heartland and south that have been devastated by the globalist monopolies.
America can join the new world of growth and optimism and leave behind the dying world of globalist bankers.
A big step toward making that happen would be fulfilling the vision first put forward by one of Abraham Lincoln's advisors.
Build the Peace Bridge, connecting Alaska to the Russian Far East. Building that bridge over the Bering Strait would create millions of jobs and connect the United States to the wave of economic expansion and happening in that region.
You also have the power to step in and protect Americans from the deep state.
You can make Facebook, YouTube, and other social media outlets stop censoring Americans who speak up.
You can free Ross Ulbricht. You can free Leonard Peltier.
We have paid particular attention to the Uhuru Three, Penny Hess, Jesse Neville, and Omali Yeshitela.
Tucker Carlson highlighted their case in his program.
As part of the liberal Russia, Russia, Russia hysteria, they got charged with being foreign agents for their work building economic development among black people in Florida and Missouri.
You can pardon them for the absurd conspiracy conviction they received after being acquitted of the primary charge of being Russian agents.
You can repeal the absurd Foreign Agents Registration Act, a vaguely worded law
used to prosecute those who want to change U.S. foreign policy or do business overseas.
We know you can't do this alone. If you do, as you have promised, and clash with the deep state and the big monopolies,
you'll soon realize that there is one ally you desperately need: the American people.
The bulk of the population, those who voted for you because they just can't take it anymore, need to be pushed into action.
The American people are like a sleeping lion that can awaken and roar louder than ever when the time is right.
The country needs a mass movement. It's happened before, and it will happen again.
We defeated the British Empire. We smashed the slavocracy of plantation owners. We built the labor unions and won women the right to vote. We ended the Vietnam War, and we destroyed legal segregation.
The changes that the overwhelming majority of the American people want will not come about as a result of some savior in the White House.
No matter how adept of a political leader you might be.
The masses of people in their millions are the makers of history.
And it will take an upsurge of democratic participation to bring about what this country really needs.
A government of
A government of action.
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 To fight for working families.
You are in a very important position. As
the United States.
We urge you to stop the emerging low-wage police state. We urge you to stop the march towards World War III.
We urge you to help energize and mobilize a population to assert their will over the greed of the rich and powerful.
We're building a movement of anti-imperialists here in America.
People who love their neighborhoods, cities, and communities and see that protecting them is more urgent now than ever.
We consistently look to the future optimistically and see many promising possibilities in your reelection.
However, as with all politicians, especially presidents, we cannot and will not offer blind support.
Our goals are peace and prosperity for all, and we won't hesitate to criticize you if you stand in the way.
Millions and millions of working families are counting on you, Donald.
Not just here in the U.S., but around the world.
Find the strength within yourself and your relationship with God to be the hero the world desperately needs.
It may not be your first instinct, and it may even fly in the face of much of what you've said, believed, and even promised.
But it is a surefire way to find your name imprinted in the history books for centuries.
We train our members to understand the world and how it works. More importantly, how to change things.
You will hear a lot from us in the next 4 years.
And if and when you stand up to the forces of darkness and empire, we will always have your back. See you at the inauguration.
You're muted, Caleb.
There we go. That was our letter to Donald Trump, and we are now entering our second hour of our 8-hour marathon live stream, which is very, very exciting. This hour, the book that you will get if you become a member of CPI is Kamala Harris and the Future of America. And you will get your own copy of that if you become a member. This is the new edition we put out after it was banned and then unbanned on Amazon.
It caught her face. It's tracking.
What the camera is attached to her face.
My camera caught Kamala's face and started tracking her.
Yeah. Wow.
I appreciate the comment. It's very that video was hard to make. It is. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of different people saying, I was so excited when everybody actually because normally it's actually pretty hard to wrangle a lot of people to participate in something. And people were just on it. We had all of that footage in a couple of days. Now, breaking down that footage and getting it into a coherent, who said which line best, who fits where does this work? And you were a big help with helping find all of the B-roll and assets and whatnot. It was a tough video to make. It was an exciting video to make, though, because it is, a lot of people in the wake of Trump's election are very negative and pessimistic, and it's not that I, love Trump or anything, but I don't look at things that way. I don't really, that's why I'm part of this organization. I don't look at all of the world as doom and gloom. Yeah, there are bad things in the world, but I'm also thankful to live right now, to talk about, what I'm thankful for with Thanksgiving and all of that. I'm thankful to live right now. I said in my Horseshoe Theory documentary, I don't hate capitalism. I don't like where it is currently, but I am very thankful to live in capitalism rather than feudalism or the slaveocracy or anything prior to that. All of the prehistoric periods. I certainly wouldn't have liked to have contended with saber-toothed tigers at any point. Wouldn't have been my favorite thing to do. It's good to live in capitalism. It's just, it should be better because there are a lot of people who are in situations that capitalism fails. And a lot of people will always argue with me, oh, capitalism, it's working as intended. No, I don't care if that even is the intent to fail a bunch of people. To me, it's failing. It's not succeeding. I don't like hearing capitalism, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to wreck everybody's lives. It's not supposed to wreck everybody's lives. It's a social system. It's supposed to, when you implement a widespread social system, it is supposed to work for society. And it's not. And the reason it's not, we go into all the time the crisis of overproduction, or as we like to call it, the value crisis around here. There is a reason why it's not working, and it's not because people are evil at their core. It's not because people are greedy at their core. It's because there's a mathematical contradiction at the center of it that forces it to consolidate power to the point where it's at right now, which is imperial stage capitalism. We are living in imperialism. All of this is what CPI is about. This is the bulk, the real meat and potatoes. That video, it's optimistic because we believe in a better world, not because we want to guillotine all of the billionaires. If the billionaires get in our way, that's a problem, sure. But like the whole point isn't this negative release of energy and catharsis. We don't want that. What we want is a better life for everyone. And that's why people should become members at at cpiusa.org/join-CPI. It's $15 a month for membership dues, and those dues go to helping us do everything we do, from making videos like that, which takes a lot of time and a lot of effort, to putting on our workshops, our events, we're going to the inauguration to demonstrate, to hand out booklets. Those booklets aren't free. We give them out for free, but they're not free for us. And there's just so much that we can't do without membership dues. And we have been going for months now without membership dues because we did not want to accidentally get in trouble. Because to be frank, we could bring up Sputnik, for instance. There is a serious governmental problem with free speech at the moment. Uhuru is another prime example. Like, they are clamping down on dissident voices. And to be frank, as a nonprofit, we saw ourselves as vulnerable. We dissolved. We are now back. We are now formal again, and we're attempting to bring our membership back in. We also, we've structured our organization differently as to help ourselves in that respect. As much as it probably sounds crappy, we are no longer a nonprofit. We are a for-profit. And the reason we're doing that is specifically because we were paranoid about the nonprofit rules in the lead up to the election. We were very, very worried about, because we can't endorse anybody, even though we weren't going to endorse anybody. They were taking a lot of things that people were saying as endorsing. There's a lot of misconstruing of words, not just from the government, but from all over the place. And eventually that comes back to a governmental problem. But again, Uhuru, Sputnik, all of these places that just ultimately express dissident voices, or associate with people on the worldwide stage that they don't want people to. It's stuff. I mean, to bring up the youth festival and all of the stuff that we do on a worldwide basis. You've been to Iran. You've been all over the place attempting what we're doing. It's not like we're playing a little, role-playing game on Discord. We have a lot going on, and we worry about how that's going to be interpreted by the government. So we've structured ourselves differently. We are coming back in, and we're asking people to become members, to pay dues, to help us do this stuff. It's not like, I'll go ahead and say this, neither you or I are going to make any money. It is structured as a for-profit, but we put our own money into it.
We're putting our own funds into it, no question. One thing that we are planning to do is we are planning to, if possible, if we can raise the funds, put that letter, the full text of it, as a full-page ad in the Washington Times newspaper. Now, the Washington Times is, you have the Washington Post, which is Jeff Bezos. It's much bigger. But you have the Washington Times, which is the Republican Party-aligned newspaper that every Republican member of Congress reads, every Republican office, everybody reads in Washington, D.C., because it is the Republican voice. And because we are trying to influence Donald Trump and his movement to be anti-war, to be anti-imperialist, we would very much like to print that letter to Trump, the full page of it, as a letter, a full page ad in the Washington Times. So, Peter, one thing I thought might be a good idea, right, is since we're pushing memberships and why don't, the next person who joins, we are going to give them a prize. Now, as you all know, I am married and my wife loves arts and crafts.
Oh.
And so she actually made for us just yesterday on her own hot press CPI tote bags.
Oh,
so why
excellent.
doesn't the first person who joins, everyone who joins this hour will get a book. We'll get Kamala Harris and the Future of America. But not only will you get the book, you will get the book along with a CPI tote bag, a nice CPI tote bag, this green CPI tote bag.
A very environmentally friendly looking CPI tote bag.
Absolutely. Absolutely. My wife, she loves doing, arts and crafts, and she actually made that for us totally on the fly last night. She's like, oh, I can make those for you. So
it looks great.
Yeah, my wife and I, we had a lovely Thanksgiving dinner at a neighborhood restaurant here in Brooklyn.
Oh, nice.
It was very nice. I had a steak. She had the turkey dinner that they did. It was very nice. We had a nice piece of chocolate cake afterwards and a scoop of ice cream on it. We had a nice, relaxing Thanksgiving. Then she had the idea. And so we have another tote bag to give away later in this stream. But the first person who joins just this hour, and Peter's keeping an eye on it. Not only everyone who joins gets this, but the first one who joins will get this nice green tote bag. So there you go. There you go.
I do want to talk about this book a little bit. There's plenty to talk about with this. I mean, we obviously have our little unbanned by Amazon thing right here. And there's a reason why that's there. It's a reason why it has a new cover. It had a completely different cover back in 2020 when it was launched. And, I know that there's probably a lot of people that are watching right now that know the story of it being banned. But for everybody who's not, would you care to go into that a little bit?
Sure. So what happened was I wrote the book 4 years ago. 4 years ago, I wrote the book and there was no incident, right? I published it September of 2020 after Kamala Harris became the nominee because I had become kind of obsessed after I found out that her dad was a communist and heard about her record of activities when she was, the prosecutor, the attorney general of the state of California. And I heard about all of that. So I wrote this book. And it was my pandemic book. It was the pandemic. You remember those times. We were all just kind of bored and we sat around. So I wrote a book just to, pass the time, basically. And it was out for 4 years and it was no big deal. No big deal. Then what happened? Well, she got the nomination. And as soon as she got the nomination, I was thinking, oh, my book sales are going to go up. And then I got an email the Monday, right? Biden dropped out on Sunday, July 21st. Then on Monday, July 22nd, I got an email from Amazon saying that my title had to be removed because there was an issue with the cover. And I thought, well, I don't want to lose any time, right? Because this is Kamala Harris just got the nomination and all of this. So I resubmitted it with a blank cover and it shot it right back to me as if it had never been submitted, which was very odd. The next morning, I got up, submitted it, shot it right back to me. Blank cover, blank, and it wouldn't do this. And then I tweeted about what was going on because I found that very sketch. And then Max Blumenthal raised the alarm. Max Blumenthal is the editor of Gray Zone, does a lot of great anti-imperialist work. And he basically hinted that it was the White House that had my book taken down. Now, he didn't exactly say what cards he had, but the way it was taken down was very similar to what went on with a lot of the COVID books during the pandemic. The interesting thing that Max Blumenthal pointed out and that I pointed out is that usually I've sold books on Amazon for a really long time.
Yeah.
And generally, if there's some kind of issue, what happens is it'll stay on Amazon. It just says temporarily unavailable.
Yes.
That's not what happened with this book. When they took it down on Monday, July 22nd, it was gone. It was scrubbed completely. You couldn't.
It was as if it historically did not exist.
Yes. It was. What do they say? Terminated with prejudice.
Yes.
Right. It was sleeping with fishes. Right. It was liquidated. It was gone. Right.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, and it was erased from history, and it was very weird. And so we just started raising the alarm. We put it on Lulu, and we put it on Gumroad, and 7 days later they backed down and they put it back up. Again, no explanation. It just suddenly just went through. You know, it was a wild situation.
And it didn't go through with this cover either. This cover came later. We actually had no cover for quite a while.
Yes, this is the no cover version right here.
Which, by the way, that is nothing against the fact that the book existed, at least, but like that is such a basic cover. If you saw that on a bookshelf, like at a store, you would not even look at it a second time.
Yeah.
Which is frankly, like they say, you can't judge a book by its cover, but a lot of people judge a book by its cover. So we created this new one, which also it obviously says unbanned, but well, Caleb is holding the one that says banned by Amazon. We did that for a limited pressing that you handed out at the DNC, correct?
Yes, we handed out 1,000 copies of the version that says banned on Amazon at the DNC.
Which that was while it was banned. You couldn't get it off of Amazon. And then Amazon reinstated it again without any, you know, it had no reason to be reinstated, but it was reinstated. So we added a little unbanned because we didn't want to forget this, because this is significant. It was the day that Kamala was announced as the candidate, just gone, just swept away. Like, we don't want people reading about this woman's past. We want, and the thing is, we've seen through, let's say, the Twitter files, for instance, that the government has a hand in what is and isn't allowable or boostable or spreads around on Twitter. Now, Twitter is obviously not owned by the same people anymore. Elon Musk is, you can say a lot of things about him that are both positive and negative. One is probably not that he is receptive of the Biden administration telling him what is allowed on his platform. But the Twitter files showed us very much that they had a hand in it. And then Zuckerberg came out and admitted that Facebook had cooperated in exactly the same way. He came out and said they're not going to do it anymore. Now, obviously, I don't believe that, but his attempt to sweep it away, I think, did a lot in terms of legitimizing the Twitter files, which I mean, they were a bunch of denied emails between both Twitter employees and the state. But anyways, it's important that it was censored. Like, this is how censorship works nowadays. People like to talk about free speech. I have a documentary called Free Speech Extreme, and the actual point of it isn't necessarily like, oh, we should care about free speech, or because we should. Like, that's a given, in my opinion. We're Americans. That's the First Amendment, the thing we're founded on. The idea is that there isn't free speech in a place where a platform costs money.
Yeah.
Speech is something you pay for. All speech in the United States of America currently, in this system, the system that we talked about, having that value crisis going down at the center of it, that makes it unequal between people, makes it so that people's work is not rewarded on a fair basis, on an equal basis. It is the reason why this stuff is like, censorship is not the government makes you go away. Censorship isn't that in our time. Context at this point is more important than content, to be frank. If you are contextualized in a certain way, your content looks completely different to a lot of different people. And on top of that, if you are boosted, is whether or not you are real. Like, nowadays, you can put something on the internet, it can be factually provable, and it doesn't matter if it is not boosted by a legitimate news source. It doesn't matter if it's not circulated as approved by either an outlet or a person that is, it's considered legitimate by, well, let's say the liberal establishment or their followers.
Well, speaking of free speech, Peter, I do want to bring in a guest who's been waiting for a little while. This is Zach. Welcome, Zach. How are you?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're great. How about yourself?
I'm doing well too, thank you.
Yeah.
I got this top. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You're Zacharani Pizza, right?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, very good. Peter seems very familiar with your work. Yeah, tell us about yourself.
Well, let's see. I come from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I understand that another CPI member, Penny, does a lot of great work there. Like I've seen videos from you. I currently live in Mexico City, so that's maybe a bit different. I don't know how many international members you have. But I got this compliment yesterday, and I wanted to pass it along because I think that it applies to both you and Peter and everyone in CPI. This fellow is probably a Gen X, maybe offhandedly say like right-wing coded, but he told me that he was talking to a friend of his and that he said that the old boomer right is dead and the true left has been co-opted. In the void, a new type of person open to all sorts of cutting edge ideas is coming on the scene. I used you as my example. And I think you and the two of you have really helped me a lot, or given me a lot of good material to consider this new direction, I guess, not leftward or rightward, but upward.
Very good. Well, just to interrupt you briefly, we do have an announcement to make. Ian has won the tote bag. The tote bag has been won by Ian, who just joined on the website. So, Ian, shout out to you, Ian, if you're watching. Send me an email, and we will send you a tote bag because you are the one who joined, the first person to join this hour, and you got the tote bag, and you also will get your own copy of Kamala Harris and the Future of America. So, congratulations, Ian. Enjoy it. Go ahead, Peter. What were you going to say?
Is Ian going to get the unbanned or the banned?
I think he's going to get the unbanned. He'll get the unbanned. Yeah.
Okay.
He'll get the unbanned, but he'll also get a tote bag. He just has to send me an email, calebmaupin@gmail.com, about getting the tote bag. Everyone who joins, though, will be getting their own copy of Kamala Harris and the Future of America. So please continue joining. And go ahead, Zach. You were talking about the new politics and the insights we gave you. Didn't want to interrupt you too much there, but I do appreciate hearing that. You're in Mexico City. How's the weather down there?
Colder than you might expect, but I'm from Minneapolis, so it's not that bad.
Okay. Very good. What is your favorite movie, Zach?
Oh man, that's a good question. I'm not really a cinephile, but the first one coming to mind is Inside Llewyn Davis, Coen Brothers movie from probably 10 years ago now. Just real auteur kind of thick.
I haven't seen that one. I like the Coen Brothers, and I saw pretty much all of their movies up until Burn After Reading. And I really like Burn After Reading, but for some reason I haven't kept up with them since then. I did see they were the ones that did the remake of True Grit, right?
Yeah, I believe they did.
I really liked their remake of True Grit with what's his face? I can't remember his name right now.
Oh gosh.
Jeff Bridges. Sorry.
Yeah, I was thinking Big Lebowski.
yeah, I could have said Big Lebowski, but
yeah.
But also, I think that would maybe undermine True Grit a little bit, considering how different of films they are.
Yeah. Well, how about you? What's your favorite movie?
This is going to sound stupid, but it's probably Happy Gilmore.
All right. Hey, something to enjoy.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really. I mean, I do love a serious movie, but I'll say I don't really. As much as people probably think I'm a movie person, I'm really not that much of a movie person. I kind of like, depending on mood. I mean, there's going to be days where my favorite movie is definitely not Happy Gilmore. It's kind of different at different times, I guess. I'm sure most people are actually that way. Oh,
yeah.
But go on with the one you were talking about. I'm sorry.
Oh, Inside Llewyn Davis. There's something really touching to me about that movie. Possibly because it was a man a little bit before his time. The main character, the titular character, he's basically a Bob Dylan type, but a couple years before Bob Dylan really made it big or came on.
Right.
And so, gosh, the trials that he goes through trying to make it as an artist, and then to see somebody like Dylan come by and really just run the entire,
Yeah.
It's like, geez, man, you kind of got robbed.
I think that a lot of people who are creative probably have that experience to some extent, because a lot of people, I mean, we also live in this era, or I guess technically we could say this era, but it's been a very long era of intellectual property, where that sort of pushes people into thinking that if they come up with an idea and somebody else does that idea, that they're suddenly worthless. Like that somebody else gets popularized off of it and it becomes associated with them. Their work is worthless. And it's really not. I mean, maybe in the market it might be, but that's the problem. Like ultimately, that's really the problem here. Like people all are creative. People love to say that like artists are a special breed, or I've seen certain comedians nowadays act like they have a special, like there's a guy named Bert Kreischer who is not that great of a comedian, but he thinks that there's some kind of artist brain that he has that other people don't have. And he's openly said this, and it sounds so stupid and elitist. I can't believe somebody would say it openly. But there's a certain attitude, but no, like everybody is creative. It's just not everybody is allowed to express it, or given a place to express it, or given the time to develop that expression. It's just
no, that is an essential thing. You know, I frequently quote Frederick Engels, who said that that humans are the only species that forces the environment to serve them. All other species just kind of interact with their environment, but human beings, what labor is, what work is forcing the environment to serve us. And human beings are constantly reinventing our ability to make the environment around us serve us. And that defines humanity. And in Marx's day, he was writing about industrial workers and factories. So that point didn't come up as much. But now in this kind of economy that we're developing, where at this point, creativity is kind of all we've got left. You know, basic labor power is at this point being done by machines. Human innovation and human creativity is the most essential thing, and it is the defining aspect of humanity. I always say, man, human beings, we're very special because ants have been making their ant farms the same way for thousands of years. Beavers have been making their beaver dams the same way for thousands of years. Bees have been making their beehives the same way for thousands of years. But in just a few hundred years, just a few thousand years, human beings have gone from hunter-gatherers in the woods to space travel and iPhones, and that defines humanity. And that's not a bad thing. That's a beautiful thing. Our ability to constantly reinvent our relationship with nature. And nowadays in the gig economy, it's an important thing to be aware of. I talk about why this guy Javier Milei, who's just an awful, awful leader in Argentina. I mean, just totally pro-imperialist, awful. But why did he win the election? Because the left in Argentina is aimed at being labor union adjacent. And a lot of young workers in Argentina are gig economy workers. They have to go out every day and they have to figure out how to get rides as an Uber driver. They have to figure out how to turn over products on Amazon or do whatever. And so they see themselves as small business owners, right? And they see the labor movement and Marxism as part of this this old way of doing things, setting up this bureaucracy that's repressing them. And gig economy workers kind of have to rely on their creativity and their grit in order to get by. They don't know how much money they're going to bring home at the end of the day. And so we need to kind of, we're advocating a rationally organized economy where human labor and human creative power can be unleashed to new bounds. But in the age where you don't have industrial workers on the assembly line being exploited by their industrial capitalist boss, a lot of the Marxist stuff doesn't exactly line up. But what Marx realized about human creativity is very, very important. And Peter's work on artificial intelligence is the way of the future. The idea that we should be afraid of AI or whatever. No, it's coming. The question is, can we get to a society where the fruits of AI are able to be unleashed for the benefit of all, or is AI just going to create extreme poverty? That is the issue. We need a rationally organized economy so AI can just help us build an abundant, beautiful world.
Absolutely. And see, the thing is, we were talking about it earlier. I am thankful to live in capitalism because a lot of amazing things have happened in capitalism. It's just the way that capitalism is organized doesn't allow for those things to reach their full potential with humanity. Like as Caleb has put it many, many times, it's not so much that capitalism is evil or anything like that. It is set up in a manner where it is actually restricting the creativity and the mind power and labor power of the vast majority of people, it's holding us back, as opposed to just like greedily and evilly like stepping on us. I mean, yes, it does step on us, and to people who are stepped on, it of course feels greedy and evil. But it's just the nature of it. Like, you could have the nicest, kindest capitalists, the kindest imperialist billionaires. They could be the nicest people you've ever met in your life, and it doesn't matter. They could be committed to making sure that things like they give money to good causes, and they do everything that they can for the world. It doesn't matter, because it's not their choice how the system works. It doesn't even matter. Like, if I'm sure plenty of them are very greedy assholes. I'm not saying that that's not true, but I am saying that it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. It is the least important aspect of what needs to change.
What do you think, Zach? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'm thinking about the points that you made about creativity and human creativity. Speaking specifically about the arts, being a writer, I think back to pre-capitalist times, feudalism. People in my position wouldn't even know how to read, probably. And so it's something to be thankful for, that I can express myself to a much more full capacity as a writer. And I'm wondering what direction this might take as AI gets off the ground. Now, I'm not the sort of person who's worried about being plagiarized or thinks of AI as plagiarism. That's pretty silly to me, actually. But I do kind of wonder if we are going to lose the ability, if, for example, writers of the next generation are going to be less capable with the words that they can use. And I think that a better rational distribution of the economic output of AI would actually prevent that from happening.
I agree.
I'm kind of skeptical, or I'm a little bit doom and gloom. A little bit. It's just something that concerns me about whether or not we can affect that economic reorganization in time to prevent it from having a major decline. But
no, I agree. But I will also say a lot of the work that I've done on what AI actually is, I do think addresses that to some extent, because I don't think that a serious writer can, or a serious reader for that matter, can take pure AI output seriously. And I don't think it's possible for it to ever get to that point either, because there's something that AI inherently can't have, and that is human experience. It can't live a human life. And that is exactly what makes writing and art something that's worth indulging and spending time on and creating. It's that, you know, when I make something, like, for instance, later we're going to do a preview of one of my band's songs much later in this. I don't know how much later, but later in the stream. And it's an AI generated video. And it's an AI generated video that I think that people are going to be like, that's AI generated. Well, I mean, it's absurdist, so it's obviously AI generated, but also it does go a little bit beyond what I think we're currently seeing, because I've spent ridiculous amounts of time with this technology and learning it. But the reason why it's like that is not because I press a button and I get the thing that I want out of it. You can't do that. It's inherently impossible to do that, because it looks like shit if you don't know how to describe it, and you can't take what it does wrong and think, okay, that's not what I want. How do I avoid getting that? Like, there's so much experience, taste, and sensibilities, things that go into it that a machine can't have, because it can't live a human life. A human life is the center of what all creative work is. And that's not just like with art. When I say creative work, I mean like inventions and like sort of progress for innovations. And we are innovationists. So that's kind of why we care about this kind of stuff. And there's a reason why people are so centered to it, is because our experience is what informs it. Like, we're really regurgitating everything. Like, there's nothing we're not regurgitating. We're regurgitating old artistic tropes. We're regurgitating old archetypes. We're regurgitating old stories, old things that we've seen. It's just that we've also seen other things. That's literally the thing that makes human art matter. We've lived things, we've seen things, and in our heads, the one thing combines with the other thing, and then we go, whoa, that's an interesting way of looking at it. We put it up, and that's original and new. And that's also, to go back to Caleb, what innovationism is about.
Mm-hmm. Well, speaking of great art, we have another prize. The next person who joins the Center for Political Innovation is going to get a very good gift, a very, very good gift. This book, The Case for Communism by William Gallagher, MP. Now, William Gallagher was a member of parliament from Scotland, from the Communist Party of Great Britain. And he wrote this book, The Case for Communism. He published this book in 1935. And this is a first edition of the book. And it can be yours if you become the next member of the Center for Political Innovation. Not only will you get your copy of the Kamala Harris book, but we have this first edition of The Case for Communism, paperback by William Gallagher. So whoever is the next person to join, you will get this rare book. It is yours. So there you go. There you go. Let's see who it will be. I'm sure Peter will let us know who the person who gets the Case for Communism by William Gallagher, who that
we don't have a new member this hour yet. So it's wide open for somebody who wants that book.
Yeah.
Just become a member right now. Go to cpiusa.org/join-CPI, and you will get that book, which is, that's a cool damn book.
Yeah. Well, it's in its plastic casing because it's old. Yeah. This was a member of the Scottish Parliament, William Gallagher, a member of the British Communist Party, published this book in 1935 to explain his beliefs as a member of the Communist Party. It is yours. It is yours. The first person to join, the next person to join gets that book. So there we go. Just wanted to throw that out there. But, Peter, Jack Ma, when I saw him speak, he made a similar point to what you were saying about AI, about how a machine can never have a soul. And it used to be that education was all about training people to be like machines, right? Training people to be robotic, to work in industry. But now education has to be completely the opposite, because the more robotic you are, the less you're going to thrive in a creative-based economy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Jack Ma obviously is very, very different from me personally. But there are a lot of people who are very different from me personally. I'm obviously in advocacy of a very different system, and Jack Ma, to my knowledge, is not. But Ben Affleck, for instance, we brought him up with Good Will Hunting earlier. He actually made an incredibly good case for AI that also makes that point. The same damn point. People who are actually aware of how the technology works are less afraid of it and more concerned about how it's implemented. That's how I see it. And to me, that's also how I took what Zach said. It's important for us to care how it's implemented, because there are very irresponsible ways of implementing it. We've seen, these chatbots, these apps where these people get into relationships with chatbots because the chatbots they're trained in ways. And there's people who have actually done some pretty dire things. There was a suicide a few weeks ago involving one of those. I was on Ted Rall and Manila Chan's program talking about it a few weeks ago. There's a lot of good and a lot of bad, as with any tool. And that's really the thing that people need to understand. Could I go to my neighbor's house with a hammer and break everything in their house? Yes, I absolutely could do that. But that is not the intended use of the hammer. It is not what I'm supposed to do with it. The hammer is, to be frank, the basis of so much good in the world. Like, houses are built with hammers, homes where people live. Tools have good uses and bad uses, and it's important for us to care in that direction. Like I said, I think Zach made a point that was to that extent. I think we need to care about that element of it.
Yeah, and there's MC Hammer. Can't touch this. But yes. Zach, you want to give us any final thoughts, because we have two more guests that are lined up behind you. Is there anything you'd like to share with us before you depart?
Actually, I just kind of want to ask a question of you about that Gallagher book. How would you compare and contrast that to Arpam Dutt, like fascism and social revolution?
Well, this is a very introductory text, right? Fascism and Social Revolution by Arpam Dutt is very much getting into the crisis of overproduction, the need to destroy productive forces, the rise of fascism, what it is. This is very much, simple, like you are a working class person. Why does unemployment exist? We need a rationally organized economy. It's a little bit more 101. I think it's less than 100 pages. It's a short booklet, The Case for Communism. By William Gallagher. And he was, I believe, a representative. There's a lot of miners in Scotland, coal miners, not like underage people, but coal miners.
I mean, there are a lot of underage people in Scotland.
But yeah, there were a lot of miners who were unemployed during the Great Depression. They had the miners' marches where by the thousands they would march down to London to demand jobs. And William Gallagher, he became a member of Parliament, kind of representing the upsurge of miners' struggles, the unemployed struggles. He wrote this book when he was a member of Parliament to explain his beliefs. So yeah, the Dutt book is a little bit more about the mechanics of where fascism comes from, the purpose of it. That's a little bit more. I would compare that this is basically the British version of Towards Soviet America by William C. Foster. If you ever read Towards Soviet America, or you ever read Why Communism by Moishe Olgin, it's very similar, but this is the British version, right? So and that's one thing I like about the communists from the 1930s is they wrote in very plain language, very clear, plain language to explain their ideas. Nowadays, the left, there's this whole thing where you want to be as obfuscating as possible because you want to get your academic, it's all connected to academia, and academia is a place where you get rewarded for how complicated and how much you obfuscate. But these people were handing these books out to random people on the street as leaflets, and they were trying to build a mass movement. So they spoke in a much more popular way, popular style. Yes.
The other thing is there is a need for novelty in academic work, and not just academic work, really. You could even go in terms of the market. You need to have some aspect of novelty, a unique selling point. And that is kind of partly, I think, why that complexity in writing has sort of taken over. Because if you sound like you're the only one who's saying the thing that you're saying, as opposed to being like, well, there's a tradition that goes back about 120-ish years that has said all of these things in certain ways, maybe not about the exact same thing, and maybe not in exactly the same way. Like there are certainly differences between innovationism and the communism of the 1930s. We're like you, I think that you rightly pointed out gig workers. I think that gig workers are extremely important to think about in our considerations. But I mean, we go back and we basically adapt ideas, and we work with what works and what doesn't, and we think about it that way. And it's really about adapting something so that it can be easily understood and spread around today. Whereas with a lot of academic text, it's like, I need to be the only person who says this way. And this is so I get cited for it. And this is so, and nothing against people who are doing their best in academia. There are plenty of good people. I only know a few of them, but it's not like it's the nature of the game. You have to sound a certain way. You have to attempt to be novel. It's unfortunate in my opinion. And again, I think Caleb rightly puts up the URL here. Joining CPI is a very good thing to do. Are we still in the same hour? Are we in a different hour in terms of which book we're giving away now, or no?
Nope. We're 15 minutes out. Okay. But Zach, do you want to give us any final thoughts? If not, we'll bring in our two guests behind you. What do you want to say, Zach?
Oh, final thoughts. Come find me on YouTube or whatever, on Substack rather. Radio Free Pizza.
All right.
Radio Free Pizza. I would highly recommend people check out Radio Free Pizza. There's a lot of good articles, and like you write very, very meticulously, and I enjoy it. I also enjoy. I'm not very good at moving around between different topics without getting super distracted. You write in that direction very well. So I have to
thank you. Oh, you were one of the first people to recommend me, so I really appreciate all your support. Thank you.
Thank you for writing what you write.
And thank you, Zach. And we do appreciate having you come on. Best wishes to you out in Mexico City. All right. Well, we have two CPI members, two current members who are joining. We have Connor and Gavin. Hi, Connor.
Both of which were in the Letter to Trump video. If people were watching earlier, you may recognize both of these faces if you don't already recognize both of these faces.
All right. So, Connor, what, you want to introduce yourself? Say anything?
Sure. Hi, I'm Connor. I'm a relatively new member. I've been pretty active in politics since late teens, early 20s. Started with environmental movement, Native American rights during college. Moved on to Party of Communist USA and U.S. Peace Council for a while, and then when I discovered CPI, they opened my eyes a lot on how impotent the left is in the West and how we need a new change. And so I think I'm one of the rare lefties that got attracted to CPI on this one.
Very good. Gavin, introduce yourself.
Sure. Well, it's good to see everybody. Yes, my name is Gavin. I'm a CPI member, and yeah, let's talk. I'm from the Midwest, the border of Illinois and Iowa.
Very good. Very good. So I guess, Connor, tell us your favorite movie.
Knew that was coming. That's hard to pick like a good movie that's my favorite because I also like bad movies a lot. I do like host bad movie nights sometimes. So.
The Room fan, I assume.
Yes, The Room. I saw that live, or not live, but in a theater where we threw the plastic spoons and everything.
Yeah, nice. Have you heard of Catman Boxer's Blow?
No, that
highly recommend that as a bad movie if you're looking. You can find it for free on YouTube. It is insane, and it has a sequel too called I don't remember what the sequel is, but it's a terrible movie and it is hilarious.
I'm gonna write that down. So my favorite movie in that category right now, I think, is Mortal Kombat Annihilation.
Ooh, yes. No,
I recommend.
That's a good one. I agree.
I've never played the game.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
wow.
have played the game, but that movie is very, very bad and funny.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, no, I remember Mortal Kombat from when I would play the video game at my babysitter's house when I was a kid. My mother was not thrilled, but I had a great time. And there was one of the characters was named Johnny Cage. And then there's the famous experimental composer, John Cage. And so when I learned about John Cage, the famous experimental composer, I would always think, Johnny Cage, finish him. So there you go. There you go.
Piano, but didn't do it.
Yeah, I think he did one that was called like 60 Seconds of Silence or something. And I don't know. He was one of those experimental composers. John Cage. And then there was Johnny Cage from Mortal Kombat. So there you go. Gavin, your favorite movie?
I'm really into documentaries, actually.
Okay.
One of the ones, a recent documentary I really like is Money and American Injustice. Everybody should watch that. That's actually
that's a good one.
Documentary.
It is a good one. That's
I really like, and people will have a knee-jerk reaction to this, The Principle, which is a 2014 Catholic documentary making the case that the Earth is still at the center of the universe. It shows both sides, though. It interviews mainstream astronomers as well. And it was in theaters for a while. It was a whole thing.
Wow.
The guy who made it is a Catholic theologian who went bankrupt making it. So I respect, when people put their effort into it. There's a lot of good documentaries. There's the one with Dan Kovalik is like defending United Steelworkers, in Colombia. There's all kinds of.
That's between Caleb and myself. We're talking about the prizes.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out.
Sorry, I was just confused.
No one has yet claimed the case for communism by William Gallagher.
And I think anybody who joins CPI gets that. The next person.
Well, the next person who joins CPI gets it. Everyone who joins gets a free book. They'll get this hour. But the next person to join gets their own first edition of. I
actually wanted to ask about that William Gallagher. So you compared it to like almost a British equivalent of towards Soviet America. What was William Gallagher like? So he was a member of parliament, but other than that, I really don't know anything about.
Well, I'm actually not as deeply familiar myself. I do know Willie Gallagher. He was a British MP, and he represented Scotland in the parliament, and he came out of the labor movement. He came out of the struggles of miners and others. and Glasgow Trades Council. He was a founding member, leading member of the Communist Party of Britain. He wrote this book when he was a member of Parliament to explain his beliefs. And I guess this book itself was written in 1949, actually after the Second World War. So it's probably closer to Twilight of World Capitalism by William Z. Foster. It was kind of what the Communist Party believes, published in 1949. And it's Willie Gallagher. He went by Willie. Willie was his name. Maybe
that's a Scottish thing right there.
Yeah, well, that makes me think of The Simpsons, right? Willie. This is Willie Gallagher. So I have always been a fan
of Will Smith, Big Willie.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of a Scottish socialist agitator named Tommy Sheridan. That guy can preach and orate like you wouldn't believe. And so, there is a particular agitational style that Scottish labor organizers have. So I can imagine Willie Gallagher probably sounded that way. I wonder if there's any video of him.
Willie Gallagher going down to the town square. He's going to go down there. He's going to say all of his shtick. He's going to say, hold up the big red flag. He's going to do a lot of stuff.
Right.
Is George Galloway a good representative of that style?
Well, that's a good question. I think so. I know George Galloway is Scottish by heritage, but he was but he represents London in the Parliament, right? He represents a district in London.
Yeah, I think he used to represent a district in Scotland way back, and he definitely identifies as British and super against Scottish nationalism.
Well, right, and that is a fair debate. The Scottish independence question in 2014, I was super excited about Scottish independence because I thought it was presented as an anti-austerity movement. But then now at this point, it is completely wokeified. It is break away from the UK so you can stay part of the European Union. It's cancel culture. It's awful. It really has deteriorated. So some people think that it changed its character at some point. It was originally an anti-austerity thing, and then it became this like Britain is conservative is basically their message now. Break away from Britain because it's too conservative. Peter, you've actually been over to Scotland quite a bit. I forgot about that family connections and stuff. What's your take on it?
Married to a Scottish person. It's a great country. It's a very nice place. I like it a lot. Representation matters. Representation matters. That's what they sound like now.
No, I meant on terms of like the Scottish independence debate and all of that. Like,
I am very similar to you. I supported it at the very start, but as it continued on, it really just kind of like I do think that a lot of the people that supported it in the beginning moved on to be Brexit supporters, which are obviously that's kind of the opposite of Scottish nationalism. It's kind of I know my ex-wife's dad went from Scottish independence to Brexit, which is obviously Brexit is very much it's a keep Scotland a part of it, and then we separate from it's almost opposing sides. I don't know if it's entirely opposing sides, but it's very close. Like they map onto conservative and progressive. I don't really like that because it's a lot more complex than that. If you talk to people from Scotland, the conservatives all believe in like nationalizing basically everything. So it's very different there than here. But same time, it's like I think that it's the position you hold is probably about the standard position with a lot of the working class of Scotland. It's not as well liked as it was when it started. And it's in part, I mean, that's not to say it hasn't done any good for Scotland. Like, for instance, it maintained the Scottish NHS, the fact that they'll pay for prescription drugs. That was something the Scottish Nationalist Party continued that the British version did not. Also, they maintain the free public universities that the British state does not automatically maintain. So there's good things about it. It's just there are also not good things about it. Like the whole wokeification of it rubs everybody. Like the fact that they don't understand, like the people who are woke and on all of this, the fact that they can't see that the entire world is nothing like them. Like they don't like that. They don't want that. And the thing is I'm not a person who thinks that woke and certain people's identities. I don't think that these things are actually mutually or not mutual. I think they're mutually not. I'm not saying the right word. They're not the same thing. Like you don't have to be woke to support people's rights as an identity. In fact, I would argue that you're a more serious supporter of people's rights if you are not woke, because woke, as I go into in this book, I believe ultimately harms those people. It ultimately treats them like children and restricts their development as human beings. I think that it's important to make those distinctions. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, everybody I know in Scotland basically holds pretty much the same opinion on Scottish nationalism as you, which as an American, that's, pretty keyed in, I would say.
Well,
it's fascinating. Sorry.
Go ahead.
It's fascinating how people are doubling down on wokeism after the United States election.
Yeah, it's very weird. It's very weird, especially like you look at it and a lot of mainstream society now is acting like woke never even existed. And like you see these woke people on Twitter now trying to push it. And it's like, this feels so weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, totally. What do you think, Geoff?
Well, I've never been impressed by the woke movement. I think it's, it basically took over the part of the Democratic Party that the neocons had not taken over yet.
Right.
Leaving nothing. So that's my concise evaluation of that.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong.
One of the things I noticed about woke opposition to Brexit is like the Scottish left and all the other like pro-European Union forces back when Brexit was still a raging debate, because you guys were just talking about that, is that they would frame it as this like left versus right thing and this progressive versus conservative thing, when especially in our shores in the United States. But in reality, in Britain, there were tons of leftist organizations that were, and labor unions, and even like ethnic Indian and Pakistani organizations that were for independence from the EU. But if you were reading American newspapers, you would think that Brexit was this like white nationalist movement or something.
Exactly.
It was just completely contrary to reality.
Yeah.
And not to say that we should even have like think of ourselves as the left anyway, but that's just a thing to know.
Yeah, no, that seemed to be a really defining aspect of wokeism. Is it's not about what's right or wrong. It's not about what's true or false. It's about, do you sound like someone from the other team? And even if you're saying something completely different than the other team says, if it sounds like something from the other team, it's therefore false, and you're a bad person for believing it. And it's just like,
And when you say something that doesn't sound like my team, that means you sound like the other team.
Yeah,
even if they don't recognize the thing you're saying, it sounds like the other team.
Right, and it's just like, I mean, there's a list of things that that one can believe, and the phrase "that's right wing" is the response and the rebuttal to it. And it's like, wait, is it true or false? Is it inaccurate? Is it incorrect? And it's like, no, you sound like a right winger, and it's kind of that, mainstream media has created this Trump derangement syndrome, and it's just like, through that, it's like, if we can link anything you say to Trump, therefore, then you're right wing. I mean, it's just like, this is the kind of thought stopping they've developed, where it's like, you're on our team or you're on the other team, and if you say something that sounds like the other team, you're no good. And that in and of itself can be an argument. And it's certainly frustrating. It's certainly frustrating to watch. And there's plenty of, and it actually kind of reminds me, this is what the right did for years with communism. Right. I mean, that was the argument was, oh, that sounds too much like communism. That sounds, oh, you want free healthcare. Well, what next thing you know, we're going to nationalize all the means of production. We can't do that. That's like saying people have guaranteed jobs, and that was the McCarthyite mindset, is like the right wing's response to anything progressive was, well, that sounds like communism. And that's kind of what we're with now with the so-called left. So there you go.
I mean, it's all very much It's not even necessarily if it, like I said, if it sounds like, it's just if it doesn't sound like me. Like, but I think one of the cruxes of how that even works is that a lot of conservatives do have like a correct assessment as to what a problem is. It's just that they have a very internal system-centric way of fixing it. And it's just that the left and right ultimately are two different, and not particularly different, but somewhat different views of how the establishment should be run and how the populace should be managed. That's really, I mean, we're going to talk more about this later, but horseshoe theory is right, but not how you think. My book and my doc go into kind of how this is, and this is, I think, why there's such a realignment going on, is because ultimately these two sides have very much, like the neocons and the neoliberals, as much as they claim that they have this very, very different worldview, we're diametrically opposed, you can't be one and the other. They're not. I mean, people like to say, oh, horseshoe theory is just a way of being right wing, and centrism is just a way of being right wing. But there's a reason why all of these apolitical people are apolitical. It's not because they don't believe anything. It's because they see both of these sides just spinning their wheels. It's not really a thing where they're that particularly different. They might say different sounding things and they might support different groups, but at their core, they're not looking to fix anything. They're looking to prolong everything.
As one of our CPI members, Robert Lawrence, pointed out, educated people in the left and right, but especially the left, they will be very dismissive toward this idea that they call a low information idea, that both sides are bad and that they're all crooks anyway. But you know what? That's actually closer to the truth, because they are all crooks.
Absolutely.
Anyway, you know?
Yeah. Both sides are bad, and I say that completely unironically.
Well, let me just cut in here because we are now entering our third hour. So we're changing the book that you will get when you join CPI. When you join CPI this hour, everyone who joins this hour will get a copy of We Are City Builders, the Center for Political Innovation Educational Manual. That's the book you'll get this hour. And we're still waiting for someone to get a copy of The Case for Communism by William Gallagher. So the next person to join also gets this special prize. That's for the next person who becomes a member. So this hour, the gift is We Are City Builders. That's the book you get, and the next person who joins gets this one. So there we go. Yeah. So please sign up and become a member of CPI today. We do need people to sign up and become members. But I didn't want to interrupt this important conversation. It's very much related to the Peter Coffin documentary, about the horseshoe theory, and why left and right are just not true concepts. One point that I made in the recent little pamphlet I wrote about why we're innovationists is that working class politics, socialism. Yes, you do. You rejoin, you get a book. That's the way it works. Everyone who joins this hour gets a book. That is the way it works. And the next person to join gets this book as well. We'll be very clear about that. Everyone who joins this hour gets We Are City Builders. And the next person to sign up, they get The Case for Communism by William Gallagher as a special prize. So yes, just want to be clear, Funky, just so you know what's happening there. But one of the points that I made was that that anti-imperialist politics, socialism, has no loyalty to the imperialist left. During the early 1930s, Stalin and the Communist Party made clear their main enemy was social democracy, and that they said that the Social Democrats, they called them social fascists, and they at the same time, Stalin invited a lot of right-wing industrialists to the Soviet Union. Henry Ford, General Electric, the Koch brothers' father, Fred Koch, and the communist parties around the world focused on opposing the Social Democrats, and they were then courting the kind of lower-level industrialists to be allies of the Soviet Union. But then, with the rise of fascism, they flipped, right? And then during the late 1930s, starting with the Seventh World Congress in 1935, they started aligning themselves with Social Democrats against the conservative forces that were aligned with fascism. And it was based on what was correct at the time. And that was the point. It wasn't about, just whichever side is closer to what you believe. No, it's just tactically that made sense. During the early 30s, when the economy had crashed, when workers were in a fighting mood, social democrats were trying to co-opt the movements demanding jobs and education and co-opt that to oppose the Soviet Union. So they had to be the main opposition. And the Soviet Union needed to trade. It was barricaded and it was isolated, and it needed industrialists to come in there and help them set up their industries. So aligning with the right against the left made sense. Then with the rise of fascism, aligning with the social democrats who opposed fascism also, and opposing the right that was becoming fascistic made sense. It just depends on the circumstances. There's no set rule that we must always be loyal to the left. And that's a point that has been kind of forgotten, that it's about what is in our best interest at any given situation, at any given time. And that has really been lost. So there you go. Anyone else want to comment on that? Yes.
Yeah. To me, that specific point ties right back into the whole, if you sound like the other side, you must be them thing. Because I don't care if a left person or a right person says something. Is it true? Like, I will happily align with the left on Palestine, for instance. They are objectively correct about that. They are the non-anti-Semitic, pro-Palestine side, anti-imperialist side. Now, do they act in a manner that is going to accomplish anything along those lines? That is debatable, but they're correct. Like, they're correct about that. I'm happy to align with them on that, but they are not correct about everything. They are not willing to say what is real about everything. They're willing to say their opinion and claim it as real. And I will not do that. Like, I will intentionally, if it involves fighting what is real, like when all of these outlets and things say something that's objectively untrue about Donald Trump, for instance, like the whole bloodbath comment, or this Liz Cheney thing where he was talking about, let's see her on the battlefield with all the guns pointed at her. That is an anti-war point that has been stated a million bazillion times by left activists since the 60s. What if the politicians were on the battlefield? That's why we have wars, because they're immune from going there. I will defend Donald Trump on those points because they are objectively lying about what he is saying. Does that mean I agree with Donald Trump? No, it means I agree with what is real. I don't care what is ideologically the point of a statement. I care what the statement is. I care what the objective conditions are. I don't lie. Like, they lie about the economy being good. It's not. Tons and tons. 50%. I saw a study the other day. 50% of Americans who pay rent can't make rent on a monthly basis. Half of the renters in America can't make rent. That is not a good economy. I'm sorry, you can't claim that.
Well, I do have an announcement to make. Someone has joined CPI, and so they get this William Gallagher book. His first name is Bill, and he has rejoined this hour. So not only will he get We Are City Builders, but he'll also be getting this William Gallagher book. So there you go. Congratulations to Bill. He just texted me letting me know he has signed up. So congratulations, Bill. We have your address, and you'll be getting both of these in the mail soon. So thank you. Thank you very much.
You before it even came through in the interface. It's now on here. So yes. Good on you, Bill. Thank you a ton for that.
Yes. Bill Preston. Bill Preston. He said I can mention his last name. He just texted me. So,
okay.
Bill Preston. Thank you, Bill. We are really glad you joined, and happy to send this in the mail to you. William Gallagher classic. Funky says, "Damn you, Bill."
Well, there will be another prize.
There will be another prize
right now, man. Bill S. Preston, Theodore Logan, Spock the Rock, Doc Ock, and Hulk Hogan. They all came out of nowhere and joined CPI.
What is the next prize, by the way, Caleb? Since we're at that point.
A good question. I don't know if I should do another book or what. I do have, so since we're kind of on a book kick, maybe we should do books. You know, should we do? All right. So the Communist Party of the United States, they had an academic journal back in the day called Science and Society. So I have three issues of Science and Society. You know, the Communist Party's academic journal. One is from 1951, right? This is some old stuff. One is from 1964, and one is from 1961. So the next person who joins CPI will get these 3 issues of Science and Society, the Communist Party's academic journal from the post-World War II years, 1951, 1961, 1964.
Man,
so there you go.
That's awesome.
It is a crying shame that I am a member of CPI.
I'm jealous.
Like that.
You just
there
like
you
might
go.
have to quit for a few moments just to get in on this.
Yeah.
There
Well, I
you
don't
go.
think I can. I technically am a part owner of the
Yeah.
entity that
I was
that
just
we're
kidding.
formalized through.
Yeah, no, I went through, I have a lot of old communist books and pamphlets and stuff, and I'm keeping most of them, but I thought, what can I afford to get rid of? And so the Gallagher book was the first one, Science and Society, but we got some other stuff too, t-shirts, buttons, all kinds of paraphernalia. Yeah, the next person to become a member this hour, or the next person to become a member gets Science and Society.
Let's talk about why membership's important too. So people, do you want to do it or you want me to?
Go ahead. Or
Okay.
one of our other 3 people can do it as well if they want. But
Anybody else want to talk
do you want to
about
chime
why-
in on why people should join, or shall we hand this to Peter?
Yeah, I can say a little bit about that.
Go ahead.
I probably
Excellent.
joined about 2 years ago after reading and listening to Caleb's videos for maybe a year before that. And I am impressed by the lack of rhetoric, the lack of ideological purity. And I learned a lot. So I think everybody who reads and understands English should join CPI, because you'll learn a lot about what's actually going on in the world. It will not be tainted by the desire to support a given faction or party. And it's just a good deal. They learn a lot, and they put on good meetings.
Yes, we do have a meeting every Saturday, a general membership meeting that's open to all members. And Geoff Young is there every Saturday, engaging with us and updating us on his activities. And we have meetups around the country. We have local innovation circles in different places. It's really a great opportunity to be part of the CPI community, to help us do what we are doing. And we are constantly organizing and running different projects in different parts of the country. Go ahead, Peter. Go ahead.
I was going to say, and it's not possible to do that without members. Like, our
Right.
members are the reason why that happens. Like, not just for the dues, but also because our members are there. Like, we need the people there. We love seeing everybody. We love talking to everybody. We love, like, for instance, this last workshop in Chicago we did in October. First off, we were not taking membership dues, and you paid for that out of pocket, Caleb. So that was, I mean, that's not a sustainable thing. We do need people to be members, to be paying dues for us to be able to do those things on an ongoing basis. But beyond that, just having everybody there and seeing everybody, we did a talent show where we had people playing guitar and reading poems, and we just had a lot of discussions. And aside from the very valuable classes that you put on, and not to toot my own horn, I put a pretty decent one on as well about
fandom. Yeah.
But we can't do that stuff without like, it's not like we just like gather in some random place. We have to rent a place to do it at. We have to print up materials. We don't just like, we bring a bunch of books that we sell and in some cases give away, but we also print up materials that are specific to the meeting. We give away folders that sort of they contain information as well as have our participation stuff for the I mean, it takes a lot to put one of these things on. It's a lot of coordination. we'd like to expand on outreach as well, so that we can be getting more new people into these retreats. And that isn't something that is free either. That takes people's time. It can take transportation. It obviously takes materials, because we hand out a lot of pamphlets and booklets. And it's stuff that we can't do without our members, both from a monetary perspective and from just a people power and, frankly, community perspective. We're very thankful for our members, and we absolutely need people to sign up as new members or rejoin as old members, reformalize their membership, come back in, pay dues, because it is not cheap to put on even one conference, and we are not even close to done with conferences at this point. July is going to be a really big one, and everybody who can help contribute to that on any level, whether it's the dues, coming into the meetings, we take ideas, we take feedback, we work a lot.
Connor, before you go, sorry to cut you off there, Peter, but Connor has to leave. But before Connor leaves, Connor, do you know any communist jokes?
Oh, man. Pretty much my favorite one is whenever you say, I'm going to do this, and everybody says, no, we do this. You know, like if a dog is next to you and you're eating your hot dog, no, the dog's like, no, it's our hot dog.
Oh, okay.
And you'll see like a hammer and sickle behind the meme on the last panel there.
Well, there you go. Right. Well, I don't know. I'll tell an old communist joke that I heard, and this was from the McCarthy years. And it goes like this. There's a boss, and the FBI comes to him and they says, some of the people who work at your company are communists. And he's like, okay, well, he lines up 3 of his employees. He says, I heard that there's some communists who work at this company. And he says to the first guy, he says, are you a communist? And the guy says, yes. He says, you're fired. Next guy, he says, are you a communist? And he says, yes. He says, you're fired. And then goes to the next guy and he says, are you a communist? And he says, no, boss, I'm very, very anti-communist. And he says, you're fired. He says, but I'm anti-communist. He says, I don't care what kind of communist you are, but there you go. That's an old communist joke. So I thought that might be a little bit of a change of pace. Does anyone else know any other communist jokes off the top of their head?
I just made one up. Why'd the communist chicken cross the road?
Why?
I don't know. It's the same over there as it is over here.
Oh, just FYI, it appears that that Funky has joined. So Funky joined. Are you getting the membership updates, Peter? Are they coming through for you?
I am, but I have to check them every.
Oh, that's the trick. So Funky, you get 3 copies of Science and Society. And these are yours, along with the We Are City Builders manual. I'm sure you can get me the address to send it to. Welcome back to CPI. You've always been a member, but welcome to the membership dues. And we're very happy to have you. And we will be getting these in the mail to you soon. Thank you, Funky, for your hard work. And I look forward to giving you these magazines from Science and Society. That's great. That's excellent.
Yeah, you are now the subject of my envy, sir.
Yes, there you go.
I would very much like those. I may have to try to find another copy of those somewhere.
Very good. Well, while I get up another prize, does anyone else know any other communist jokes?
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Armenian radio jokes were in the question-answer format. And there's one that's coming to mind that goes, does the Soviet Union have free speech like in the United States? Answer, in principle, yes. For example, in the United States, you can go up near the White House and say, down with Reagan, and you will not be punished. Similarly, in the Soviet Union, you can go to Red Square and say, down with Reagan, and you will not be punished.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Nice. I like that. That's good.
Jeff, you got a communist joke for us?
Well, it's kind of similar to the last one, but let me see now. Someone who lived in the Soviet Union both before and after 1991 was asked, what did you think about all that Soviet propaganda that you were subjected to all those years? And the person said, well, I learned that everything that that Pravda and Izvestia said about the West, the United States, was true, and everything they said about the Soviet Union was false.
Well, there you go.
That one's more like, it's the same joke, but it's more about the mechanics as it is about the specific words. I like that.
Yeah. Well, here's one that I heard. This one is about Trotskyism. So the story goes that there's a very fancy party happening in New York City, and there's some very wealthy kind of intellectuals are at this party, and there's a guy there who's smiling. He's got a big smile on his face. This very wealthy woman goes up to him and she says, "Hey, why are you so happy?" He says, "Well," he says, "I've just published my new book about communism." And she said, "Oh, wow, you published a whole new book about communism? That's great." And he says, "Absolutely, absolutely." She says, "So you're in the Communist Party?" And he says, "No, no, no, no. I'm much more radical than the Communist Party. So much more radical than the Communist Party. Though the Communist Party is nowhere near as revolutionary as I am." And she says, "Really? That's wild." He says, yes, my ideas are so much more revolutionary than any communist country, any communist government around the world. I am the true communist." And she says, wow. And she said, "Did you have any trouble getting your book published? Because it's so radical, and it's so much more radical than the Communist Party, so much more radical than any of the communist governments, and it's very extreme." And he says, "Yeah." He says, "My book, believe it or not, my book is so radical, the CIA agreed to print it." So so there's that one. I got a couple more.
I don't know why anybody would ever pick Trotsky.
But, well, there you go.
The left is obsessed with people who lost.
Yeah, well, if you lose,
somebody kills you, and you know what? When there is they love Che Guevara but hate Fidel Castro, even though they worked side by side on the same campaign. They love Rosa Luxemburg. They love Lenin but hate Stalin, even though Stalin brought Lenin's ideas to fruition. There are so many examples of this. Some of them even love Mao but hate Deng. But that's more of an ultra leftist thing. But there are some liberals like that. But the point is, you're nobody till somebody kills you. They love people who died and failed. The left glorifies failure.
Yeah,
I like people who weren't captured.
Yeah. There you go.
I like the winning side. Thank you.
At the time, I defended that at the time. I said that Trump, even though you could say he did it for the wrong reasons, I said that Trump, taking down the, lowering, having a low opinion of veterans was good because it wasn't ultra patriotic when it comes to military stuff. I get that he wasn't dissing John McCain for the right reasons exactly, but to see John McCain insulted, I actually thought was a good thing. Maybe that's edgy.
Geoff seems to agree.
Yeah,
I'm glad.
See, the thing for me with that, I agree with. I don't think that it's wrong to dress John McCain down, even if it's contextually if it were another veteran, I wouldn't necessarily like that thing said. But John McCain is a piece of shit. So to me, it's kind of more of a humorous statement that may not necessarily be true across the board. But it's funny to call John McCain a loser.
Well, I thought it was weird. Right before John McCain died, he wrote this weird article in the Wall Street Journal about a Spanish Civil War communist who he admired. Did you see that? It was this weird article about some communist American who volunteered to fight in the Spanish Civil War, who he admired as a figure from military history. And he wrote this this essay. I thought that was interesting. But while we're on the topic of jokes, while we're doing communist jokes, I've got another one. There's two people talking, and they say, my cousin, who's a communist from England, they didn't let him enter the United States. And they said, "Oh, why not?" Well, as he was coming into the country, U.S. Customs had a list of questions to ask him. And they said, okay. And they asked him, "Would you like to overthrow the government by force or violence?" And he said, "I'll go with violence." Yeah, so they didn't let him into the country, believe it or not. So there you go. There you go.
It's a good one.
What do you call a communist sharpshooter?
What?
A marksman.
Oh, a marksman. There you go.
It's a groaner. It's a dad joke.
Good.
Yeah.
No, I like a dad joke. I believe it or not, I prefer dad jokes to like the worse a joke is, the better the joke is, actually.
Indeed.
Yeah, people used to say, like, I heard someone say puns are the lowest form of humor. Like, I disagree. I think that if it's so sophisticated that you have to explain it, there's something wrong with it.
Yeah, I agree.
Very good. Very good. Well, listen, does anyone else have any more communist jokes? If not, we're going to put on a video. We'll have a brief we'll just have a brief video that goes on, and then we'll be back. People are welcome to join the stream and stuff. Do you have something, Geoff? You look like you had something. Nope. Okay, Peter?
3 communists walk into a bar. One says, "Well, I don't have a joke. I was just making a joke about."
Oh, okay. I expected you to say, and one of them ducked. The next one ducked, but there you go. Right.
No, it was a joke about not having a joke.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. All right. Well, on that note, we're going to put a video on briefly. I'm going to refill my unnamed diet beverage, and then we'll bring more people on. Folks are welcome to join the stream. Guests are always welcome. There's somebody in the studio now, but they need to turn their camera on before we bring them on. Learner, curious, you need to turn your camera on so we can bring you on. But yes, you're welcome to join the stream. We have the stream link. I am going to put our storm video, kind of a CPI compilation video I did recently called about the storm is coming. Are you ready for the coming storm? So we'll put that on
really quick. Before we do that, if you want to join the coming storm, you should go to cpiusa.org/join-CPI right now. There are prizes involved for people. What is the prize right now? What is the prize right now?
Oh, well, should I unveil it? I was going to do it after we showed the video, but maybe we should do it beforehand.
All right. We should do it before, because if anybody's feeling particularly inspired during this video, they should join.
All right. So this is previously unopened. I am opening this for the first time. But years ago, I went to Brazil. That's where I gave the speech I gave, Oil and the Capitalist Crisis, right? And when I went there, the Trade Union Center of Brazil, they gave me a number of things, which I still have, a nice backpack and all that. But they gave me a T-shirt for the Trade Union Center of Brazil, which is an NGO, an anti-imperialist NGO that does work among trade unionists in Brazil. So I just opened it out of the packaging. Here, I'll put myself on the center here. You will get this lovely Trade Union Center CSB, right, T-shirt from the Trade Union Center of Brazil. The what is it? It's the Central dos Sindicatos Brasileiros, the Trade Union Center of Brazil T-shirt. This is an NGO in Brazil. It's anti-imperialist and a lot of connections with Russia and other things in Brazil, and they do anti-imperialist work. And you will get a brand new T-shirt for the Trade Union Center of Brazil if you join. So I'm sure I'm going to put the video on now. Join the Center for Political Innovation to get the shirt. Join the stream. We'd love to have you. And we're going to put this video on. So yeah. I will put the join link and we'll put the video on. We'll have like a 5-minute break while we show the video. And then when I come back, the first person to have joined during the break will get that T-shirt. So let's go.
More infrastructure. We need to build up our country. No degrowth. No war in Ukraine. We need to stop all movements toward nuclear war. For my kids, for your kids, for all children in this whole planet. They want to send 17 and 18-year-old boys and girls from rural America to go die in a war for Taiwan. Taiwan's a long ways away.
I refer to yet another story. And this is a story that any of us who grew up in the Christian tradition or the Jewish tradition or the Islamic tradition probably had hammered into our heads when we were kids. And the story is about a man named Noah.
To the movies, and I go downtown.
Did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Houthi three and opposed to what the FBI was doing.
And the story is that Noah got a message from God that a giant storm was going to come. That storm would be so massive that it would lead to flooding. And so Noah heard this message about a flood, and he started building an ark, started building a ship so that his family and his people would be safe when the flood came.
And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need.
She also has some connections to the Center for Political Innovation, which is a very pro-Russian outfit run by a man called Caleb Maupin.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need.
Support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy. No more money for rich men's wars.
Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. Peace with Russia. Peace with China. We need to reinvest in the United States. We need to stop bailing out these speculators on Wall Street and these creeps who keep sending us to war.
He got this message, and despite the fact that nobody agreed with him, despite the fact that everyone wasn't going along with him, he started building that ark.
With Russia, peace with China, peace 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 with Russia.
Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
He wrote it in 1927. This is what he wrote. In a very short time, in China's central and southern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a mighty storm, like a hurricane, a force so swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to hold it back.
They are more concerned about enabling Israel to kill Palestinians than they are in making sure that Americans have hospitals to go to when they're sick or have paved roads. You want American boys to fight and die? For what? In China? In Taiwan? No. Let's fix our government right here at home to provide for working people.
I went to cover Bernie rallies, talked to Bernie supporters. I talked to Trump supporters at Trump rallies, and I saw the economy, and I saw the stock market, and I saw the suffering. And I said, God damn it, if no one else is going to build a ship, I need to. Alrighty. Well, we are back. And that was, we are in our third hour. Right now, everyone who joins CPI this hour gets a free copy of We Are City Builders, our book. You go to cpiusa.org, hit join. And on top of that, we said that the next person to join would get a CSB, Trade Union Center of Brazil t-shirt, a brand new one that just came out of the packaging. Has anyone joined, Peter? Do we have a new member?
I am actually just updating it and not yet.
All right. All right.
Well, keep in mind, anybody who joins right now, not only are you helping us out a lot, but you get a pretty damn cool t-shirt.
Yes.
That shirt is not, well, I guess it's a polo technically, but I mean, that's got an embroidered, what is it? What is the Spanish?
It says it's in Portuguese actually, because there's
Portuguese.
Yeah, but it says the Central dos Sindicatos Brasileiros, and that's the labor organization that invited me there to give a speech about oil price manipulation, oil and the capitalist crisis, which was one of my more appreciated speeches that we put online. I think it was people in your Discord community, Peter, that eventually cut it, cut out the translation so it could be to the point. It was in 2016, I gave that presentation before a few thousand oil workers. I was invited as a speaker. It was a great honor. It was the only time I've ever been to Brazil. It was to the capital of Brazil, Brasilia. And it was very, very cool. So there you go. There you go. Yeah. So yeah, the next person to sign up gets that t-shirt as well as their own copy of We Are City Builders, the CPI educational manual. So there we go. There we go.
Looks like a handsome hardcover copy, no less.
Yeah. There you go. Very good. Very good. So, I was thinking about different things we could talk about on here.
I have something.
Go ahead. I
was thinking of talking a little bit about the political situation in Kentucky.
Go ahead.
So let's go. You have a party there now.
That's right. It's called the Kentucky Party. It's brand new, 2024.
Wow.
A friend of mine thought of the name. And
where did he get that name from?
He came up with it. He was born in Winchester, Clark County, Kentucky. Grew up there, worked various jobs all around the country, and then moved back to Kentucky, to his home county.
It's interesting to me that more people don't do that. Name a party after the place that it is from. It just it seems like it's such a simple thing, but it's a party is supposed to represent the people that vote for it. And how better can you say we're trying to represent you than in Kentucky starting the Kentucky Party?
Well, I thought it was brilliant. So we got so earlier this year, we're trying to figure out how this new party could get ballot access. And to get ballot access in Kentucky, you have to run a candidate for president. They don't have to be from Kentucky. They can be from anywhere. And that candidate, if that candidate gets 2% or more of the Kentucky voters in the general election, this year was November 2024, they don't have to get 400 or 5,000 signatures on petitions to run for the next 4 years. They're in. They're just the Democrats, the Republicans have to get only 2 signatures. So we wanted ballot access, and we contacted the Green Party, the Jill Stein campaign, and she came to Kentucky twice in the spring and summer. And so my friend, his name is Jeff Sebesta, pitched to her campaign and to her personally, if you will run under the banner of the Kentucky Party here, we'll get the minimum was 5,000. We'll get at least 6,000 signatures, get you on the ballot. And she agreed, and it happened. And a bunch of people got the signatures. And so she and Butch Ware for vice president were on every ballot in Kentucky on November 5th. But she didn't get close to the 2%. So we still have, for the next 4 years, we're going to have to get zillions of signatures. We want to run for, have candidates, Kentucky Party members run for as many offices in Kentucky as we possibly can. And the 3 pillars of the party are anti-war, wipe out corruption, which is a very big problem in every single state and at the national level, and focus on Kentucky. So we're having our founding convention 2 days from now in Richmond, Kentucky, not too far from Lexington, at the Madison County Public Library. And we're going to have voter registration cards there. Everybody who comes can choose whether or not they want to become a member. And if they become a member, they can elect the first executive committee. So that's all exciting. In general, the Kentucky Democratic Party, KDP, and the Republican Party of Kentucky, RPK, are 100% corrupt. They rig every single primary that they feel is important, so they'll rig every Democratic and every Republican primary for governor or, U.S. House, U.S. Senate, in favor of the insiders. And they've been doing that, for probably more than a century. Century and a half, despite the fact that primaries came into being around the year 1900, and they're supposed to be decided by the voters of that party. We have closed primaries in Kentucky, a lot of states do. So they just act like that the primaries never happened, and that they deserve, because of all the money they've contributed to their party and all the work they've put in, they think that they still have the right to meet in a smoke-filled back room and decide who the nominees will be. And that is election fraud, and it's routine. And another aspect of corruption in Kentucky is that all the judges agree with them. No Kentucky judge that I'm aware of cares whether the 2 big parties rig their own primaries or not. So I've sued the Kentucky Democratic Party, I don't know, 12 times. And the judges always throw it out because I shouldn't be allowed to sue them. I'm suing the wrong people. I sued the Republican Party of Kentucky a couple times. Same thing. Doesn't matter what party the judge is. They don't care. They're there to protect the establishment and the corrupt system.
And that is right here. That ties right into what this has been talking. I mean, you and I have talked about this before, but this book right here, it's the adaptation of my documentary, Horseshoe Theory is Right. These things, it doesn't matter about the party. Like you just said, it doesn't matter what party that the person is, the judge is. They're not there necessarily because they want their, I mean, I'm sure in internal matters, they would care about which party that they are. But in terms of this, it's just that you are a challenger, that you are a disruptor, and that's the problem that they have with you. That's it. That's all it is.
Right.
It's because you are saying that this system should work differently, and that is a problem.
I'm saying it should work according to the Constitution and the law, and they just can't stand that.
It's so weird. It's I mean, and with the Democrats, it's particularly bad because it's in the name of their party. They're supposed to be Democratic. So I mean, people have realized that they're not. Like, that's the whole reason why Kamala Harris lost. She didn't have a primary. She didn't have anybody who voted for her in the primary she took a participation in. She had to drop out because she had no support whatsoever and was going to lose in an embarrassing loss in Iowa, and dropped out before there was a single vote cast. And when people see her as the vice president and then the presidential candidate for no reason other than they decided, it says to them, this is fake. It's phony. This isn't democracy. This is a bureaucracy, as they've been saying a lot lately. And that's 100% true. And you're going up against it in Kentucky specifically. And you know, I can't, obviously we all have respect for you at CPI for what you do. We love hearing about it every week.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. We do love the work that you're doing, Geoff. We really do appreciate it. I do want to let people know that they can join the stream at any time. You can hop on. Geoff, myself, and Peter are here, but the link is open. There's somebody who's been waiting, but you need to turn your webcam on so you know who you are. That is one requirement we do have as kind of a security concern. We do need to be able to see your face. That is one thing. So Learner Curious 1, you've been waiting in the chat. Just turn your webcam on so we can see your face. Then we'll happily bring you on. You know, we will mention that, you know, though the next person who joins will get this CSV t-shirt for the Trade Union Center of Brazil. And every person who joins this hour does get a copy of We Are City Builders. So
we got 15 minutes. And also, just to say, it's 15 minutes left in this hour to get We Are City Builders as part of your membership. We are doing a new book in the following hour. So anybody who's thinking about it, wants that shirt and wants We Are City Builders, now's the time to do it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know, I'm enjoying this. We're in our third hour. So we're not even halfway done. But I know there's a lot of people who want to join and who are going to join today, but we're just gonna keep going through all of this. And yeah, a lot of different things we can talk about. I wondered if now might be a good time. What do you think, Peter? Should we show the video from one of our members named Noah telling why he joined CPI?
Absolutely. No, I'm interested. I haven't seen it yet, so I'm very interested in what he has to say. So
yeah, well, you know, Noah is our member from Boston, and he's been very active in our work. He launched the Peace MAGA with us. He's been with CPI for a long time, you know, involved in building our conferences. He actually went to the World Youth Festival and spoke with the Russian President Putin during the Q&A session.
Noah's a straight baller. That's what Noah is.
Absolutely. Noah is very, very awesome in so many ways. And so I guess we will put on right now, if I can just pull up the file here, we will put on his why I joined CPI video from Noah. I just have to find it here. You know, I hate that when I have so many documents on my desktop, I don't remember what I called them. You remember that? So I just have to figure out what I called it so I can bring the file on, because I have many files on my desktop. But yes, we will. Let me just pull up Noah's video. Yeah. Okay. Very good. All right. Let me see if I can just pull Noah's video. Oh, here we go. Here's Noah.
Hey everyone, it's Noah, and I guess this is my appeal to you to join CPI today on Black Friday, or whenever you end up seeing this. I wanted to talk a little bit about why I joined CPI and what it's done for me. So I guess we can roll back the clock to when I joined. So at the point when I began to consider joining CPI, you know, I had been watching online from a distance for some time. And at that point in my life, I'll be honest, I was quite miserable. You know, I had just dropped out of school because I could no longer afford to go. I had to move back in with my parents. I was sleeping on a couch. I was, you know, working a job that I hated, that afforded me no freedom. And I was about, you know, I'm 5'7", I was 300 pounds. I was quite overweight. And, I was interested in changing the world. I had been interested in politics since I was very young. But it didn't really seem like something that I felt I was capable of doing. And what changed that for me was two things. On the one hand, around that time, I read Huey P. Newton's autobiography called Revolutionary Suicide. And in the beginning, there's a manifesto where he talks about misery and despair. At the time, he's talking about black young people, young men in particular, who have a high propensity to kill themselves. And he talks about how rather than giving into despair, which would be what he called a reactionary suicide, you should, instead of throwing your life in the garbage, what would be better to do is to give the whole of your life to the struggle for justice and to, not to wish death upon yourself or upon anyone, but, to accept the consequences of the kind of work that you do. And this resonated a lot with me because, as a young person, I struggled a lot with mental illness when I was younger. And I was in a really rough place in my life. And I saw, and I was at that point, I decided I was going to start getting my life together. And around this time, this was when CPI disillusioned for the first time when it disbanded. And I saw that this was a group of people who, who I'd been following for some time, on the internet. And I decided that for once I was going to get my life together. I was going to be a better person, and that part of being a better person, part of being true to myself and being honest with myself, with the reality, with coming to terms with the reality, with reality as I understood it through the study, through which I had only really, looked at from afar through books and etc., was to get involved with a real group that was doing things. And so when CPI came back together around December or November of that year, I joined. I decided I was going to do everything in my power to become a better person, and that part of being a better person for me was making a commitment to change the world, of staying with this organization and doing everything I could to make sure that CPI accomplishes its goals. And in doing so, I accomplished a lot of goals myself. I lost 100 pounds since I joined CPI. I work a job that allows me, gives me the ability, the time and the energy to do the activist work that is very important to me. And CPI has done so much for me. It's empowered me to speak and to be creative. And, I have comrades and people who I talked with regularly, as somebody who was very, very lonely up until that point. I've made so many friends, and, so I have the ability to go to meetings, and it's given me the ability to travel all around the world, to go to Russia, to meet Russian President Vladimir Putin, to do all these amazing things, to speak and to write. And, maybe that's not something that everybody would want to do, all those things in particular, but, there is an aspect of CPI that I think everybody can get behind, because I think that everybody wants to, to live their life better. And I think part of picking your life up is making a dedication to make the world better. Because there's a lot of self-help in the world, a lot of gurus, etc. And their idea of making your own life better is to sort of selfishly do everything in your power to get to the top of our society that is quite sick. And while I think that can be somewhat helpful, for a lot of people, I think it rings hollow. And I think that there are a lot of people in our society, many of whom are probably watching this stream, who understand that we live in a sick society, who understand that the world could be so much better and know that they could make a contribution, but I guess, aren't willing to take that next step. And I guess my plea to you is to make that next step, because it is so worth it. It is so worth it to come to our weekly meetings and talk with like-minded people. And CPI will empower you to unleash your potential as a person and to be creative. The process of changing the world is so fulfilling and so worth it. So yeah, anyway, I hope you guys have a good Black Friday. I hope you have a good holiday.
Wow. Well, that was quite a message from our member Noah. What do you think of that? Wow. Very powerful stuff.
That's amazing. Because like at the same time, I can attest that Noah has, over the course of time that I have known him, opened up way, way more. He's a very smart guy. I like him. I've always thought of him as a very intelligent person, but I have, over the course of the last couple of years of knowing him, seen him come out of his shell a lot more, You have a video of him. I think you're going to play it next. You're going to do the Peace MAGA video, yeah?
Well, first I was going to show, Noah was part of our delegation to the World Youth Festival.
Actually. Oh, yeah. This is a big one. Like, to go from, he was kind of a little, socially withdrawn a little bit when we first met him. Mm-hmm. And to go from that to, what you're about to show is crazy, honestly.
Yeah, Noah was part of the American delegation to the World Youth Festival, and he actually got the opportunity to speak to the Russian president, Putin. This is Noah's moment with the Russian president. Let me
with
just.
Putler.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Well. Yeah. Of course, right.
The evil. Noah's a bad guy because Noah asked him a question.
No, Noah does a great job here. Here he is.
He is
I'm representing the United States on behalf of the Center for Political Innovation. And Mr. President, I'd like to echo my partner's sentiments in saying thank you so very much for allowing us to come here. But I'd also like to say that it is a little bittersweet for me to be here because, for example, during the opening ceremony, there was a moment where we were all joining hands. And there was a woman in front of me, and there was a man in a wheelchair, and he was sort of closed off. And I watched her reach her hand down and grab his hand, and they joined hands. And I felt the warmth of humanity. I felt the human spirit. And I see that all over this festival. I see so many people joined together, celebrating humanity. I see so much optimism. I see so much hope. I see so many young people ready to unleash their potential and push humanity forward. And then I thought back home, and I thought about all the people at home who can't afford to get an education, who ruined their lives with drugs because they live in a society that doesn't care for them. And I started to tear up because there's these two sides, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized that this is the difference between a collapsing society in the West and the rising society that is in the BRICS nation, in the new emerging economy today. So that brings me to my question here today, which is, do you see a world where the West could begin to join the new economy, could begin to join BRICS? And if so, what do you think that would look like?
Before today, everybody wanted to join Western structures, including Russia, that wanted to join the G7. And then we figured that no one cared for our interests then. This is the problem and the main mistake of our Western partners. And I tried to convey this idea when responding to the previous question by our American friend here. And you have mentioned, welfare and education matters. That is difficult, but they cannot afford to get proper education. It is not specific to the United States. It's a worldwide problem, and now lots of people from Latin America want to cross the US border illegally, and there are migrants, and everybody knows that. But this is universal across the globe. Many even rich nations have lots of problems, like the healthcare issues stand high on the European agenda. The United States has always tried to create the context, the most enabling context for top-ranking professionals, high-skilled professionals from across the world, and they offer better and higher salaries, and the Europeans migrated to the United States, therefore. But the world is not fully fair or just, and people with low incomes cannot receive a good education or medical assistance, and they can die on the threshold of a medical establishment if they don't have an insurance policy, which happened a lot. We know about these tragedies, but that does not mean that other countries in the world are fine and they have been able to strike the social balance properly. Our common goal is to provide a level playing field for everybody, equal conditions for all, but I'm convinced that if we are capable to establish a multipolar world where we all are interdependent and mutually reinforcing social matters and welfare matters, including healthcare and education, will be resolved easier and more efficiently. Because joining hands, we can attain more and do better. Thank you. And we have BRICS.
There you go. That was Noah's question to the Russian president at the really amazing youth Q&A session that Russian President Putin did at the World Youth Festival. To be able to be in that room, I will say, was just such a privilege. Sitting next to me was the All China Youth Federation from the Chinese Communist Party. Sitting on the other side of me was a doctor from Belgium who is very pro-Russian. Sitting behind me was the Ho Chi Minh Communist Youth Union of Vietnam. There were people from Muslim countries, from the Palestinian Authority, from Iran, from Syria. There were people from all over the Caribbean, South America, and to just be in that room with young people from so many countries around the world there that are excited about the BRICS, excited about the new economy, and got a question. It was a long session. It was like 3 hours of just the Russian president answering, people's questions. It was really, really a great opportunity to be in that room. And that's why, we were the ones invited. The Russian government asked us to organize the American delegation because we are respected, because the message that we put out is the kind of thing that the new economy in the world is advocating. We're not crazy leftists being cringe and crazy. And we're also not just doing mainstream politics. We understand the way the world is going. Noah, because he's a member of CPI and he put in his application and he got approved and he got to be part of that delegation. It was really, really awesome. I wanted to show another thing that Noah was part of. I know we're entering our 4th hour. I wanted to show another thing that Noah was part of, which was launching our Peace MAGA operation. So we went out with a banner that said, "Only peace can make America great again" in New York City. And it was funky, and it was Noah, and it was Phil, and Irving, and we were in the streets of New York City with that banner. And it was kind of funny. You can watch us trying to set it up and how we didn't really know what we were doing. We got PVC pipes from Home Depot and we tried to figure it out. So I'm going to put that on.
That banner is so freaking big.
It's huge, and we're taking it to the inauguration, but we'll get to that later. So there we go. I will put on when Noah was with us launching our Peace MAGA outreach. So we just loaded up the banner and the PVC pipes, and we're headed up to Central Park. Let's see how this goes.
Away, 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 away.
We have the banner out, and now we're getting the zip ties on. How's it going, guys?
All right.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, beautiful. Nope, it's not gonna hold.
This cracks me up right here.
So now we want to cut some poles in, cut the other pole in half.
All right, so we're here at Trump Tower. Noah and I made it. We seem to have lost track of Phil along the way. He stopped to buy some water. Hopefully he's with us soon, but mission is accomplished. We got the banner to Trump Tower. Only peace can make America great again.
This is the man that we want Donald Trump to be. Here on this banner, you will see the greatest thing that Donald Trump did in his entire presidency. He went and became the first president to ever visit the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea. This is a country that's been technically at war with the United States since the 1950s.
Donald Trump shaking hands with oligarchs told you we're our enemies. They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, that they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No. Understand, peace is possible, but you must give it a chance. Giving peace a chance is giving yourself a chance.
We are here to say that only peace can make America great again. And that what Donald Trump did on North Korea, that was awesome. And we want that to continue. We want more peace negotiations. We want more trade. We want more diplomacy.
The real America is not with the bankers, it's not the criminals on Wall Street.
We don't control our government anymore. And our republic is being run by powerful forces that are very much unelected or subverting our democracy.
Rebuild America. Rebuild our country instead of bombing countries around the world. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the military-industrial complex. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the war lobby.
We want to put America first and not the criminals who are lining their pockets on Wall Street with American taxpayer money to go bomb children overseas.
Believe the oligarchs at your own peril. Believe them and sleep under a bridge. Believe them and not have a job. Believe them and understand you'll never have health care. Believe them and see what you get. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
It's going good. I mean, people have been reacting well. Small crowds will form when we have the bullhorn out, and then we'll take a break for a little bit and they'll disperse. Earlier, the Secret Service came by. I thought that was interesting. I think we're making an impact.
Russia's not our enemy. China's not our enemy. North Korea is not our enemy. Our enemy is the war lobby. Our enemy is the military-industrial complex. And if we really love America, we should demand that they take all the money they spend on bombs and tanks and weapons and rebuild this country.
Only peace will make America great again. We need to go back to this moment when Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, went to a country that we have technically been at war with since 1952 and said, let's give peace a chance. We want Trump to be a peace candidate. Every poll says that the American people want peace.
We're out here doing amazing work today, speaking out loud and proud about what we should be doing about making the world a better place. I'm really excited about it. Everyone has been amazing. Our message is getting through to people. I heard people actually talking as I walked by, saying give peace a chance.
We need jobs and schools and healthcare and education in this country, not wars around the world, not death, destruction, and militarism. Only peace can make America great again. Why is it that people in North Carolina are left stranded while the National Guard is in the Middle East? America's working families have been left behind while our leaders focus on wars in other countries. America first means working families first. It means no more wars. It means offering a hand of friendship and cooperation to countries around the world.
We are out here in front of Trump Tower today to say we deserve that, and we do not want World War III.
That's right. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No.
Americans don't want their tax dollars to be dumped into a hole, funding wars around the world so that bankers on Wall Street can play a game of dominating the economies of the world, while Americans are starving in ditches all across this country, while there are homeless people sitting 3 blocks from the White House. In the richest country on the face of the earth, so-called, you have homeless people on every block, on every street, on every city. Why is that?
Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again.
If Donald Trump wants to get back in the White House, we say that he needs to do what the American people want him to do, and that is to make peace around the world.
Let's stand up for each other. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
Only peace can make America great again, and this is the man that we want Donald Trump to be. This brought tears to my eyes, and I was so moved when it happened. To see the President of the United States and the President of North Korea shaking hands. This is what the new world could be. This is who we want Donald Trump to be. We want him to be a peace president. We want him to be a peace candidate in this election.
I'm hungry. I'm really, really hungry. I mean, it was hard work walking it over here. It was like, what, like a 2-mile walk? Yeah. Felt like it. And it's the wind. It's like a big sail.
Challenging but rewarding.
Yeah.
You know, we actually had fun.
We're the Center for Political Innovation, and we are out here saying only peace can make America great again.
All right. So that was when we launched Peace MAGA, and
Well,
it was
interesting. What's really particularly interesting about that's one of the first things he's done.
What? Who?
I mean, he's committed to reopening more peace talks with North Korea.
Yeah, that I was really happy to see that Donald Trump is actually already committed to doing that. Right? He hasn't even taken office yet, and already, I mean, to think we didn't have an impact. We were at Madison Square Garden with that banner, I mean,
we're right in front of Trump Tower, or you were. I wasn't there, but you were right in front of Trump Tower, and the Secret Service went by. I don't think that's completely insignificant.
Yeah, and then New Yorker Magazine saw us out there with that banner, and we were out. We went out multiple times with that banner, and we were in front of the White House with a smaller banner that we had a couple months before and a year before, and we've been raising this, and we're going to keep raising it. That's the main thing. We're bringing that banner to the inauguration, no question about it. Also, a new banner we're getting that'll highlight the Peace Bridge to connect the USA to Alaska, or to Russia through Alaska. So that's very, very exciting. Does Donald Trump want a Trump Tower in North Korea? I think that would be awesome. I think that'd be great. A Trump Tower in North Korea.
I think it doesn't matter which tower it is in North Korea. We should want relations with North Korea. It doesn't matter whose tower it is.
Exactly. But we're in our 4th hour. So I do want to update people. Everyone who joins this hour gets the Green Book by Muammar Gaddafi. And this was the first book that CPI ever published. It is Gaddafi, the leader of Libya, before Libya was bombed and destroyed in 2011, when it had the highest life expectancy on the African continent, when it had the world's largest irrigation system. It was led by an anti-imperialist and a socialist named Gaddafi. And this was the book that he wrote explaining his ideology. It's called The Green Book. It's very short, as you can see. And it's interesting. This was very much a collective effort. This graphic, this is the original graphic explaining how the chambers of the parliament in Libya worked. And it was Gavin who made sure we got the original artwork. This was Gavin. And I wrote the introduction, and this is the top-selling edition of the Green Book by Gaddafi on Amazon, because we wrote an introduction explaining the Libyan war, how Obama lied to get us into that war, and Hillary Clinton and all of that. And this was the first book we published. So you will get your own edition. Plus, the next person who joins, we still have this lovely CSB Trade Union Center t-shirt. So we're waiting for someone new to join as we enter our 4th hour of the stream. We're doing a mega marathon stream because we need people to join this organization. We have so many exciting activities coming up this spring. We are headed to the inauguration. We're having a big event in Washington, D.C. We're thinking about buying a full-page ad with our letter to Trump in the Washington Times. Now is the time to join CPI. So we got these fun prizes. We need people to join. We need you to sign up and become a member. It needs to happen. There we go. There we go. Please join. Please join. And we got a couple guests lined up here. Let me just go down. I see there's a couple people that have just come on. But I need to just hold on. All right. So I guess we're going to bring on a couple, 3 different people that have come on. So first of all, we have CPI Chicago. They have joined. We'll put you in there. This is CPI Chicago that is having a meetup
here, and Where's she? Hello.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. She's CPI Chicago. Get in the shot. Come on.
Yeah.
So we can see you all. Right?
You want to come in? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. We kind of came like last
That's
minute.
okay. That's okay. We got CPI Chicago is having meet up. Ellen, Ellie, and we've got Gabby. And I heard John's voice, right? Is John there?
No, John isn't here yet.
John's on his way. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got our 3 of our Chicago members. Then on top of that, in New York, we've got Phil. Phil has come from his hospital bed. How you doing, Phil? Hey.
Hey, everyone. How you doing?
Good to have you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time. I know you're in the hospital and you're dealing with some health issues and stuff, but you took the time to come on our stream. That really means the world to us. And in addition to Phil, who's in New York, we also have this is Claire Cow. Welcome, Claire.
Try to get it on the big screen.
Claire Cow is also with us. Claire,
Hi.
do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, it is Claire Core. I'm from the UK. I don't know if I have a role in this, but I just thought I'd say hi and congratulate you on your positive commentary and giving people like me some hope in American politics.
Oh, good. Well, thank you,
Thanks,
Claire. I
Claire.
see you in the chat talking about secular Quranism. We're really glad to have you on. Welcome, and I hope all is well. And everyone is welcome. So, I guess we can go around with a couple questions. I guess we'll start with you, Claire, and then we'll go to Phil. Then we'll go to CPI Chicago. I've been asking everyone what their favorite movie is. Claire, what is your favorite movie?
Monty Python's Life of Brian.
Oh, okay. That's a classic.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Yeah, it's funny every time I see it again. So yeah, one of my top favorites.
Oh,
The
wow.
People's Front of Western Judea.
The People's Front of Judea, right? And then it has that transgender joke in it that was like way ahead of time, right? Where the guy, he says he wants to be one, right? Or whatever. That was, I saw Jimmy Dore did a segment about that, and it was way ahead of its time, right? Right. And where they pass a resolution that that even though he can't have babies, he has the right to have babies or whatever. That was famous, right? And there's just so many good scenes in Monty Python.
For some reason, the stoning scene was my favorite.
Oh, right.
That is a
Jehovah, right? Right.
Yes, and it has to start. I have to tell you before you can start doing it.
Right. Right. And then the guy's being stoned to death for saying Jehovah. And then the guy says to him, he says, and he says it like one more time. And then the guy says to him, he says, you're only making it worse for yourself. He says, how could it be worse? Jehovah. That was classic. All right, Phil, what is your favorite movie?
I would have to say The Patriot with Mel Gibson.
Oh, that's a good one. Very popular in Iran. When I was in Iran, I found out they love that there. They consider that to be a very Shia movie about self-sacrifice and martyrdom and sticking up for your country and your community. Very classic film. CPI Chicago, favorite movies?
You want to go first? I don't. I didn't think about this one. I liked a whole lot and saw several times an Argentinian movie made in the 90s about neoliberalism. It's a spoof. I tend to like the comedies, and it's called El Viaje. And
El Viaje.
It's like magical realism with the satire and the rise of neoliberal economics. It's very funny. So that's the one that pops into my mind.
Mine is since it's about like what we're doing, or like my favorite movie, because like my brother would be like, why are you watching this a lot, was American History X.
Oh yeah,
I was obsessed with that one because of
that's a good movie.
Nazis and all of that. Like it was just crazy, and I was young. I was like 5th grade or in middle school, and I was like, oh my god, this crazy, but I really love that movie. And
people misinterpret that movie
so I mean, I would always rewatch it, but I just love that movie.
That's a good one.
So yeah, so I guess before we move on though, Peter said people misinterpret the movie. What do you think? What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't.
People. I've seen a lot of people regard it as literally a pro-Nazi movie, and it could be anything but. It's anything but.
Yeah. No.
What's the name of it again?
American History X. Is that one with that? What's that actor? He's pretty hot. Well, I forgot his name.
It's Christian Bale.
Yes. So that's why I love that movie too.
Yeah, no. I've seen it. It's a movie about right, this young like teenager who's being recruited into a skinhead Nazi gang, basically. You know, and what I thought was interesting about it and was that, you know, that the Nazis don't sound like Nazis, they sound like Republicans. Like whenever they start ranting about being Nazis, they're just like, affirmative action is bad. And it's like, that's not what Nazis say. I thought that was a little bit weird, right? It was like, it's a 90s movie and it's like, they're racist, obviously, but then the things that they're saying just sound like kind of standard conservative talking points. I just thought that was weird, you know?
I think the reason why people misinterpret it isn't necessarily its rhetoric or anything like that. It's that people have kind of lost the ability, I think, to detect criticism and satire in things. And it seems to be like if you portray something with certain, not everybody, obviously, but with certain groups, if you just portray something, you're somehow endorsing it. And I see people who are like, they shouldn't even talk about this. And it's like, yeah, they should. Like that. I mean, it goes back to the whole, I mean, this is maybe a controversial point, but the whole, like, should we take down the statues? No, like at most we should move them into a museum so people understand what history is. Like, I don't think that like the Southern General statues are necessarily great. I think that they're part of history and that you need to learn from history. And I think that it's kind of that same kind of example with the people who don't want you to even portray the other side ever.
All right, Ellen, your favorite movie?
Well, you just reminded me. I think it's probably Gone with the Wind. Or
wow.
Right.
Speaking of
controversial movies, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But, you know, and I'm actually descended from, it turns out, Robert E. Lee, you know, that family, and Pocahontas. And so, but, you know, as they were taking down the Robert E. Lee statues, I agree that actually what I want to have is a 1619 project, a kind of active one where we actually talk about, you know, the family was the Wyatts, they were the governors and the Lees, but also had the first slave, but Pocahontas, you know, trying to, the women have always been really looking for a new world, getting away from the wars of the Catholics and things. So anyhow, that's my kind of traditional conservative background, I guess.
There you go. Funky, welcome.
Hi. Oh my God, was I on?
Yeah, you're on
now
as well.
You are.
Oh,
yeah.
My earbuds.
Oh, do you need a minute? Do you want us to?
No, I'm okay.
Okay. What's your favorite movie?
Oh gosh, my favorite movie, I would have to say is I have several, but Legend, that came out in the 80s. I don't know if you're familiar with that movie.
Not at all.
Oh, it's so spectacular. Pure fantasy from beginning to end. It was Tom Cruise's one of his first movies.
Oh.
And there's unicorns, and Tim Curry is in it. He plays the devil.
Wow.
Spectacular. Cinematography. It's about these mystical unicorns that should never be touched. And there's a young girl that lives in this fairy land that sets out to actually touch this unicorn. And Tom Cruise plays one of these little mystical sort of elf-like creatures. And they fall in love, and she touches the unicorn and brings darkness upon the world. And it's amazing.
Wow. That does sound amazing. I'm going to have to look that up. I've never even heard of this movie.
Yeah, please come back and talk to me about that if you can on a stream or something, because you're going to find it utterly amazing. It was before all of the CGI stuff. Of course, it's in the 80s, and it's really just very whimsical and beautiful. So that's
just on the Tim Curry part.
Yes, and he plays the devil, and he's so good. You know how he really gets into character.
I have to watch it now.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
really, really good. Yes.
Well, since we've got everyone on here, let's go around with people saying their favorite band or musical group. Right? That was the next question we were going to ask people. So I guess we'll start with Phil. Phil, what is your favorite band or musical group? And I have to unmute you. You were giving us some feedback. 1 second. Hold on. All right. Phil, your favorite band or musical group?
We the Kingdom.
We the Kingdom. I'm not
Yes.
familiar with them. What kind of music is that?
It's a Christian rock group.
Okay. Very good. Are they current or are they from the past?
Oh yeah, they're current. They're current.
Very current.
It's a family. The father is actually a very famous producer of music, so very well known in Hollywood. You know.
Very good. Very good. Well, thank you, Phil. Thank you. All right. Next, we'll go to next. We'll have Claire. Claire, what is your favorite music group or band?
What comes to mind is The Doors, which may not be particularly appropriate, but that comes to mind at the moment. It's probably not that what's a word, sociable, I suppose, but Break On Through to the Other Side is something that I hope can be achieved in politics.
You could look at that one either positively or negatively, and from the sounds, I would say you're looking at it positively.
Oh yes, I like to think so.
Yeah.
Come on, baby, light my fire. Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Na, na, na. Yeah.
Right. That's very, very famous. All right. Chicago, favorite bands. Oh, unmute.
John is here.
Oh, John is here. Okay.
Hey, John.
John. Hey, John.
Yeah.
Hey.
The party can now start there.
All right. All right. Go around. Give us your favorite bands, your favorite music.
Again, I wasn't
David
ready
Rovics.
for this.
David Rovics.
David
Oh,
Rovics and
Nice
Kamala.
answer.
What's her last name?
not Kamala
Emmanuel.
Harris. Right. Yeah. Right.
Yep. Hang on.
Very
Let me
good.
get out of my.
All right.
John is a great guy.
Yes.
I like
Great guy that just fell on the concrete outside.
Oh, are you okay?
I think I am.
Okay,
I think
Okay, that's good. Good to hear. Glad
That's
you're
good.
doing well. Yeah.
That's good. Gabby, your favorite band?
have you guys, because you're from New York, so you better know this band. It's called the Yeah Yeah Yeahs.
Ended up having a parking.
You know
I know
them?
them.
I've heard
I
of
was
them.
listening to them this morning.
Yeah, they're my
Wow.
I
favorite
hope they
band
can keep
since
me
I
moving.
was in third
Yeah,
grade.
I love them.
That's
Yeah, I
popular.
do.
My sister
Yes.
got me into them, so
They
I love
sing that
them.
song. Yeah, I love it. I love that song. I love their yes.
What kind of music is it?
That's-
It's like alternative.
It's kind of indie rock.
rock.
Mhm.
Yeah, indie rock,
Yeah,
I would say.
they're really good. You got
I'm
one,
gonna say
Ellie?
where I am.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm like the
Well,
antithesis
carrying
of
yourself
John,
with the
who's
box.
always prepared. I would have to ask what genre or what. I don't know, but like I have favorite songs. But I guess overall, I like Silvio Rodriguez from Cuba because it's basically like poetry put to music, good melodies. He's like probably in his 70s now. But he's been composing since the 60s, and I'm not a big poetry person.
We could. Do they
I
still leave
like
us in here now?
fiction. So anyway, that was one way that like certain songs would make poetry real for me, because there's music with it, I guess.
Do you have enough stuff?
So anyway, I would
Yeah, we
say
got enough.
All right. Very good. Well, thank you, Ellie. I do want to remind Chicago people while you're talking, only one person talk at once because we're getting multiple people. But there you go. Funky, your favorite band, your favorite music group.
Oh, that is a hard one. I love 70s yacht rock, you know. So I think if you guys understand what that is, it's like Chicago, Jefferson Airplane, the Bee Gees, 70s, 80s.
Michael McDonald.
Michael McDonald, Heart. I love all of those bands. I'm a musician, so I love all of that music that had such deep roots. They talked about love and struggle and finding love. And so I love that music. I do love folk music as well. I like Simon and Garfunkel. But that's a type of music that I love that's harmonizing. I also love Yes. Yes is such a tremendous band. So
Yeah.
yes, right? So that is so I can't say
Around the lake,
one.
man.
Around, oh, yes. Okay. So, yeah, music is my life. Art is my life. So that's the world I dwell in. But now I'm dwelling in the world of CPI. So, you know.
Very good.
Mhm.
Very, very good. Excellent. Well, we appreciate that. This is a membership drive stream. I do want to remind people, and we got, I think almost everyone here is a CPI member, right? I don't think
Yeah.
Claire is, but that can change. Claire, you're welcome to join at any time. And everyone who joins this hour gets their own copy of The Green Book by Muammar Gaddafi. So they get
That's
that.
just what I wanted.
What's that?
That's just what I wanted. I will join. Thank
All
you.
right, and you get the T-shirt then too. All right,
Nice,
yay!
nice.
Welcome,
Yeah,
Claire.
thank you. Welcome,
Claire.
Claire.
Claire is our newest member. Wow, there you go.
Welcome,
Welcome.
Claire.
We appreciate it, Claire.
Great, great, very good. Well, the Green Book is an Islamic government system, and that's kind of your area of expertise. You're into like Islamic government kind of stuff, right? So this kind of fits your area of knowledge, right?
Indeed, indeed.
Okay.
Great.
Welcome, and then just
thank
send
you for that.
Yeah, email me an address and I will send you the T-shirt and I will ship you a Green Book. So there you go. Welcome, Claire. Go ahead and join on the CPI website. Good to have you. Joining CPI is just a matter of going to the website and signing up. It's $15 a month, which is not too bad. And for that, you get invited to our weekly membership meetings. You get to local meetups and all of that. So join CPI. Claire is our latest member, and everyone who joins this hour gets a Green Book. So very good. So since we're all now members on here, right? I thought the next question we could go around with was, how did you first hear about CPI? I guess we can start with Peter Coffin. How did you first hear about CPI?
Well, I have a complex story there. I came from the sort of bread tube area of the internet. I made socialist videos back then, and I'm a serious Marxist. That kind of put me at odds with them because I would always say things that I believed were what they would probably believe because I didn't realize what they were at the time, and that usually put me at odds with them. That would get me in situations where somebody would be mad at me, weird things like that. And that started to add up over time, and they started to sort of go at me over time and eventually started canceling me pretty hard. At the same time, I had been watching Caleb's streams, and I found them to be very, very, very different from that. I was like, this is much closer to what I think and what I've been saying and the stuff that gets them mad at me. And then they started getting mad at Caleb. And wow, did they get mad at Caleb? But, because of that, I got into contact with Caleb. I had Caleb on the podcast I was doing at the time, which was called Low Society. And, it just sort of made sense to me. And when Caleb was starting up CPI, he gave me a call. And we sort of talked about it for a while. I wasn't in the sort of, I'm in a bit of a leadership role now at the point, but I wasn't at the time. I was just sort of giving some input, like what I thought, what we should have, what we're doing, how we do it, etc. I joined, of course, and I've sort of been there in the background the whole time. I do what I can. I found that my opinion matters here. And I guess that's kind of what I've generally seen a lot of people say to me as well. You join up with CPI and you get on the weekly meetings. And if you have something to say or an idea or something like that, it's not just shot down immediately. And that is very different from anywhere else I've been in these sort of, again, pitching a new rational planned economy to the United States of America. It's never really you're always really just supposed to follow whoever is in charge. And if you speak up, you're somehow a problem. And it's just not like that here. Somehow, also, that has led me into a leadership role, and I help design the website. I do a lot of video editing. I'm also a bit like it probably doesn't seem like it from me talking on this stream. I'm a good talker, but I'm kind of a little bit of a socially withdrawn person myself. I've had an interesting life that has led me to expect consequences from things that maybe I shouldn't. But I don't have that problem in CPI. When I talk to somebody in CPI, they care. It matters. It's a different situation than a lot of other places I've been in. And I'm happy to be part of it. I'm happy to try to advance the cause. I'm also happy in the kind of less dogmatic, more heterodox approach that we've been taking in the recent. I am personally a hard Marxist-Leninist. I believe in that stuff pretty specifically, but I'm not the kind of person who believes that everybody needs to believe it. And I just like that we're going in this direction where it's not, hey, you have to be a Marxist-Leninist. You have to believe this thing. You have to believe that. This is the right line on that. This is the right line on. It's not like that. I mean, there's obviously some things that, like imperialism, we're very against. You can't just be pro-imperialism and fit in here easily. But it's not dogmatic. I like that. That's something that I think is important because, again, this was said earlier in the stream. What is workable and beneficial now is the thing that we need to understand. What works now? Who is the bad guy now? Who is the good guy now? It's not like there's any side that's just good inherently or bad inherently. Life is much more complex than that, and geopolitics is much more complex than that. And this is the place where I've seen that in practice the most. That's why I'm here. That's why I give my time to this cause. That's why I care about CPI. So yeah, that's where I come from. Also, my favorite band is is The Offspring, which I shared a song with Caleb the other day that is actually related to everything I just said. It's called "Cool to Hate" by The Offspring, and it's basically shitting on the people that I just shat on for a while there. It's cool to hate. It's a cool thing to be like, nothing's good. Never be positive. Being positive is uncool. You shouldn't do that. It's obviously a sarcastic song, but yeah. So that's where I'm coming from.
All right, Chicago folks, why don't you go around and tell us? You need to unmute, and if you can tell us how you heard about CPI, how you got involved.
I wrote something about that, so
go ahead.
I'll read it real quick. I wrote, I was always politically active. I felt that something needed to be done. My first time I thought I was making a difference was in 2016, which was the Stop Trump protest. And the year after, in 2017, I believe it was a counter protest of pro-lifers, I guess. And I was part of the pro-choice feminists, with the pink hats during that time. And I felt like it was unfulfilling because, I kept going and it was like a short come in and out type of protest and stuff. And with everything going on, I just felt like consciously there's a lot of world events and I feel helpless, I can't do anything about it. So it kind of led me into some sort of my life wasn't getting any better protesting and nothing was getting any better. So then, I went back to school. I dropped out of school and I thought I was going to be happy and I wasn't even happy. So then, just keep surviving. Here it is. I kept worrying if I will survive the week and getting angry at the rich, wishing them death and misery. Meanwhile, it didn't change my inner happiness. So in 2018, 2019, I was drinking and working, drinking and working. So it was not any better. So it's like going through life, just doing that. And then 2020, life froze for all of us. I had to figure out how I was gonna take my child to daycare and how I had to take my child to school while I was working. But big thanks to my mom and family that helped me take care of my baby. And I always thought to myself, I wonder of other working class parents who don't have family. I started to see the BLM movements, and it just pissed me off because got I got better things to do than to protest, about things that it doesn't really have to do with me, and I started to watch Tucker Carlson and other right wing type of media. So I started to become more conservative in 2020, but in 2021 my life changed, and in a way I kind of felt like I was kind of saved. I started to hear Caleb on YouTube and purchased Bread Tube Serves Imperialism. And I was gasp and afraid on how these people work to keep us stuck and pessimistic. So I joined CPI October 2021, and I felt a sense of belonging and a sense of allowing me to grow in CPI. And I told myself, um, like, I have a lot of people in CPI who criticize me in a positive way, and it's like we don't see eye to eye on all of the issues, but we are always here for each other. And I continue to like feel grateful that I have people who criticize me in a good way and growing and with so many things. And like throughout these years I learned a lot, so I kind of appreciate, that's the reason why I joined CPI. So yeah.
Wow, that was great. Thank you, Gabby. Thank you for sharing all of that. We do appreciate it. Who in Chicago wants to next tell us how they first heard about CPI?
I don't have anything so prepared. I'll just say from your streams, Caleb, I was made aware probably from Jimmy Dore or somebody that mentioned, I remember somebody kept saying in the chat, it was probably John McCarthy. I don't know if he was in yet, but somebody kept putting in Jimmy Dore's chat, get Caleb Maupin on, get Caleb Maupin. And I thought to myself, who is this Caleb Maupin and why is his mom always in the chat? Anyway, so I started checking out your streams, and I've known, I guess I consider myself a general, Marxist, Leninist, socialist, whatever, but I never joined any party. And it's just, the basics, the greatest hits in university or whatever. And I just noticed that all the leftist parties were crazy in different ways and ineffective. And so I was just involved sometimes in Latin America solidarity movements. And then, in the new millennium, as a single mom, I was busy. I was paying attention, maybe going to some events or protests, but was not really active much. But just, again, noticing how crazy things got in the whole cancel culture. And so anyway, your streams gave me sort of the glue, filled in the questions I always had about why are Trotskyists so crazy and rude and antisocial, or I don't know, whatever little things, and why is the Communist Party USA always seem like Democrats. And so you filled in all those details of the history. And I've also lived in Latin America, so I knew that American communists are crazy in a way that they are not in other places. They are not anti-imperialist always, or they're distracted with crazy culture issues. So yeah, you just kind of gave me the glue. So I was definitely, and you have a good, very good knowledge of political, or you have good political strategy, right? I can tell that you're very knowledgeable about tactics and strategy too, because I've just seen it in real life, what works and what doesn't. And so yeah, I just thought it was a good, very good place to. I just joined sort of to support financially, but then people, yeah, drew me in, like stuff Peter was talking about, right? It's really like real life people and serious people, adults. And so I kind of started to get as active as I can. And all of my local comrades are a great inspiration. Like,
Absolutely. Well, I really, really do appreciate that. And why don't we change it up? I know we got 2 more from Chicago. We want to hear from Ellen and from John, but why don't we change it up and have Funky go and tell us how she first heard about CPI? And then we'll rotate back to the Chicago folks. Thank you.
My introduction to CPI was basically came up in my YouTube stream because I was already studying, investigating a lot about communism. So it was like, you like this, so you might like this too, you know. And you came up in my stream several times, Caleb, but I was like, okay, I would tune in and I was like, oh God, this guy in a bookcase, he's like, the camera's too close. Like, why won't he back up? And then one day I saw you in the stream again, and then you were like completely sunburned. I must admit I was extremely superficial, but
I feel like I remember that.
Wow.
I remember that. I thought that was funny too. It's funny you say that.
What happened? I was sunburned. What happened?
I think you had been out doing a reporting spot or something.
Okay.
If I remember right. And you were just, it was like you did it on purpose. It was that sunburned.
I think
I mean, that's
more than once.
the curse of being an Irishman, right? I mean, it's the curse of being red-haired. You know, your face, you just get red like you wouldn't believe. You know, so yeah, pretty wild. But go ahead.
It was like you were wearing makeup. It was like it was for a movie. You were that sunburned.
There you go.
But then again, then it was during COVID. I was living in California at the time, and I would just tune in because of the time difference. I remember going out there. I saw Jimmy Dore a couple of times doing comedy, and I would rush back to my place where I was staying. I would watch your streams, and then I was like, "Wow, this guy is really talking about something." Now, the reason why I was really intrigued by that was because of, as you know, I spoke to you about this before, Caleb, growing up in a very, I would say, during the Black Panther movement, like not me, but like my stepfather, my mom, my grandparents, that sort of thing. So I grew up in that environment, and because of that, and when you're a kid, you just kind of absorb things. You don't really get it, but you just absorb it. You were speaking very much in that language. And because of that, that gave me some insight into who you really were, how serious you were. And having been, I would say, an MSNBC lapdog, you know what I mean, quite seriously. You know, we're like recovering from the nonsense of listening to that garbage. So when I hear people say, oh, I feel horrible that I used to listen to Rachel Maddow, I used to listen to Hillary Clinton, I say, don't be ashamed of that, because if you didn't listen to that, you wouldn't know what was real. You wouldn't know people who were not serious. So, and plus you need to also have a frame of reference. So when you do speak to people, you have a deeper understanding as to where they are now and how they can now evolve out of that way of thinking into a more elevated way of thinking. And so that experience helps. It's sort of like if you're an addict, you can't talk to other addicts if you haven't been one yourself. And I was certainly an addict to the MSNBC, you know, nightly storytelling of Rachel Maddow, who has now been demoted to 25 million. Okay, so we won't go there. But I'm just saying in terms of just knowing what to say to people, how to speak to people, Caleb certainly does have a fairly firm grasp of that. Peter certainly does as well. So me deciding to join CPI, I belong to a Jimmy Dore group. I'm an admin, and so is John McCarthy. And so he and I had several communications back and forth. He was like, hey, maybe you should try to join. So I said, yeah, I know Caleb. I was just sort of like you, Peter, looking from like, off stage, like, who is this guy? Is he serious? There were so many shams and people who were just going to eat up your time. And quite honestly, I don't have any more time to invest in bullshit movements that aren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
And I was very disappointed. I was a total Bernie, Bernie broad, I guess, sort of a Bernie bro. I was completely in that movement, canvassing, doing everything, donating, speaking to people just to have them try to just sheepdog us, sheep herd us back into a dying movement. So I needed to just sit back and see what Caleb was about, what is CPI, and then found out that he's not just on the internet, he was in the streets. You did a stream a while back, Caleb, where you were on one of your many tirades. You were like, I am who you're waiting for. I am the one you're waiting for. And I want to say, I understood where you were coming from with that. You were saying, this is the time. And that's what I was waiting for. Someone who's going to be in the streets, talking to people, enlightening them to the wool that's been pulled over their eyes, people not connecting because imperialism and capitalism basically is rewriting our culture, telling us that we don't need each other. And they're doing that for a reason. They're doing that so that when we do connect with one another, we're like, who's this freak on the internet? Like, who's this guy? Or someone called you a random ginger, which I laugh hysterically about that. And I said to myself, okay, this random ginger, I can get behind. Let's see what's going on with this guy. And so here I am. I met you at the Rage Against the War Machine. That was the first time we met. And that was the first time I met John McCarthy as well. And that was a spectacular event. And I'm really, really grateful. And people in CPI are quite amazing. So that's my origin story.
Yeah, well, we absolutely love having you in CPI. I mean, you were great with the Peace MAGA work, and you're there at the meetings, and you're always doing stuff in New York. I remember after we launched Peace MAGA, you, me, Phil, and Noah, we all went out to dinner at Olive Garden. That was a lot of fun. It was a great evening together, and meeting you for the first time at the Rage Against the War Machine rally was particularly awesome. So, Claire, how did you first hear about CPI?
I actually heard of you through my connections with the dissident right. Somebody recommended you, and when I listened to one of your streams, I guess I was hooked. You reminded me of everyone's favorite primary school teacher, and I trusted your analysis and your commentary.
What school did you go to? I didn't have teachers like this. This is wild. Oh, I don't quite understand what you mean there, but I'm touched, right? To be a good teacher is a great thing. But go ahead. Sorry to interrupt, Claire. So go ahead.
Well, I think you tell a good story and you explain things very well. I was very impressed with the way you explain dialectical materialism. And I wonder if I could just take the opportunity of asking why you reject it, because it seems to be a truism that obviously happens whether we like it or not.
Oh, well, there you go. Should we go down this rabbit hole now? Because I don't think Peter and I see eye to eye on this.
Yeah, we actually have diverting opinions on this.
Yeah.
I wanted to, before I forget this thought, I wanted to comment on Briggy's, Funky's, the random ginger. I had a similar comment that made me actually more interested in you, which was somebody said that you sounded like Squidward.
Oh.
And I wouldn't leave my head, but for some reason,
Gabby is dying in Chicago, by the way, just so everyone knows. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
You do sound like Squidward, for one.
Okay, all right.
From SpongeBob SquarePants.
All right.
And that always made me like, it was like, yes, but like that's not really an insult, right? It's just
do that now.
I couldn't unhear it.
Yeah.
I think of it now. And
all right.
It makes me think. It actually makes me listen to you more. But to get down into the dialectical materialism question. So I think a lot of I don't think our opinions divert like at the actual core of it, but there is, to me, dialectical materialism is not, it's more the acknowledgement of something that is happening rather than an ideology promoting something. And I think that that's kind of the tension that Caleb and I have, because Caleb sort of thinks of it, or at least as other people interpret it. People talk about dialectical materialism I can't remember, in the way that it would be promoting conflict between people. And society has enough conflict. Like there's identity politics, there's all that. And as I understand it, Caleb kind of sees it as a thing that encourages people to see things that way. And it's not that I don't understand that, because there are a lot of things that are genuinely real. Marxism as a whole, for instance. Marxism is, it is, in my opinion, when you bring it down to its cores, it is truism. It is just observing material phenomena and describing it, finding the contradictions within capitalism, imperialism, etc. I mean, there's obviously things that Marx didn't get completely correct or didn't predict correctly that we've sort of since then, in my opinion, rectified either through Lenin or Dutt or otherwise. But it's not so much what was actually said or what something actually is, but rather what people interpret it as and it causes them to do. Like there are a lot of Marxists today that I would say, I don't like using the no true Scotsman fallacy, because I don't consider myself a real Marxist and them a fake Marxist. But there are a lot of Marxists, people identifying, self-IDing as Marxists, that take what he's talking about and just use it to sort of feed their own little cathartic fantasies about getting back at those rich bastards. And, you know, I obviously, when I'm a Marxist-Leninist, I don't think that Marx is that. I'm a dialectical materialist. I don't think that dialectical materialism is that. I think it's true. Like the history of the world is class conflict. Like it's you know, the haves versus the have-nots in whatever arrangement that a contradiction creates. But you know, the tension here is just what matters. Is it really, I don't like talking about dialectical materialism a whole lot at the same time. I don't like being like, you should be a dialectical materialist, because I don't really value what people self-ID as. And I think that I'm just sort of on the other end of the opinion that people, it doesn't really matter that a bunch of people self-ID as and use it wrong. Whereas I think Caleb kind of just is like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Caleb, but the way that I take what you're saying is people interpret something a certain way and use it a certain way, and therefore it kind of has poisoned the word.
Well, it's interesting. The first thing that I will say, I'll just tell a funny story, which is that, you know, when I was in college, I had to watch this anti-communist movie, and it said that communists believe in diamat. And that was their short for dialectical materialism, and no one uses that. I thought that was funny. So I thought, you know, like that's where we go wrestle. That's where communists wrestle. They wrestle on the diamat. You know, so I'm sorry, another dad joke. I just appreciate that.
Again, I like the dad jokes.
But I guess the first thing I want to say is that there's this demand that I don't like it, and I don't just see it with communism. I saw it with the LaRouche movement. They have their own thing, and I've seen it with other movements. They want total agreement on everything. You must agree with us about the very nature of reality, every philosophical question. And in our time with freedom of information, that's not realistic, and it's also not helpful, right? And that like CPI wouldn't exist. If I were to sit here and demand that everyone agree with me on every philosophical question, we sit there and we hammer it out. And that dialectical materialism for the Marxist movement, you have to admit the majority of countries that have come into the world that are socialist countries don't believe in it, right? Gaddafi didn't believe in it in Libya. The Venezuelans, it's officially a Catholic country, and that this is a flaw. This comes out of the 20th century. People talk about totalism, right? This belief that you agree with us on absolutely everything. We have this philosophy that explains absolutely everything, and you must agree with this, or else you can't be with us or whatever. That is not a good thing. So that's the first thing, is that dialectical materialism kind of plays that role. And that what I also noticed was in the communist groups I was in, they, I guess, agreed with it, but it was never anything more than a mystical incantation.
Yes.
It was like the speech would begin with, and with our sacred science of dialectical and historical materialism. And I'd be like, you know, you'd walk up to these people afterwards. They couldn't even tell you what those words even meant. It was just this incantation of like, the great Marxist leader comes up and with my dialectical, historical, materialist lens, examining the great contradictions of the blah, blah, blah. And it's just, they don't even know what they're talking about. Right. And being one of these people who actually cares about things, I actually investigated it. And for a while, I did try very, very much to, you know, adhere to the dialectical materialist philosophy. And the quote that really kind of summarizes, you know, there's two sides of dialectical materialism. There's the dialectic, which is the belief in conflict. You know, struggle is how change comes about, right? You have the thesis, and then that thesis is challenged by the antithesis, and then they clash, and then you get a synthesis, and that this is how history is driven forward. That's the dialectic. And then there's materialism. And materialism is the belief that thought is inseparable from matter that thinks. That's how Frederick Engels put it. And that's an old debate. Does thought come first and reality come from thought? Or does reality come first and thoughts are just a reflection of reality? And when I was in the Islamic Republic of Iran and was fearing for my life and really coming to terms with, why am I here? Why is some kid from Ohio on a ship full of Shia Muslims on his way to deliver medical aid to Yemen in the middle of this international controversy? Why am I here? I was forced to admit that that my motivations were very, very spiritual in nature, and that that obviously material reality exists, but I don't think material reality is the only reality, and that thoughts are just kind of a reflection of that material reality. That the only reason I think is because I have this material thing in my head called a brain. I do believe that spiritual forces do exist. I do strongly believe in God, etc. So the materialism aspect I don't accept, and now I'm really into Wallace Wattles and his, the power of positive thinking and all of that. So that completely, I mean, as I understand dialectical materialism, belief in God, but also belief in your ability to change the world with your thoughts and intentions, right? Kind of flies in the face of the materialism aspect of it. As far as the dialectical thing, I think, again, just like material reality exists, but it's not the only thing, struggle exists. And it is a really, really big part of reality. I mean, every day is a struggle, but it's not the only thing, right? And that I feel like in our time, we actually have entered this mode of existence as a civilization where everyone is taught they have to fight over everything, right? If your family member voted for Trump, cut them off, never speak to them again, right? And you disagree with somebody about this, well, have a big fight with them about it and blow. And I feel like my purpose in this world is not to promote struggle and confrontation, but to actually bring about reconciliation, to get people to see their common interests where they might disagree, to get people who fought to forgive each other. So that's where I'm not on board with dialectical materialism at this point, because I just, but that said, I think dialectical materialism points to a lot of really big aspects of reality. The material world exists and is primary, no doubt. And conflict does exist and is a big part of life, but I don't accept it as a totalist way of viewing things. So that is my answer to your question, Claire. What do you think?
Well, I want to rebut that a little bit, actually. I don't think that materialism in a dialectical context demands this version of thought does not. Like, human dynamism is the reason why Marx said the old materialism was not adequate, was not sufficient. And the dialectical materialism, in fact, attempts to incorporate the idea of thought, of human dynamism. And the idea that it's just about promoting conflict is not, that's I think, a large piece of tension for me. It's not about promoting conflict, or especially not about telling people they need to fight. It's about understanding that there are conflicts in interest and attempting to resolve those contradictions, as opposed to saying we must struggle. It's saying there is struggle. And that to me, that's very much the point of tension that I have with Caleb's view on it. I am not from the dialectical material. The idea that something is materialist, to be dialectically materialist, is not to say there is nothing. It is to say there is conflict inherently in these types of things. To say that the material world is prime is not to say that there is no spiritual, or that and also I take Engel's thought that thinking matter and thought are the same thing. I think that in fact reconciles all of your issues with it, as opposed to stops you from understanding this. To me, saying that thought is matter and matter is thought is not a contradiction to spirituality, but instead a way to incorporate spirituality. But that's my thoughts on the matter.
Well,
the matter. The matter.
Well, that was a long divergent. What do you call that? Divergence, or a long? I don't know. But go ahead, Claire. You can react to that as you finish your explanation of how you heard of CPI.
Yes, I heard it through my contact with the dissident right, who actually praised you, and I've noticed your, open-mindedness and being able to deal with Trump supporters, and subsequently your very enthusiastic support for Trump, and being able to answer all my questions, like, what if he campaigns in peace but governs in war, as most American presidents, well, as all American presidents do, and I thought your answer was fair enough. And you, I did appreciate your consistency and your enthusiasm. On the question of dialectical materialism, I didn't see it as it being necessarily contradicting your belief in God, because I think that there are people who believe in God who say, well, God is responsible for evolution, and you could say that God could allows dialectical materialism, and says may the better man win, whatever struggle it is, and even the Muslims talk about struggle, jihad, and So I don't see these ideas as necessarily contradictory. It's really how we struggle with each other. Do we play by the rules, and what should the rules be? And even if we all agreed on the rules, would we necessarily agree on the interpretation? And who controls the interpretation? It is the judiciary, and obviously appointments to the American Supreme Court are very fiercely fought over, as we all know. So there is a combination of ideology and politics and interpretation and principle involved in all these matters, and obviously having principled, decent, honest, reasonable people would help enormously, and maybe it's a philosophical question about who what system we actually choose, and how we can fairly determine whether it's working or not. But one thing I wanted to say is that it seems that the Democrats and the Republicans are fighting each other for the workers' vote. I think really Trump's success is because he has consistently shown that he takes the concerns of working class Americans seriously, but obviously they themselves are not agreed with each other on how to deal with this problem. So I think working people should feel very pleased that their vote has been so sought after, and I hope they choose wisely, and I'm very pleased that you're there to campaign and explain things to us in a fair and honest way.
Well, thank you, Claire. Thank you very much.
I also, before we
Peter, I need to make an announcement just real quickly, because we are in our 5th hour. So I do want to let people know, if you're joining on the website, you need to make sure to actually join. There's a lot of people that are filling out the form, but they're not actually paying for the membership, and so you're not actually joining. I think it may be a mistake. Make sure that you're filling out your credit card and Stripe in order to become a member, because if not, then you're not being a member. You're just kind of filling out the contact form. This hour, everyone who joins gets a copy of Out of the Movement to the Masses, Anti-Imperialist Organizing in America. So
this is an important one too. This is is a huge book filled with really important information.
I know. They get it for free.
John and I
Man, that's awesome. They should
yes, yeah. There's lots of prizes if you join. So
I
So,
wanted to quickly say before we move on, can you imagine another organization of communist or Marxist origins in which this is a discussion that could be had rationally?
No, this would be immediately any other group. It would be immediately you're a revisionist. We believe in the pure. We're the most pure Marxists. Everyone else is a cell. You know, that would be the way these things are framed.
I can't imagine. I cannot imagine anyway. And also, this was exactly what I was praising in when I was talking about why I am in CPI and where I came from. It's exactly the thing that it's important that we be able to have this kind of discussion and this kind of, and not just like be told you're wrong or you're right, or because it's not ultimately a simple yes or no with any questions. And the other thing is, we'll have this discussion and we'll be done and we'll move on. And I don't think any of us are going to have a different opinion by the end of it, but that doesn't mean none of us are angry at each other. None of us want to leave the organization. It's just a normal human conversation, which I hate to just say this so specifically, but it's not even just like within communist organizations. It's almost hard to have this kind of a discussion at all anymore.
Yes.
Yeah. If I can jump in, I'm sorry, if I could just jump in and say,
sure, we do need to get to Phil is next about why he got involved in CPI. So he'll be next. Hold on, Phil, you're next, but go ahead.
Sorry,
go ahead,
Phil. I just wanted to say that yes, that I believe because of social media, it has just conditioned people to just either rage quit, flip tables, curse people out. Has conditioned people just not to have a rational, cordial conversation, to agree to disagree and still say, you're my friend. So I just wanted to put that out there. CPI allows a lot of fresh air in the room for different perspectives.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Phil, how did you first get involved with CPI? How did you first hear of CPI?
Well, I actually heard about it from you.
There you go.
We met each other at our local church, and I am the type of individual, that was always impressed, about how CPI, like Peter was just saying, how we can have differing opinions with each other, but still be family, consider each other like family. The other thing is, like you've been saying, Caleb, on your streams, we're actually doing shit about it.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's something that, I remember my first retreat to Vermont, and, everybody treated me, even though I wasn't a member yet, everybody was treating me like I was a member, that I was a part of the conversation, and then I have to give a shout out to the CPI Chicago team, who I first met when I went to Chicago for the DNC, Gabby, John, Ellie, thank you for treating me so nice when I was there for the DNC. I can never thank you enough for the way you guys made me feel like family, and Gavin too. I apologize. And Gavin too, and then the second time I was in Chicago for a event, I actually got to meet Ellen, who was extremely nice, to both me and Caleb. And, I consider this, organization as a part of my family. I believe that no matter what, we're going to have each other's backs. We're not going to be arguing about, who's the better, person at this particular type of thing. We're not going to be trying to stab each other in the back, just to move up that, that ladder to the next position, and, that's what's impressed me about CPI. And that's why I joined after the Vermont retreat. So,
well, thank you, Phil. Thank you very much. And it's been absolutely a pleasure knowing you. And, thanks for calling in from your hospital bed. We do have another member of CPI who just called in. Jesse is out on the West Coast. Welcome, Jesse.
Howdy, folks. How we doing today?
Hello.
Good to have you here.
We're good. Welcome.
Welcome. Yeah. Do you want to give a kind of a greeting, tell us about yourself, but then also answer the question about why you got involved?
Absolutely. Start off working in kitchens. Was a chef for about 10 years before I shifted over to construction trades, pile drivers. I got more involved with the unionism when I moved into the trades. It's just a lot stronger than anything like the fast food workers, the warehouses, things like that. It still exists. It's just not. It's not a particularly strong union. Membership's pretty sparse. While I was trying to reach out to other members of the union, try to get some momentum, I started realizing that all of the theory, the explanations offered by the left had they just couldn't answer the questions that these people were posing. It was all framed from a place of cultural struggle. How do we achieve our cultural ends? Or in the worst of cases, we can only achieve, the economic state that we want to see by developing culture. And I saw from practical experience that just wasn't true. These people were oppressed just like everybody else under the wage labor relationship, regardless of if they were conservative, whether they were independent, however they identified, whatever their culture was, it didn't have any bearing on their economic relationships where they were in the U.S. class structure. So I had to start searching for new answers for that. And part of why I joined the CPI was your guys' work with the Rage Against the War Machine, on your willingness to work with these people who were, libertarians or, Trump supporters, MAGA, whatever it was. That's the culture wasn't what you were focused on. You acknowledged it existed. It was had some relevancy and bearing, but the class struggle and the practical need of everybody in the United States to struggle against imperialism for our own benefit and our own interests is really spoke to me, and I found it worth joining.
Great. Well, we're glad to have you, and thank you for helping out with the Trump letter. You read the Trump letter. You were in the letter to Trump. We really appreciate that, and thank you for representing us within the labor union movement, because I know you're very active and involved in labor union struggles. I know we do have a couple other people in Chicago, John and Ellen, who want to share about their experiences. So, John and Ellen, are you still there in Chicago? Do you want to share about how you got involved?
Yeah.
Oh,
I really didn't prepare anything, but I'm just going to respond to a couple of things people said. One small correction to what Funky was saying. I'm actually not a moderator of, like she is, of that Jimmy Dore group on Facebook.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Yes,
right.
that's
I just
true.
post that an awful lot.
I'm the one that usually approves your posts, by the way.
Exactly. and you knew that I post some of Caleb's stuff before, and so then when he was taking a little bit of a break, you started messaging me and saying, "Oh, is Caleb coming back? When's Caleb coming back? Let me know. Let me know when Caleb's coming back." And I remember that, and that's how we started talking. Ellie is right. I was posting about you and Jimmy Dore's super chats a lot. I don't think I was. She acts like I was the only one. There were other people doing it, but I was doing it a lot because that's what I try to do is bring different groups together, right, around a common cause, because that's what we need right now. The situation is very serious, and we don't just need like fans. We need to move things in the right direction. So I try to build bridges. I've been blessed to be able to bring the Uhuru movement and the CPI closer together because both movements were under attack by the same people, and it strengthened both of us by doing that. And that's what I was trying to do with Jimmy Dore. I tried to do that a lot. And on the LaRouche movement, I was with them. I was a full-time member since the late 70s until the late 90s. Yeah, the late 90s. I was a member since I was a teenager. And you're right about what you were saying about how, they're doing very important work. They're they're a very necessary component of getting us out of this mess right now. But they do have that problem where you're supposed to agree with everything, right? And if you read LaRouche's ideas, right, what he writes, he actually says he wants people who think like he thinks instead of thinking what he thinks, right? But their membership as a whole doesn't really get that. They do the opposite. And I disagreed with them on some things. And like I'll give one example on Clinton, that they thought that for the longest time that the Clintons were anti-imperialists. Right? And it's more obvious now than it was at first. But that they're imperialists, especially Hillary, but Bill too. And he helped destroy Russia. He helped set the preconditions for the crisis that we're in right now. He could have brought about the peace dividend, the peace dividend. Bill Clinton could have brought that about, and he did the opposite. But they were expecting him to, and then they don't tend to remember that you were right when you disagree. They just remember you disagreed with them, especially if you're a full-time member. I'm slurring a little bit because I had a little little accident on my way here. I fell outside, so that's why I keep slurring. I'm a little bit still in shock, but yeah, and CPI is not like that. CPI allows more deliberation, right? And I think that makes us stronger, right? Even if you're wrong, right? It's better to have the freedom to be wrong and come to conclusions and be flexible. So that way, as the situation changes, you can respond quicker, because especially right now, the situation is changing very fast, especially like with Trump right now. We still don't know which way he's going to land. It's a big battle,
right?
And we have to be able to act appropriately either way, right? And right now, we're doing everything we can to make sure he lands in the right direction. And I think a lot of it depends if we can get Tulsi confirmed or not. And, she's not perfect. She's committed war crimes in Africa. Right? What we're doing there, we have no right to do. But she's smart enough to not want to blow the world up, right? The way that the Biden faction does. And if the world blows up, we're never going to have a revolution, right? Nobody in the Trump administration is the revolution right now. But some of us, some factions will blow up. We'll be gone. There won't be any human race by the time it gets time. We're years away from a revolution, right? We're minutes away from the end of the world, and we have to be able to keep intervening as things change. And CPI does that better than anybody.
I had a thing to kind of say about the dialectical materialism. Like, we're living in a society that people don't have time to debate that. Like, we have bills to pay. I got to take care of a child. I got to make sure, this and that. Like, I don't have time to be, doing that. And I feel like a lot of Americans have that same sentiment. And I don't want to be an organization that, like, oh, you don't know this, so then you can't be part of it. Like, that it's that behavior. And it's like, we have to kind of cater to these people who voted for Trump and understand where they're coming from. And it's like, I don't think they have time to look into politicians one by one and what they've done throughout their history. And I think that's, we need Caleb to help us understand that. And I appreciate that, and never kind of like saying, oh, you don't know this and you can't do nothing, and just stay, just keep living paycheck to paycheck. And that's why a lot of these communist circles and all these other circles kind of go into that rabbit hole, and it gets lost, and there's nothing that's done. So that's why I don't like to talk about that. Maybe that's Caleb's thing, that, but for me, it's more of like going out there, talking to people, knowing where they're coming from, instead of just assuming, and oh, you should know better. Like, no, we've gone through a lot through 2020 on forward, and it's like, the situation's getting harder and harder. And I think understanding that is the way we should kind of behave nowadays, and it does get personal sometimes, but it's just more in the fact of like, yeah, I'm not gonna say this person doesn't know this, so oh yeah, they don't know Marxism, Leninism, so you can't be part of our team because you don't know that, and I just, like, you don't have time for that. I don't have time for that, like, I feel like that, and I mean?
Well, I want to, it's funny because there's things that John said, there's things that Peter said, and there's things that Gabby just said that I think they all kind of add up, even things that Jesse said, Funky said, that, like all the people now, and I see this a lot, that are posting like, oh my God, Trump appointed Marco Rubio, Trump is just another warmonger, screw him, and all of that. What they're doing is that they're surrendering. They're giving up, because then you're saying, oh, okay, well, I guess we lost again. And you're giving up, right? Like, there's still an opportunity that maybe something good could come out of this Trump administration. Not guaranteeing it. It's a long shot, but we got to do our best to make it happen. And that seems to be a recurring theme. And it's kind of like when Gavin was on before, and he talked about how the left loves you if you lose, right? They love Trump. He lost. They love Che Guevara. He lost. They love you if you lose, because that's easy. There's no risk, right? When you actually are trying to win, there's risk. And that we are actually trying to win. And that Gabby's describing all these communist groups that sit there and do this intellectual thing where they want to battle each other about what dialectical materialism means, but they're not actually in the game. They're not actually trying to make good things happen in the world.
I don't have time for that. Like, people have time for that. Like, I work all day. I have 12-hour shifts. Like, people have work all day. You think we have time to, like, oh, this is correct, this is not correct, this is this is, and it's like, it's like, I'm very tired of that mindset. And then that's why I'm like, okay, that's why we have Caleb to kind of guide us in that direction and educate us, and not like do it in a snobby way. And I really appreciate that. And that's why I'm like, I feel like I'm open to be wrong as hell, and I'm actually owning to what I done wrong, what I need to do better throughout this journey. And it's like, that's the reason why we exist, because we don't want to make anybody feel a certain way. And there's a lot of sentiment to it. Like, and I don't want people to feel less than. I want people to feel heard, and like, I don't want people to feel like they're not listening to me, and that's why I have good friendships and relationships with people in CPI. And I actually, like to call them, like to text them and make sure they're good and everything. It's not just about like Marxism and all this stuff. It's about real friendship and real getting to know a person, and that goes further down,
It's even Barack Obama, right? When he was president, he said to people, okay, you got to make me do what's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And the one time the people did, right, they stopped him from bombing Syria.
Yep.
Yeah.
But most of the
100%.
time they didn't do that. So, yeah, he let us down, but in a way we let him down. And it was the same way with Trump's first administration. People fell into either the QAnon, right? Oh, trust the plan, rah, 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 Trump, or Trump is bad, forget him, be against what he did. And Bernie Sanders, right after Trump won that time, he put out a statement saying, okay, to the extent that Trump backs working people, and to the extent that he's pro-peace, I'm going to support him. And to the extent he's anti-immigrant, I'm going to oppose him. and that he pushes hate, I'm going to approach. And that was a good statement. He was
Yeah.
saying support him when he's right and oppose him when he's wrong. And then, of course, he didn't do that. He became a total punk for the DNC and just opposed Trump no matter what. And we could have gotten rid of NATO in first Trump term, right? If Bernie Sanders and the Bernie Sanders left had stood up. And that's what the left has to do now, right? We have to stand up for the good things that he's doing and oppose him and the bad stuff and educate him in economics because he wants growth, but he's not going to be able to have growth unless he busts the cartels, the monopolies. And he doesn't get that yet. So we have to do a combination of educate him, right? Oppose his bad stuff and push the good stuff. And the people have to become in charge. And that's what we didn't do that with Obama like we should have done. And we didn't do that with the first Trump administration, and we didn't do it with Biden. And now we have to do it because this is endgame.
Well, and that's a really good reason for people to join CPI right there. You just, without explaining anything about CPI, without talking about why it's important for people to join, you just told everybody why people should join, because that's what we're trying to do. Like the whole dialectical materialism conversation came up because we were asked about it. Like we don't talk about we try not to talk about stuff that ultimately isn't important to the end game. And yes, there's certainly, we can talk about how acknowledging historical process or debating exactly what that means. We can talk about that, but it's not something that needs to be forefront. It's not something that needs to be important. And we're probably one of the only, if not the only organization of our type that is thinking that way. We're not, like the dialectical materialism question is not our primary focus or point of interest. We don't really care that much about that. What we care about is exactly what John just talked about. Like, this stuff is super important for us being alive in a week, Yes.
Well, and it's interesting because the whole reason that Marx developed dialectical materialism was because he wanted to change the world. That was the point, was like, how does change actually happen? It was a philosophy to explain how the world changes. And part of the tradition that I got from being in activist groups was that I was taught that Marxism won't make sense to you if you're not involved in trying to change the world. That if you're not an activist, if you're not involved in protesting and trying to build a movement and trying to actually change the world, you're not really going to get it. At a lot of colleges, at my college, they had a class on Marxism. And it was awful. It was horrible because it was taught as this kind of abstract philosophy. And we read Plato, and then we read Hegel, and then we read Marx, and it was just really boring. And it didn't make sense because we were not involved in struggle. And that if you're involved in struggle, it will make sense to you. If you're not involved in struggle, it's not going to make any sense to you. And that's the whole point of it. And that so much of what we end up doing in CPI, so much of what we end up doing is making people aware of their power, right? Is letting people know that you can actually change the world. You can actually change the world. And a lot of people don't think they can. And in fact, they almost look for communism as a fandom or as a place to hide because they feel like they can't change the world. So it's some kind of intellectual entertainment. But that's not the decision that Carson made. Carson has just become our newest member. Shout out to Carson. Yay. Welcome, Carson. Don't know much about you, don't know where you are, but you get a copy of Out of the Movement to the Masses. We're really happy to have you as a member of the organization. So Carson just joined. We got a new member, and everyone who joins this hour, everyone who joins before the next hour will get a copy of Out of the Movement to the Masses. And we might as well bring on another member. We've got Dan Niswander. Welcome, Dan. How are you?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Dan is out in the Los Angeles area. I met Dan when I was out there for an event about peace on the Korean Peninsula at the LA Family Church. Good. How's it going, Dan?
Great. I'm slow to getting around this morning because I ate a lot yesterday, but I'm doing great.
There you go. Well, we're really glad to have you here, and so we're asking everybody why they joined CPI. So why don't you go tell your origin story with CPI?
Oh wow! Well, my origin story, I think it would have to start with probably Occupy Wall Street, because when I was I think I've got the channel up on my YouTube. Hold on a second here. Okay, that's better. It started when I was part of Occupy Los Angeles. A lot of the Occupy groups were watching a lot of the same kind of content, watching each other's content. And I saw Caleb in Zuccotti Park. And I just thought I liked a lot of what he had to say. And then years later, in doing some journalism with KPFK and being an activist in that group, that scope, obviously a lot of during the Bernie Sanders era, I became friends with, got to know Jimmy Dore through KPFK. I became friends with a mutual friend of Caleb and I's, Pasta Jardula and Fiala
He's
Isabella.
a great guy, Pasta.
Yeah, and all these people, Jimmy and Steph and Pasta and Fia and Johnny, who was working at that time with Combo Couch, then he went on to Kim Iverson. They were all like a mile away from me. So I got to know those people. So in one of Pasta's threads somewhere, the algorithm's like, here's Caleb. I thought, oh, I know that guy. And so I started watching the live stream, and then I just got hooked. And it takes a lot for me to go down a rabbit hole. As a journalist, when you go down a rabbit hole, you find a lot of crap. But other times you go down rabbit holes and you find some amazing stuff that obviously takes your attention completely away from Fox, MSNBC, the New York Times, CNN, whatever. And so, yeah, because I just heard a lot of truth coming from Caleb, knowing that he, came from Occupy Wall Street. In my experience, I know that that's in the right direction. So, and I thought, well, maybe I'll meet him in 2025. We can do some out here in LA. And then the Korean unification thing happened. So we met a lot faster than I thought. And I scrambled to get some equipment from the studio. We did an interview, and we became quick, fast friends. And I really appreciate him. I appreciate all of you. I look forward to meeting all you guys, hopefully in Chicago next year. Hopefully. We'll see. Economically, things have been kind of crazy. So we're all kind of struggling with that in our own ways, unless you're in the 1% of the top 10%, which that's why, and the person really that turned me on to Marxism, I say, would be Professor Richard Wolff. When I was the community advisory board chair for KPFK, I was one of the cameramen for his first event when he came here to Hollywood. And I was literally like walking away from the camera so I could go, yeah. I thought I'd never heard anybody speak so honestly about the capitalism, socialism, Marxism, and the history. I mean, he went into detailed history of in an hour and a half talk that just in front of an audience of like 800 people in Hollywood. And it was like, wow, I want to talk to this guy. And so eventually I did. Eventually I interviewed him 1 year later. And so, yeah, he's my go-to usually for understanding Marxism. And I recommend his books, not before CPI books, but I do recommend his books, because they're, especially the newer ones. I haven't read Understanding Capitalism, because if you don't have a whole lot of time to read Das Kapital, for instance, he's somebody who studied this kind of stuff his entire life, for like 60 years. And he gives you a great summary of Marxism, socialism, and capitalism in three books that he's got. But yeah, so that's how I came. And then I saw the morning messages, and I thought, this is a great idea. This is when you're an international community, that's how you connect with people is through YouTube or through some visual kind of way to communicate, or Zooms, as much as I don't like them, especially during the pandemic era. We had no choice. But it's better than audio alone is better than not having the contact at all. And so utilize it, and that's what I've done. That's when I first discovered Zoom. Even I interviewed one of the Gilets jaunes in France, and I said, well, I'm not going to France. So, and some people, they don't give you access unless you go online to do that, even if they're local, but so it's important that we do these kinds of things and we connect. And I'm a big fan of the growth book. I think I'm going to read from it, because it has a lot of important information in it, especially in the context of, people learning something for the first time. You know what I mean? Hearing something for the first time, because I totally get it. I mean, what I've learned about Marx and socialism, communism doesn't fit in with what a lot of these groups are talking about. I mean, I used to be a member of DSA. PSL here locally kind of rejected me, and I wasn't alone. At first I thought I'm older and white. I thought that's what it was. But I learned that there were other guys, that like Middle Eastern guys, kind of younger guys I was hanging out with, and said they don't want us either for some reason. So I never went back. And I have other friends that have had similar experiences, and in my current activist groups here in LA. So I would like to have that textbook this hour. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, that's a textbook. When it's a textbook, especially, I use it as a resource. I would love to get a copy of that.
You got it, Dan. You'll get one. And I do want to announce that, everyone who joins this hour is getting one, everyone who signs up, and I will send you one, Dan, as well. And along with that, we do have a new member who just joined, Ben in Illinois. So Ben, you're getting one of these in the mail. Keep your eye out for it. Should come in a couple weeks. Glad to have you. Welcome to the community. And because, we've got plenty of prizes, I pushed my thing back because this next prize, for the next person who becomes a member of CPI, you are going to get
for us, Caleb.
What's that?
You're going to dance for us?
No, they are going to get a poster for the Communist Party of Venezuela. This is an election campaign poster for the Communist Party of Venezuela. From Venezuela, actually. When I went to Venezuela, I went to the Communist Party headquarters, and they gave us these campaign posters. Their symbol is a peacock, and they've got Lenin and Simon Bolivar and all of that. So the next person who becomes a dues-paying member of CPI, send in your address, and you will, in addition to getting the book that everyone's getting, you will get this Venezuela election campaign poster. So sign up, become a member. Who will get the poster? The next person will get this Venezuelan election campaign poster from Venezuela, from the Communist Party of Venezuela. So very exciting, very, very exciting. And welcome, Ben, and welcome, Dan. So I think that Ellen in Chicago never got a chance to share why she joined CPI. Is she still there, Ellen? Yes, Ellen's here. Go ahead, Ellen. I've got to unmute.
Yes, and so I am going to join. I've tried 2 times to, but I guess I could go ahead and officially join and get the textbook, though I have this one already. But
okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
but I do want to. I've got ADD basically, so when it comes to doing something like figure out the computer, it can be difficult.
Get off the live stream.
But I am going to go ahead and sign up. So
okay.
and-
But tell us how you got involved.
Okay. Yeah. Well, basically, it was Ellie. Ellie, I met at the
and John
and
at
John.
the first one, right? At that Julian Assange movie event.
Yeah, I think I'd met you before though. Down. We were protesting
after,
Ukraine.
Right?
This was a thing for Ukraine.
Right.
There's a group that had gotten kind of small after the pandemic. So this was right at the beginning of the Ukraine invasion that, I went down there and there were just about 10 of us, really hardcore activists. And Ellie, the first thing she said, "Do you know anything about Caleb Maupin?" And I hadn't heard of him before. So I was like, well, sounds good, and I met Chris Fogarty there too, and Stansfield Smith, and there was just a few of us, but it was my background, and then I saw her again at the Julian Assange movie. So I've been kind of ever since probably 10 years ago. I joined Organizing for Action Fellows, this Obama group. Basically, it right before that, I say I'm an adult child of a Republican family. My stepfather and mother, the whole estate in Bronxville, New York, kind of got taken by this Betsy McCoy and Rudy Giuliani and the Republicans. And I started researching who are they, and drilled into, wanting to, make them stop invading my family and taking our estate. But and really, researched this bad group of people since then. And then I tried, they were basically like neoliberals, and I now realize kind of Zionist. But and so then I tried to be activist and join the Alliance Against Racist Political Repression, and looking for coalitions against gun violence. And I've been interested in Marxism and socialism, and but haven't really that alliance. They pushed me out 5 years ago and didn't even tell me. Somebody said I was racist, and I tried running for office for the Green Party, and they pushed me out for being anti-Semitic, which means I'm basically anti-Israel, or I'm pro-Palestinian, pro-peace, pro-humanity.
Yeah, so many of us have been canceled by the mainstream left. It's like they don't want people to work with them. Gavin, who was, in Illinois, he went and joined his local DSA, and they found out, oh my goodness, he criticized Planned Parenthood on his Facebook. Oh, he's done. Right. Dan had that experience out in LA. You've had that experience. I mean, what is it with the left? I guess they've got the richest capitalists in the world on their side. They've got Jeff Bezos and Goldman Sachs on their side. So they don't need ordinary working people to join up if they disagree on one or two different points. I mean, it's completely ridiculous, completely absurd.
Yeah, and I was also involved with the Green Party. It's kind of like, and the Truth movement out of New York, these people who are 9/11 Truth were forming Truth Action Project, and to try to, it's basically, I think they're opposed to the truth. I think they've been infiltrated by the Zionist neoliberals, and are.
I think you're absolutely right, Ellen. I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. I mean, we've been raging against the synthetic left for so much of the the time that I've been out here doing this stuff, because I mean, at this point, I mean, they are just foot soldiers of the establishment. No question about it. So
yeah, it's been infiltrated. Yeah. This is cancel, woke, all these things are making more sense. And really basically what we are, truth, and that's, I think they're deception by way of deception, Mossad, Zionism, they're, it's scary. And so I really think, we're a good place we have to be honest, and you need to have in-person people where we can keep each other honest, because that's what we have to do, is keep them honest, which they don't want to do. That's what I figured out there. But yeah, your formula here, of in-person people, being educated. It's funny how I come from a total right-wing family that was, and realizing that was wrong. And, here you guys are kind of more coming from the communist perspective and realizing that's kind of wrong. And we have to really just have integrity and, mostly try to stop blowing ourselves up and stop the murder of the Palestinians. And so the people this has to be the People's Party. And, I see the overlap of, I tried to get out to the Rage Against the Machine, 2 or 3 years ago, and more recently. And I'm really just so grateful that Ellie called and said, let's come to Ottawa. Can you drive? Can you pick somebody up? Just starting with that, I can do that. This needs to be a people's party. I think progressive people's party is, and innovation is something I do know a lot about. I was a market research analyst, really studying innovation. And so, let's try to make this happen.
Yeah, well, one thing that for me was just key is the Uhuru movement. I mean, the fact that they have been, been raided by the FBI, they've been indicted, put on trial for being foreign agents, and this black socialist organization has been targeted by the American government, and then the various socialist and communist groups haven't done anything for them. I mean, that's what I find to be so shocking. To see that, if Trump had done this, they would have been all over it. There would have been, pieces about Trump did this because he's racist. But because Biden was the president who did it, and because the Uhuru movement is not doing the leftism thing, they're instead focused on building, community and building economic development among black people in Florida and in Missouri. The left abandoned the Uhuru movement. And I find that to be particularly horrifying that they abandoned the Uhuru movement. But we have stepped up to the plate. We have said that we have to support the Uhuru movement at all costs. So I actually wanted to show a video, about, when we went down to Florida recently, the trial and the things that went on. And I'm headed back down to Tampa and St. Petersburg for the sentencing hearing. They were not convicted of being Russian agents, found not guilty of being Russian agents, but they were found guilty of conspiracy. So I'm going to put on our video from when I was in Tampa last time. You'll see John and myself and other people supporting them in this video. Then we'll continue the discussion. Just a quick reminder, everyone who joins the Center for Political Innovation, you got 10 more minutes left this hour. You'll get a free Out of the Movement to the Masses textbook. And the next person who joins, whoever it is, they will get this Venezuelan Communist Party poster from Venezuela. So we're going to put on the Uhuru video. Then we will resume. Please join the Center for Political Innovation. We'll take a little bit of a break as we show this video, and then we'll be back because we've still got 2 more hours on here for those of us who are sticking around. There we go. Here's the Uhuru movement. It's the Uhuru House, and the rally here is in response to the fact that the People's Democratic Uhuru movement has been charged as being Russian agents. The trial begins Tuesday, September 3rd, and it is alleged that their activism in the black community is somehow acting as a foreign agent of Russia. It's a very dangerous case with very extreme implications for freedom of speech, freedom to protest, freedom to be anti-war here in the United States. It was a beautiful rally that was held. Here are some of the highlights of that demonstration.
Come on, put your hands together and stomp your feet. Come on and praise the Lord.
Yeah, we've been messing with each other for a very long time. This is CPI. This is Caleb Maupin and John. This is our guy John. CPI and his Green Party. These people are out. He's Green Party. This is just a sort of a research lab that open up some. Well, I do get this is where I'm This is the ways, this is the way she's Secretary General.
As was stated, my name is Jesse Neville. I am also a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the chair of our mass organization. And I am also one of the Uhuru Three, along with Chairwoman Penny Hess and our leader, Chairman Omalia Shatella. And many of you have probably seen the video footage of what this very parking lot and area and staging ground where we are right now looked like on July 29th of 2022. It was filled with FBI agents dozens, and if not over 100 FBI agents with vans, with armored vehicles, with battering rams, with flashbang grenades at this location here in St. Petersburg, at the home of Director Akile Anai, who also want to salute, at the home of Chairman Amalia Shatella and Deputy Chair, as well as at their home in St. Louis, to have that many FBI agents and that many assault rifles when they could have sent one guy with a briefcase and a little badge and a warrant to say, I'm here to execute a search warrant. They did that because they wanted to intimidate Chairman Amalia Shatella. And think about that.
On Tuesday, you have this trial coming up. You know, what sparked this, and what is the message you really want to get across?
The message is that black people have agency, that we don't require anybody to tell us that we are oppressed. We are not employees of Russia. And I think the big problem is that the U.S. government has is that we won't be employees of the U.S. government. We are free people. We are fighting for the freedom of African people.
There's only one interest for imperialism and colonialism, and it's seated right in Washington, D.C., whoever is sitting in the White House. So we got to understand that. So we just came to be here with y'all, and to be here with Comrade O'Malley, and the party, and the movement, and the supporters, because this is where we needed to be.
This morning you ought to clap your hands. Come on, put your hands together and stomp your feet.
So we got to find out what's happened. So they made me read Marx. They forced me to read Lenin. They forced me to look at Trotsky and all the others who represented what was characterized as scientific revolution. And it was helpful. I read Marx. And having read Marx, I came to damn different conclusions about so much using the science that Marx provided. Because Marx told us, he said, you have to have an understanding of how capitalism came into existence. He said, in order for there to be capitalist production, there must be accumulation of capital. He said, but how do you get an accumulation of capital if there's no capitalist production? He said, the only way we can get out of this is to presuppose that there was an accumulation of capital that preceded the production, the capitalist production. He said that accumulation of capital came about as a consequence of turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. He said it came and carrying the indigenous people in this land into the mines, bringing up gold and silver and what have you for the Europeans. He said it had to do with the attack that was going on at what they call East India at the time. We're talking about the India in that particular area of South Asia. Hell, he just described a mode of production. That is a mode of production for the first time in history with the enslavement of African people, with the attack on Africa, the Portuguese, 600 years we've been fighting this struggle. 600 years ago, 1415.
I have a question. If Jesse and Penny and the chairman are foreign agents, then who are the elected officials who are receiving money from AIPAC? Are they not foreign agents also? Why aren't they going after them? The hypocrisy of this government is absolutely, it makes you want to toss your cookies, to coin a phrase, okay?
People understand what this means in terms of the threat to free speech of everybody. So that's why people are here, and that's why we are here. So we expect many, many more people to arrive here, and people like Charles Barron, who you may know for years and years was on the city council in New York and the state assembly in New York.
Turning 50 plus years old, I can't keep singing outside on the street corners. And then someone told me there was a new radio station called Black Power. I said, they called my name. Black Power. They called my name. I'm black and I got power. So I wanted to go out, and I came and I said, I want to be a DJ. And I'll never forget the person that was here, manager at the time, say, you want to be a DJ? And I said, yeah. He said, aren't you blind? I said, yes, I am. He said, well, I don't know if you can do it. I said, well, give me a chance, man. Give me a chance. And he said, okay, I guess I'll give you a chance. And deputy chair, she urged me on. And next thing you know, I was playing music and I was DJing and I was finding love for my community. And they was finding love for me, most important.
Okay, CPI is honored to be here because we understand how important this case is. What's at stake is not just a life sentence for Chairman O'Malley. What's at stake is a death sentence for humanity. Because imperialism has pushed us to the brink of a world-ending nuclear war between the United States and Russia. And what these demons are saying with this prosecution is that it's illegal to organize to try to stop that war, and it's illegal to even talk about it. That's right. Go ahead. And we got to talk about it. We got to organize against it because it's a threat to everybody. We're not here defending Chairman O'Malley. He's defending us, our children, everyone we've ever met, and anyone we ever will meet from a world-ending war, from imperialism to colonialism, and the final war that they're leading us to. So we have to do everything we can to help him win that fight. We got to do it like our life depends on it, because it does.
This is a case that's using law in pursuit of political objectives, that this is a political trial. These are political charges that they're making against us, and they're using the law. So we have incredibly good lawyers who will represent us in the court.
There's not really much that I can add, but I just want to turn around and say, look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Chairman O'Malley is not a hashtag revolutionary. He's a cement and bricks revolutionary. He is a builder, and he constructs and he lifts people up. And we look on him with absolute admiration for what he has done and what he has accomplished and why they are targeting him. Yeah, right. And I must say, if you look at what they're doing, this is a test case. They have already raided the home of Scott Ritter. They just recently targeted Danny Shaw, the journalist, at the airport when he was coming back to the United States. And they have gone as far as to prosecute Sue Mi Terry, the top Korea scholar, a longtime shill, just because South Korea won't go along with the provocations against North Korea that the United States is demanding. There is all kinds of abuse and efforts to impose and utilize the Foreign Agents Registration Act in the works. There have been calls to prosecute organizations that march for Palestine under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And this is a test case. And that is why standing up and taking this to trial and saying that you will not surrender is so important. It's really important. And we should all look in absolute admiration to Chairman O'Malley, to the Who Three, and all that they are doing. And I must say that Chairman O'Malley is a builder. And that's why he has been targeted, is because he has built and he has constructed. And if you look at what their system is doing, monopolistic capitalism is in a wrecking, destructive period. But we are builders. We are people of the land. We are fighting back. We are resisting. We resist their global system based on fake wealth and usury and global domination of world markets. And we stand for building and construction and popular power. Thank you very much.
And if, in fact, this trial is based on law and the Constitution, we'll win it, hands down. But the problem is that it's political, and so therefore is extremely important for the people who are the most incredible, most significant factor in any kind of political situation, the people. And so that's what's really important, for the people to come forward and say that we recognize that black people have been historically oppressed in this country. The Russians didn't have to tell us that.
The party, the chairman has stood with every struggle. We recently found a photograph of Janeva's father, the incredible Biga Lumumba, speaking at a rally in support of Leonard Peltier in San Francisco in about 1983, 84, the party stood with Leonard Peltier for his freedom then, who has been in prison for 50 years on his own stolen land. So I just want to say we are confident. We want everybody to be there who can. The trial starts next Tuesday. It is powerful to see the people. And we, it's just, we will win. We will win. Only the people can do this. Salute to Chairman Amali Shatella, Deputy Chair Onis Shatella, and the African People's Socialist Party.
And I'm saying this as somebody who's a communist. I'm, as Comrade Charles Barry knows, I'm a materialist. You understand? I'm a materialist. But saying I'm a materialist does not keep me from appreciation of what we've seen here today. Because African people came to Christianity for different reasons. African people came to Christianity because it was the religion of the oppressed. Right. That's why there's go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell Pharaoh, let my people go. You weren't hearing that in the white church. You were hearing that in the church of the oppressed. And that's the thing that brought us to this relationship with these wonderful people who bring the culture, African culture. We've had to learn how to even sing songs and express our feelings in ways that's not necessarily obvious to the oppressor. When Harriet Tubman come in the middle of the night to get the people, what she say? Steal away, steal away. And Africans understood exactly what that means. It's time to bounce. You understand? And so people got together and did exactly that. So that's our relationship. That's a different Christianity than what Trump is talking about. That's a different Christianity than what Biden is talking about. That's a religion that's facing resistance. That's the way we approach that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
Also, did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru 3 and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody. In Brooklyn, New York, the first tribunal on reparations for African people, the first world tribunal where we use international law, including the Genocide Convention. This is so wild because they charged us with being under the leadership of the Russians around genocide. And Comrade John had a splendid response to that. He said the guy who, the Russian we're supposed to be working for, was only 7 years old when we had that conviction, so they've done some time trial, in Russia to be able to make that, that claim. But I just wanted to say that the CPI, John, and then Caleb and John, Center for Political Innovation, I saw Caleb in this video, Comrade Caleb, and he was on a platform. Vladimir Putin, President Putin, was on the stage, and Caleb was in the audience, and he raised his hand and was recognized. And he said that what was happening with the Uhuru 3, and that they were using the Russia kind of thing as the basis for that, and he put it before them, and I thought that was really powerful and really great.
Things between our two countries are not good at this point. Before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace.
I don't want to say too much. I spoke earlier, but I just want to tell you that Tara Reid, the journalist who was sexually assaulted by Joe Biden and is currently living in Russia, wanted me to send her greetings to today's rally and to express her support. And I want to also say that, 2 years ago, I live in Brooklyn, but I was in Chicago, and we were going to have a conference, and we were going to honor Tara Reid at our conference. And it was 2 years ago, and I was in Chicago helping prepare for the conference. And then my phone started blowing up because everyone started telling me from around the country about what was happening here in St. Petersburg and in St. Louis. And we heard about what was happening, and we immediately thought we need to do everything we can to support the Uhuru movement. And so we were all over social media raising the case and raising awareness. And we made a phone call, and we decided we were going to dedicate the opening of our conference to the case. And members of the organization drove from St. Louis to Chicago, and we opened our conference honoring the Uhuru movement in the aftermath, in the immediate aftermath of those raids. And Tara Reid was there, and she had not heard about the raids and what had happened, but she heard about it, and she was able to speak with many of her associates and people that she's known through her efforts to expose Joe Biden. And we were able to make some connections, and that's something we're very, very proud of. We have from the beginning seen how dangerous this case is. And I have yelled at many people that I know that are anti-imperialists, many people that are claiming to be anti-war, claiming to be against the FBI, about how dangerous this case really is. And we have seen one of our roles as an organization of just highlighting the importance of this case, because there are many people who just don't seem to grasp how serious this case is. The attitude of the anti-imperialist movement, the attitude of the anti-war movement and the labor movement was an injury to one is an injury to all. And if they come for one of us, they have to deal with all of us. And that is the attitude of solidarity that we've been trying to bring from the beginning about this case. And so I want to urge people to go to their networks and demand people take a stand around this case, explain to them why it's so important, and don't let the issue go. Don't let them drop it. Don't let them just put out one statement, okay, we support them, and then move on and do something else. Explain to them how all of our rights are on trial here today. That's what I want to make clear. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Now more than ever, it's time to get organized. You and I both know that institutions like the African People's Socialist Party are crucial in advancing our struggle for liberation.
That even the First Amendment that the prosecution has attempted to prevent us from using as a defense, even that First Amendment was not ratified by the United States Congress until 1791. At the time where African people were still living in the worst kind of slavery imaginable. So it certainly wasn't even made for us, but African people in this country have been the ones fighting harder for the constitutional rights than anybody else. So we are the ones who made the struggle for universal suffrage. We are the ones whose churches were bombed, our children killed, our leaders assassinated, just pursuing the right for the democratic rights that's associated with the First Amendment and the Bill of Rights. So we didn't need any Russians to tell us that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
All right. Well, we're back. How's everybody doing? Doing? So this hour, Peter, this hour for people who join, we have a book of Peter's that they're going to get.
Yeah. Horseshoe Theory is Right, but Not How You Think, which is it's not a particularly long text. It is the booklet adaptation of my most recent documentary, Horseshoe Theory is Right, but Not How You Think, which is, I I think something that we've more or less been working at for years and years, the attempt to show how the left and right are not as diametrically opposed as people want to believe. Now, there is, of course, in the name, horseshoe theory, which comes from a book from Noberto Bobbio, which is it's a less materially based idea. It's not based in the idea that there is a fundamental class conflict that needs to be addressed, as opposed to an ideological conflict between whether or not we should be aristocrats or capitalists, or rather, we should believe in abortion, or we should think that trans rights are human rights, or these are not the fundamental arguments that are at the center of political conflict in the United States of America. Now, certainly, I think that you're allowed to have those opinions. I don't think that these are bad opinions to have. I don't think that it's wrong to think that X group deserves human rights. I certainly wouldn't argue with that. But it is not the fundamental problem that we are dealing with. We talk about everything from the crisis of overproduction to the ideological roots of the left-right dichotomy. We talk about all of these types of things. And it's an important, in my opinion, well, my series is called Very Important Documentaries, and I talk about things that I think are very important. And I think it's very important, especially, it's not just me talking about how the left and right are the same. We're in an era of realignment. So many people have talked about realignment, about how we can't just look at the political dichotomy as a simple left-right thing anymore. And I think that that's true. But I also think that it's more along the lines of something where the everyday person, the apolitical person, is probably a lot closer to correct than anyone is really asserting. Like, people hate the idea of a quote-unquote centrist, somebody who doesn't actually think that one of the sides is entirely correct about anything. But in truth, while a lot of people like to say the centrist is actually a right-winger in disguise, I think that the people out there in the United States of America are more what a definitional centrists would be, an apolitical person, a person who has felt betrayed by the Democrats and the Republicans in one way or another, whether it be the neocon wing of the Republican Party or the neoliberal wing of the Democratic Party, or for that matter, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. People look at this stuff and they see the same betrayal. They see the same when they see Bernie saying that Kamala Harris is still a progressive and that we need to vote for her because Trump is evil. Well, Trump is out working at McDonald's and showing that he's willing to actually entertain the lives of the normal American people more so than Kamala Harris ever is going to by showing up on sex podcasts.
Right.
I mean, it's obvious to me and to many other people that there's just a big disconnect between what all of these parties are saying that their core values are and what the average American person is actually experiencing.
Peter, can I interject?
Sure.
Just listening to what you're saying, I know, not get the impression, but I know that the left and the right have been completely co-opted. Whatever the left was, or the sort of true left, I say that in quotation marks, has been co-opted by the AOCs and the Bernie Sanders. And so people who are not politically plugged in as much as we are, they're going to then see that as the real left, or what is socialism, or they don't understand that. But I have to say, I do have a a fantasy I would like to express, which would be to get in front of AOC or Bernie Sanders and just ask them, like, you're socialists, can you recommend books that we could be reading to help us with this movement? And I believe they will not know any books. They don't do any reading. They do no studying. They'll be put so on the spot that then they would have to come up with something or say that I was a plant. But that day will come because I am manifesting that day. And I would just like to say that, yes, they have co-opted these movements and they get ahead of us or use us, the parasites that they are, than to get them deeper into the minds of the public and then say, no, this is what socialism really is. And in point of fact, it's the total opposite of that. So
I think Caleb, I think, made a really good point when talking about this, is that at one point where I assert that the left and right, have their roots in the French Revolution, and that ultimately left isn't, a socialist ideology. It is a bourgeois ideology. But ultimately, during like the 1930s and that era, and I think once I'm done saying this, Caleb should probably take this and run with it because he knows more. But I think the best thing to say about it is the reason why the left was the left at one point is because the Soviet Union was the Soviet Union at that point. It was a power in the world where they kind of had to affiliate themselves with that to be legitimate as the left. There was a point where there was a massive power. They were antithetical to this capitalism that all of these people during particularly the Great Depression were feeling very alienated by, very upset about. And there was this big opponent to that, which was asserting itself on the world stage. And at that point in time, it didn't really matter, the French Revolution. What mattered is that there was the Soviet Union. That was there. It was showing us that this world doesn't have to be like this. And I think that that's really what the American intelligence apparatus worked so hard to undermine, not just by, ultimately causing the Soviet Union lived under siege the entire time. And ultimately it had to collapse due to basic problems that I'm sure we can talk about in other areas. But here, it's not just that, but it's also the Congress for Cultural Freedom, which came about in the late 1940s, early 1950s, where they sort of separated the left from the Soviet Union. They worked very hard to make an anti-communist left. Yeah. The reason they did that is because they know that left doesn't have to mean anything. They can, as long as it's just an idea, this idea that we're progressive and we're moving society forward, that can mean anything they want it to mean, as long as they can separate it from the Soviet Union. And obviously the Soviet Union doesn't exist anymore. And what's happened? There's no big accountable entity that the left has to maintain some form of legitimacy or even power in a lot of cases. I'll throw it to Caleb on that because I'm sure he can expound better on it than I can. But
well, I mean, I guess there's a couple points I would give. One point is that, at the time the Soviet Union fell, what the CIA had spent all this time doing and creating a gap between leftists and communists around the world and the Soviet Union was very successful. And very few communist groups mourned the loss of the Soviet Union. Most of them thought it was an uprising against Stalinism. They were supporting it. You had a lot of communist groups. Some of the communist groups in America even sent their members to go join the protests at the time of the fall of the Soviet Union in places like East Germany and other places. I think there was one communist group that had this banner that they unfurled everywhere that said, "Phony communism is dead, long live real communism," and that they all thought the fall of the Soviet Union was great because it would open up, a more legitimate communism. But then in the 1990s, almost all of those groups lost members by the thousands. And they all gained, they all lost very significantly. They all had a lot less people join them. And the labor unions got a lot weaker. We got NAFTA and all of that. And the welfare state got gutted. The social programs, Bill Clinton came in there and got rid of welfare as we know it. And the USA invaded Iraq, or the first Gulf War, and then put sanctions on Iraq. The US invaded Panama. The US invaded Somalia. The USA bombed Yugoslavia. And that that even though the majority of people that were calling themselves socialists or communists in the world did not claim the Soviet Union, anyone who was at all anti-imperialist, anyone who had all supported working families and the struggle for economic justice, they all saw that they lost something very big when the Soviet Union went away. And that is something that cannot be ignored. And actually, in this textbook that we were given out last hour, you can read an essay by Sam Marcy where he made that point at the time the Soviet Union was falling it when speaking at the Socialist Scholars Conference. He's like, objectively, as these socialist countries are falling across Eastern Europe, we're all losing something, right? And then that points to the fact that you can say that the Soviet Union wasn't socialist or whatever, but we all lost something. And I think that's the important thing there. And that part of what made that happen, though, was creating this gap. And there's this phrase that Peter and I have been hit over the head with relentlessly, the red-brown alliance. You're a red-brown. You're part of the red-brown alliance. Where does that phrase red-brown alliance come from? Well, that's from the fall of the Soviet Union. After the Soviet Union fell, when the Soviet Union was falling, they took a vote about whether to keep the Soviet Union or not. And the vote to keep it was massive. And in fact, the smaller countries voted at a higher rate to keep it because a lot of these countries like Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, they lost everything. I mean, everything they had come from the Soviet Union, and so they lost everything. But when the Soviet Union dissolved in Russia, the new country, the Russian Federation, they had an election. And at the time, they were losing their guaranteed jobs. They were losing their social safety net. And so there were a number of political parties that came together to oppose the cuts in social spending. And the biggest one was the Russian Communist Party. But there was also some Russian nationalist parties. There were also some smaller socialist groups. There were some conservative groups. And they called themselves the National Salvation Front. And it was basically anyone who's against like the wrecking of our country that's happening economically joined together. And they won the elections. They won the control of the parliament. And so Boris Yeltsin declared a state of emergency and dissolved the parliament. And then the parliamentarians refused to leave. And so the Russian military was sent to shell the parliament. It was a horrible event. They talk about Black September, when 187 people were killed in the streets when the newly elected government that was trying to stop the cuts in social spending was dissolved. But what was Yeltsin's excuse for implementing the policy? What was the excuse? Well, the excuse was that this parliament that had been elected, this National Salvation Front, he called it a red-brown alliance because it had the Communist Party in it, and it also had some nationalist and conservative parties in it. Now, were there people in this parliament that said anti-Semitic things? Absolutely. But is that why the Russian people voted for them? Obviously not. They voted for them to stop austerity. And abolishing the parliament and, violently forcing the parliament out showed that the overthrow of the Soviet Union wasn't really about democracy, because if it was about democracy and freedom, the will of the people would have prevailed. But it was this kind of like, oh, somebody connected with you said something racist. This is a red-brown alliance. That was the excuse used to implement austerity. And talk of the red-brown alliance spread, but it actually originated with Yeltsin. And it has always been just a talking point that is used by leftists to not oppose economic austerity, to not stand with countries that are under attack, to not oppose cuts in social spending. Is, you point the finger at somebody and say, well, you're anti-Semitic, and that makes it okay for the government to come after you. Minister Farrakhan, right, was the leader of the Black community in the 1990s, and he did the Million Man March, and that was at a time that mass incarceration was rising. But what was the reason that all the leftists and all of them refused to stand with Minister Farrakhan when he was under attack? Well, he's anti-Semitic, and if you support Farrakhan, you're supporting a red-brown alliance. These are the arguments that are used, and so this kind of, I don't know what you want to call it, tanky baiting or whatever. It goes back to the fall of the Soviet Union. And that's an important point to make. And that's why Peter's book that you will get you'll get a copy, if you buy and become a member this hour, you'll get a copy of Peter's book about the horseshoe theory and why we don't have a particular loyalty to anything just because it's left. We're against imperialism. We're fighting for the rights of working families, jobs, healthcare, education, the things people need. That's what we're for. We're not loyal to the left, and I think that's a really important point that wants to be made. Has anyone, we're still waiting for somebody who will get this really neat Communist Party of Venezuela poster that I've got straight from Venezuela. It's
a very cool poster.
Yeah. We've got it.
Can I have it?
I gotta sign up a membership. I think you already signed up. It's too late.
Yeah, Gabby, you're already a paying member.
Yeah. Oh man. Right.
I'm going to unsubscribe and subscribe again.
Tell her, can you hear me? I'm going to sign up and give it to Gabby because.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Well,
Oh,
it's Gabby. Gabby gets it then. All right, Gabby.
Nice.
Very good. Very
Nice.
good. So now I have to. So now I have to come up with a new prize. But Peter, do you want to talk a little bit about your book, and then we can show a clip from the movie version of your book? Do you want
Yes.
to talk a little bit about it while I go get another prize?
Yeah. So the reason why this is so important is, again, Caleb and I have talked a great deal about this. This is kind of an expression of something we've been attempting to work on for a very long time. It's of course talking to people about why the direction brain, that's what this is. We're calling this direction brain. This little guy right here. He's it's got to be left or right. It's never anything else. If you say something even vaguely similar to the right, or just something that's not similar to the left, you're a fascist. It's that kind of thing. These are all thought terminating cliches. It is not ultimately important to get the approval of the broad left. What is important is that we are talking to normal people. And Gabby was talking about this pretty specifically earlier, I think, in an important way to say it. The whole dialectical materialism question, for instance, it's not important in terms of the actual mass action. And the thing is, everything we've said about dialectical materialism today, including stuff that I've said in favor of it, would probably make a lot of leftists mad. It would create an argument that it can't stop. It can't. We have to concentrate on it. We have to do struggle sessions. We have to figure out the right line. And then once we have that right line, we have to figure out how it can be more woke. And then once it's more woke, we have to go and tell everybody how they're bad because they aren't that yet. And that's not how you win people over. That's not how you change the world. It's not how you build a coalition. It's not how you build an organization or power or anything like that. It's how you separate the market into fandoms. You create little contentions that various market segmentation is done based upon. I don't like this version of dialectical materialism, so that means I like this personality that doesn't say the thing that I don't like about it. It's all nonsense, and it doesn't get us anywhere. And the reason we need this kind of thing, we talk about this type of stuff, is because we need to be able to win. We need to actually be able to build a coalition, to build power, and whether or not that means we have a revolution tomorrow, it's not really the relevant question. We're not really talking about revolution when we're talking about building these things. Revolution is a bizarre thing to act like we can just have. The spontaneous revolution that anarchists believe will happen will not happen. You have to build power. You have to organize. You have to build communities. You have to build coalitions. You have to have a basis from which to work from if you want to change anything, whether that's something small or something big. If it's qualitative in change, it can't be done via bitching at people for them not having exactly the right line or saying a wrong word or what have you. The fact is, most of the people that they wield as a cudgel against people who are just saying material things, they don't benefit. For instance, trans people. They use trans people as a cudgel on everything, and they don't benefit trans people. What they do is they make trans people look nuts to everybody in the world so that nobody's sympathetic to it. And they make it seem like that's the only important thing to talk about, and it's certainly not. And let me tell you something. If 50% of the renters in America can't pay their rent, it's very likely that trans people are included in that. And that's the way that I think. That's the way that it's important to think. Those people don't not deserve their rights. I'm not arguing against people's rights. I'm arguing that everybody needs to be in a better situation. And that is not what the left or right argue. They argue cultural issues. Trans people, for instance, if you ever hear the left or the right talk about it, it is the worst thing to listen to because there's nothing you can ever nobody can have an opinion without it being wrong. And that's not to say even left versus right. That's left versus left and versus left and versus left and versus left and also versus right. It's just insane. They get into these insane circular arguments, and that's really what this is about stopping. It's about talking about class, about material interests, about imperialism, about the crisis of overproduction / the value crisis. It is about what is actually wrong. And it doesn't map onto red or blue. It maps onto a completely different thing. Globalist, imperialist versus regular person. And you could call that bourgeoisie versus proletariat if you wanted. But again, to go back to what Gabby was saying, those words don't sound like something that a normal person cares about. They sound like an argument in the making. And that's why I think that it's important for us to say things like globalist, even though imperialist is the proper term. And certainly people understand imperialist better than they understand a lot of the other terms that a Marxist might use. And we still use imperialist, but it's important to tie it with a word that people understand entirely. And that's what this is about. It's about escaping the dichotomy where there is a correct line that you have to say in order to be the real communist or the real leftist or even the real right winger or the real objectivist or whatever. It really doesn't matter. It's all poison. It's all fake. And that's what we need to change.
Very well said, Peter. Very well said. So I guess we'll put on the clip from your documentary.
Yeah, this clip is near the end of it. It's not the actual conclusion of it, but I think it's a good point that I've heard a lot of people have come back to me and said this particular clip meant a lot to them.
Left's tactics can be compared to emotional abuse. Well, the rights are more akin to physical abuse. Physical abuse is completely unacceptable and immediately understood as such. But emotional abuse, like leftist ideology, can be more obstructive because it's harder to identify and escape. This isn't to say physical abuse or right-wing ideology is less dangerous. It's obviously not, but both need to be defeated. The right is unforgivably bad, but the left is the bigger obstruction. Both sides are bad. Left and right sometimes refer to ideals or, at most, factions. Sometimes it's progress versus reaction, new money versus old money, freedom versus fascism, or bankers and tech versus real estate developers. And they all completely 100% agree with each other on horseshoe theory. It's bullshit. Also, they agree on a lot of other things. People need to understand that these things are all aspects of one thing, the ruling class. Yeah, the left and right both hate each other, but they also both want control of the government to maintain the war in Ukraine, to keep a client state in the Middle East by funding a genocide, and to continue seeking Taiwanese separatism.
I'm a proud Democrat. But first and foremost, I'm a proud Republican and Democrat and mostly American.
A horseshoe is one thing. It's got two sides, but it's not two things. That thing is capitalism, the global order. The right is part of it, and so is the left.
There we go. Next, Claire, I think, had a question for me that she wanted to raise. So go ahead, Claire. Oh, you're muted. You're muted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caleb. I was going to ask why why you think China has continued with Marxist Leninism longer than the Soviet Union did.
All right. Well, the answer that I will give actually points to some of the unique understanding of CPI, because I think that China was always their own brand of socialism from the beginning. If you looked at the time that Marxism, Leninism, it started out as Bolshevism, which was like Lenin's unique interpretation of communist theory that developed the Bolsheviks, was being formed. One of the big disputes that they had was with another political group they called the Narodniks. And the Narodniks said that it would be the peasantry in Russia that would be the revolutionary class. And the Bolsheviks said it would be the industrial workers. And then the Bolsheviks said the industrial workers would enter an alliance with the peasants, but the industrial workers would be the base of the revolution. And if you look at China, from the time that Mao became the leader of the Chinese Communist Party in 1928, it was always understood that the peasantry would be the fighting force of the revolution. So that would have made Mao a Narodnik, right, rather than a Bolshevik if he'd been living in Russia. But he wasn't living in Russia. He was living in China, and China had unique conditions. And if you look at what Mao did, originally Mao was a Narodnik. He was from the follower of Peter Kropotkin, who was this anarchist intellectual who led the Narodniks, and that was his background. But then the Soviet Revolution happened, and their ideology was Marxism-Leninism, and he wanted China to align with the Soviet Union's revolution, so he adopted Marxism-Leninism as their ideology, but they were always doing it their own way. And Stalin tried to fire Mao many times, and they would just rip the letters up because Mao ran the army and he was in charge. And that they were always doing their own thing, and that there was always a group of, kind of intellectuals who were particularly loyal to China and inspired by Agnes Smedley, the American feminist, went over there and was embedded with the Red Army. Edgar Snow, Anna Louise Strong, and others. They had a particular admiration. There was always an understanding they were doing their own thing. And when China first, they had their revolution, they said, we're not wealthy enough as a country to have a full socialist revolution. We can only have a new democratic revolution. Mao came out with this whole theory of the new democratic revolution. Then in the 1960s, they said we're going to have full socialism, and they did the Cultural Revolution. And then after that, you had Deng Xiaoping, and he talked about socialism with Chinese characteristics, and they implemented the market reforms. And now, what's going on with Xi Jinping is that they're pivoting in a new way and implementing more central planning and stuff with Xi Jinping, and that China has been constantly evolving and adjusting, and they have never been dogmatic in how they build their socialism. It has always been constantly changing. It has always been their own unique thing, and they've always understood that, and that is China's secret. And so I would argue that the Soviet Union, especially after World War II, it had become so rigid that it couldn't bend, that it broke, because the Soviet Union, they'd been invaded, they'd been attacked, and 26 million people died in World War II, and they were just in order to stay together, they had to just develop this rigidity, this solidity. Whereas the Chinese Communist Party has constantly been evolving and adapting and switching and changing its policies and doing all kinds of things, and that is why they have been successful. So I would argue I am against at this point. I personally don't think that we're trying to have some kind of pure Marxism-Leninism. And China is proof of that, because they never were, right? And that, Baathism in Syria and Iraq was never Marxism-Leninism, but it created a socialist society. Gaddafi's Libya, the Islamic Revolution of Iran, Bolivarianism in Venezuela, African socialism in Tanzania and in Ghana, that whenever you have an anti-imperialist revolution against the imperialists, the only way you can stay in power is to implement a planned economy. But the forms of that planned economy are going to change and adjust based on different conditions. And I don't think China was ever a quote-unquote Marxist-Leninist. They were never copying the Soviet model. And that's why, it remains part of what they believe. If you look at the beliefs of the Chinese Communist Party, they say they have Marxist-Leninist ideology, Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory, right? Those are that's what they say. Marxism-Leninism is part of their heritage, which it is, and it's also part of the heritage of Baathism. It's even part of the heritage of the Islamic Revolution of Iran, though they will not admit that, but it is. It very much is an influence. All Marxism, all anti-imperialism has a big Marxist-Leninist influence on it. But Marxism-Leninism is just like one stage of a global struggle against imperialism. And that's my opinion. What do you think, Claire?
You were talking about imperialism, and I was wondering, could Marxism be called imperialism? Because it wanted global communism, didn't it? So if that was its intention, it's understandable that other countries would be frightened of this idea of global communism, which sounds pretty imperialistic.
Well, imperialism, as Marxists understand it, and as is understood by the Bolsheviks, and the understanding of it that we're using, we're referring to an international system. where big banks and corporations based in the West hold back development and keep the world poor in order to maximize their profits. That's what we mean by imperialism. Imperialism in kind of a general sense can just mean one country influencing another country, but we're referring specifically to an economic system where countries are kept poor in order to maximize the profits of big monopolies in those other countries, which is the opposite of what China is doing with its Belt and Road, which is what the opposite of what the Soviet Union did. The Soviet Union practically bankrupted itself, industrializing and funding the various countries that were aligned with it. So I think Peter wants to comment on this. So go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, the whole imperialism question, it's very much an issue of the terminology again. Like we've gotten into this somewhat during the course of this stream. There is a material definition of imperialism that was sort of excavated by Lenin by attempting to find actual concrete conditions of imperialism in order to define it. And that when a Marxist is talking about imperialism versus just, some political commentator, they're basically saying big country good, or big country bad, small country good. And that's not imperialism. While I'm not going to get into all of the material conditions that Lenin outlined, he basically had a bunch of very specific things that obviously a socialist country would be avoiding, because like Caleb said, the ultimate actual result of the imperialism that's being described is conquest. It is subordination of smaller countries. And yes, it on the surface looks like big country bad, small country good, but there's conditions that a socialist or even not necessarily a Marxist Leninist socialist country, but just a large socialist country that is operating on the basis that China would be operating on, which is, again, funding and attempting to lift up, as opposed to attempting to take ownership of assets, resources, businesses, et cetera, in small countries. Instead, China works not to subordinate, but rather to build partners. There's obviously a lot that makes those things different. And that's kind of, it's part of the education project, because we need to be able to understand that it's not bad to have multiple things joined together and work together. It's bad to do it in the way that the West has traditionally done it. And that it's very difficult. You can tell it's difficult to educate on this basis, because a lot of these words, like imperialism or globalism for that matter, have attached colloquial meanings that end up diverting people away from a more specific definition of what we're actually fighting. And that's part of what we're, as an organization, constantly attempting to figure out. How do we help people understand that their material interests are not with this version of connecting the globe, and are instead with the idea of allying and partnering and those types of things instead.
Yeah, I wanted to add.
I was just going to say
Yeah.
that maybe we need a dictionary to explain our specific meanings, because it is very troubling, because these are big words. People think they understand the meaning of these words, and I'm reminded of this time when I was discussing this subject with somebody from China, and I was blocked because I said, "Well, China is an empire, isn't it?" And he got very angry with me. But it's true that China is an empire and is one of the world's oldest empire. So there is a lot of confusion. That's what, with words, and I guess words do confuse.
Well, that's why, even the word imperialism, for example, Trump supporters now all talk about globalism. And when they talk about globalism, they're saying, look, there's all these big corporations that are spread out all over the world that don't care about our country. They just care about maximizing their profits from all over the world. And they're getting rid of our jobs and sending them overseas. And they're getting us into wars to force this system or whatever. They're talking about imperialism. But the reason that they'll never say imperialism is because the woke left uses the word imperialism as just another, it's like you're homophobic, you're transphobic, you're racist, you're imperialist. And they see the word imperialist as like some kind of ism that woke people are against. Well, we're not against some ism. It's not. And that's how woke people use it, right? They make a list of things they're against: racism, sexism, homophobia, imperialism. Well, no, we're against a global economic system called imperialism. And that is the primary question in the world. And it's not a policy, it's not a behavior, it's not an attitude, it's a system. It is an economic setup that is harming humanity. And we're against that economic setup. And Trumpers understand what it is, and they call it globalism. And left people do not understand what it is. And they think it's like similar to being a homophobe or something like that.
Well, yeah,
So yeah, go ahead.
Like saying colonialism, like as much as like Uhuru says colonialism, and we know exactly what they mean. When somebody in the woke left says colonialism, they're basically just saying white people are all bad. Like it's these colloquial meanings end up sort of supplanting or overtaking the actual material meaning. I don't really care what we call it. What I care is the specifics of the mechanics. I mean, if you call China an empire, it's kind of whatever to me. I don't by the outlined system that we're talking about, it's certainly not an empire, but it doesn't matter to me because I am aware that there's a colloquial meaning of empire and all of these things. Like you could say that, a successful toy store is an empire if you really wanted to. And that's not really, it's not wrong. It's how people use the word. But that's, like I said, part of the educational issue is there are a lot of words that are poisoned. Yeah, the left is using the right word, but they're certainly not using it the right way or the way that we're intending to use it. And that's kind of the issue. That's, bringing it back to this, it's about like, are you a self-ID communist? Oh, great. That's it. That's all we need to know. But the thing is I don't really care if somebody's a communist. I care if they mechanically want to change something about the world. We talk about the crisis of overproduction a lot, what we're, again, calling the value crisis, because it's a word that we've attempted to make a little bit more clear as to what we're referring to. But we talk about that because it is a mechanic, and we explain the mechanic. It doesn't really matter what we call it. We explain what we're talking about every time we're talking about it. And that's the problem. It's not, I don't really care. Like if somebody says, I'm against the crisis of overproduction, I don't really give a shit. Do you know what the crisis of overproduction is referring to? Are you going to talk about those exact criteria? Are you going to talk about the mechanics? Because it's the mechanics that need to change, not who we align with or what words we use. That's the problem. And that's also why I think the whole innovationism idea is, at least for now, a good idea, because it separates. Like nobody else is going to call themselves innovationists because they're going to be like, that's stupid. I don't like that. But it's more along the lines of saying, okay, we are not talking about what the woke left means by this word or that word. We're not talking about that. And if they have,
oh, you froze there, Peter.
Eventually they will. But
you froze. Yeah. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I said, okay, so if they eventually co-opt, I said they will eventually co-opt innovationism if we don't win. So the point is, we're trying to say we're not that, and we're trying to win.
Do you think dividing imperialism into good imperialism and bad imperialism would help?
No, I think that would just end up creating more arguments. Instead, we need to talk about what we're talking about.
Yeah, we're talking about fundamentally different things. China having a lot of influence around the world, or feudalism expanding, like colonialism of Chinese dynasty, is fundamentally different than what the Western countries do when they dominate the economies of various countries and keep them in poverty. That imperialism doesn't just mean creating an empire in a vague sense. It refers to a certain economic system.
And if we end up doing good imperialism and bad imperialism, we end up doing the same blue-red thing ultimately. Like it's ultimately just another version of that with different words. Like it's not outlining specifics. It's instead picking how we engage with a word. And I think that the words ultimately they're not the important part. Finding the right way to say things is not the important argument or pursuit.
Yeah, right now we've started in CPI using globalism / imperialism, so people know what we're talking about. You know, I mean, we started doing that more, and that you know, that also part of the reason we're calling ourselves innovationists is because we want to communicate that we believe in growth. Because the main thing the woke left doesn't believe in, they don't believe in economic growth. They don't believe in raising living standards. They don't believe in technology advancing. We do. And we believe in innovation, and we you know, the worldview that we have is a celebration of those things. So we want to communicate that we are pro growth, we are pro being creative, we're pro building and stuff like that. That's very important. And that imperialism, in its essence, the economics of imperialism as we understand it is anti-growth, right? That the British Empire went to India and burned all the looms and forced them to import their cloth from Britain. You know, the people in Mexico have been growing their own food for thousands of years, but now they import most of their food from American agribusiness, or if they grow it domestically, the places that they grow it at are owned by American agribusiness, right? That their ability to innovate and grow and expand has been held back by imperialism. Imperialism is holding back development. And what China does around the world, what Russia does around the world with the Eurasian Economic Union, it's not the same thing, right? I mean, it's a different setup. So, you know, we're just not referring to the same thing. I think Phil had a question he wanted to raise. So go ahead, Phil. You want to unmute and give us your question?
Yep. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. This question actually is for both you, Caleb, and Peter, and anyone else who may have an opinion on it. I was just wondering, when I was in Chicago for the DNC, I got into a very long conversation with a gentleman, you know, about the Israeli-Palestine conflict. And I brought up the fact that, you know, in my opinion, Israel has the right to exist, but not at the expense of the Palestinians, and that they should be made to give the Palestinian people, when they eventually have, hopefully, peace talks, that they should be made to pay reparations to the Palestinian people. I was just wondering, what do you and Peter think the possibility of that being included, or the feasibility of that idea when the peace process starts to begin?
Do you want me to go ahead, Peter, and then you, or? Oh, you're muted, Peter. Do you want to go ahead, or?
Oh, you go ahead. I just started.
Okay, well, I mean, you know, there's this game that people like to play, right, on the right and the left, is that they point at people and they say, does Israel have the right to exist, right? And if you're on the left, you say no, and if you're on the right, you say yes, and if you say no, then you're anti-Semitic, and it's this whole thing. So, and it's not productive, because somebody saying Israel has the right to exist or not existing doesn't change the fact that it exists, right? And that many people have pointed at me and said, Caleb, does Israel have the right to exist? It's like, if you really want to know my opinion, I would say no. I don't believe in any country for one race, right? And I believe Israel is a settler country that was created for one ethnic group by the British Empire and eventually the United States for one ethnic group, where one ethnic group had supremacy. If you ask my opinion on it, that's wrong. But me saying that doesn't change the fact that Israel exists, right? And that's the thing. I actually want to change the world, and that Israel does exist, and it is going to exist for at least, you know, the next little bit. I mean, the CIA predicted it would collapse within 50 years. You know, I don't know what's going to happen. But the question is, how do things get better for the Palestinian people? That is the question. And I do have an answer to that. And again, it's not a quick answer that people, you know, it's going to, you know, just a quick fix, but it's a realistic answer. It's something that's actually going to happen, right? You know, people say, well, Israel will just be defeated. It'll be destroyed. It's like, no, Israel's got a huge military. They're not just going to vanish, right? Like, what is actually going to happen? What's going to happen? And I think we're getting some feedback from somebody. Somebody's got feedback coming through. I'm going to mute. I think I'm echoing back. Is it? Yeah, it's on Phil's end. I was echoing back. What's going to happen is that around the world, no, it's not Phil. It's somebody else.
No, he's unmuted again. I think he tried to mute it at the same time you did.
Oh, okay. Okay. Around the world, support for Israel is very low outside of the West, right? Europeans, British folks, Americans, the European Union countries, NATO, they support Israel. India supports Israel. That's about it, right? Globally, Israel is widely opposed. And what we are seeing right now in the world is the shift in what they're calling multipolarity, where the countries that have been colonized and been part of the oppressed countries, the non-imperialist countries, the countries that have been the victims of imperialism, are gaining economic strength because of Russia and China. And as they gain economic strength, their political influence in the world is going to rise. And Israel is going to have to address the Palestinian question in order to continue doing business with all these countries that are rising up from poverty. And as Russia and China get stronger, and as the Western imperialist countries get weaker, Israel is going to have to either grant the Palestinians rights or just completely liquidate as the Jewish state, right? And that is the road to Palestinian statehood. And that is the road to the Palestinians getting liberation, etc. And it's not a quick fix. It's going to happen gradually. But the way the world is moving, they're going to get their rights. What I think is interesting is Russia historically has been very pro-Israel. Not this time, though. Russia is the biggest critic of Israel at the UN Security Council right now. And China has traded with Israel. I mean, since the 70s, they've been friendly to Israel and all of that. But China is calling out Israel like you wouldn't believe and challenging them. And there's all these countries in Africa that their economic influence is rising. They're becoming more prosperous. There's the Bolivarian countries in Latin America. And as the global South rises, Israel's ability to get away with its crimes is going to go away. And they may end up ultimately just throwing in the towel and creating some kind of government for everyone in that area, which is what they call a one-state solution, which I think would be ideal. Or Israel will create two states and give the Palestinians statehood, which they never want to do. But Israel won't be able to continue what it's doing when Western imperialism doesn't dominate the world. That's my feeling of that. And if that involves reparations to the Palestinians, I think are absolutely necessary. I mean, you can't bomb and kill people without that. Go ahead, Peter.
I also think that the question itself is framed in a manner that sort of diverts away from what the issue even is. Should there be a country for the people that exist in Israel currently? Yes, absolutely. I don't think that anybody should be without a home, without a place, without a government that is set up to take care of them. I don't think that is a problem. The thing is that Israel is not that specifically. Israel is, as Caleb said, an ethno-state. It is not just an ethno-state that's like peaceful and getting along with everybody in the area. It's not like just an ethno-state by coincidence. It is an ethno-state by design. And the design isn't even that of the ethno-state itself. It is the design of Western imperialist countries like Britain and the United States. The question itself diverts away from what the issue is. It's not about whether or not the normal people in Israel should be allowed that government and that state and a place. They should. Everybody should. There's no reason that anybody shouldn't be allowed to exist. It is not about Israel, a hypothetical peaceful state called Israel, because that's not what exists. What exists, as Caleb was saying, is a country that does specific things. It has specific affiliations. It is America's outpost in the Middle East. It is kind of given carte blanche to do whatever the hell it wants. Our presidents are like, well, they're getting kind of out of hand. We got to bring them in. But they don't, because they don't want to bring them in. They don't want to reel it in. They don't want to. They know what kind of an entity it is, and they want that kind of an entity to do what it's doing without their input. They don't want their hands on it at all. They want to look like Israel does it on their own, but they fund it and they send weapons to it. And it is a type of entity that shouldn't exist. Should a country exist for the people of Israel? Yes, absolutely. Should Israel, as it is today, the fundamental type of country that exists, should that exist? Absolutely not. Now, understanding that there is a trap built into the question can help us in terms of organizing demonstrations here in the United States about that. But as I also have to defer to Caleb's answer in totality, because we can't just, this is what I think, and now it is what it is. It's not how global politics works. There's a lot of power involved, and power doesn't exactly just change immediately in these types of situations. Hopefully there isn't a nuclear war. That would probably change power immediately, very quickly. And we don't want that. Instead, what we want is for peaceful forces that want to uplift are the ones with more power, and wartime forces that want to dominate, we hope they have less power. And really our hope isn't what's important, but that's what I hope happens. Now, will I continue organizing to advocate for that? Absolutely. But again, to defer to Caleb, there is, of course, a lot more involved than what I think, or even what a lot of people think.
All right. So Gabby had something she wanted to share. Go ahead, Gabby.
I wrote like a quick little letter / poem.
All right.
Getting, I don't know, I was kind of thinking of, I'll just say a little bit of where I come from. So basically I come from a immigrant family, and just thinking about all the things that had happened throughout, like a lot of people's lives that we could relate to, I hope. If not, then maybe, I don't know. But this is called, because I remember I sent Caleb a super chat about hipsters, and this is something I wrote. I said, "Dear hipsters, get out of our neighborhoods. Thanks to these issues, I had to move out of my family home. Gentrification is real, and I had to kiss my home goodbye, and so did the kids in my blocks growing up. Sorry, I don't want to purchase overpriced coffee. It's not even good. Hipsters, you made my family suffer. Hey, you snobby rich men, you pressured us to sell our home when we weren't ready. When I say my neighborhood will always be brown minority groups, we don't want to whitewash our children. We sold our family home. Thanks to that, I lost my cousin during that transition. Hey, rich men and hipsters, we want our home back. Can you go back where you belong?" That's it.
There you go. Thank you for sharing. Very good. Spoken from experience. Yeah, the real estate speculation where it becomes super expensive to live in one's community or in one's neighborhood. Absolutely not good. And, I mean, the fact that the price of real estate keeps rising, while American people can't afford it, where's the supply and demand, right? How is it supposed to work, right? It should be that the price of real estate should be dropping. But because they've turned real estate into a gambling casino, where corporations can get rich from it. One thing we've always proposed in CPI is a tax on empty housing units, right? If a landlord has empty housing units in their apartment building, tax them so that they have an incentive financially to fill up their apartment building. So there's no empty housing units, so they drop the rent to make sure they fill it up with as many people as they can. That's what I think needs to happen.
Right.
So,
Right. They need to take them back and out of here, because it's so irritating, because like we all had to move out as a collective, because my neighborhood was minorities, and then now it's like we can't even afford to go back to live over there and stuff.
Where was
and
it?
I live in Ravenswood area, but like it was a nice area, very working class type back in the 90s. And my grandparents came, across the border, did the right thing, bought a home for all of us, and like we would think of like generations living here, so it's like we're like the second generation in the US, and then now our kids is the third generation. And it's like a lot of mental things that, like, when you live in poverty in Mexico and then having to come here, and then it's still more poverty here, and then it's a lot of mental issues that a lot of people have with coming in this country. And it's not just having a better life, it's a collective, and people don't really think about those issues. And like it's kind of like, and this is why I dislike the other organizations, because they use our pain, but they use it as like a commercial thing, like, oh, you see, we support minorities, and like they see us as like like a trophy, like, look, we have people of color, like, you know, you guys should blah blah blah, and they don't take us seriously. So that's why I love CPR, because it's never about that. It's never about, oh, like, you know, you're the, you know, the brown person here, you know, like I never liked that. So I really appreciate that, and I could express myself. But it's like sometimes when minorities express ourselves, it's seen as like we're dysfunctional or like something, you know, kind of off. So it's like I don't want to be that cultural person, but then it's like hard because it's like you're in between both of them, because you do relate to those issues, but then it's like I don't want to overdo it. You know what I mean? I don't want to get overly emotional about it. So it's like it's kind of hard sometimes, you know, but it is what it is. So, and that's why I enjoy here, because it's never about that. You know, it's about like a collective as a whole. You know, because all my issues being a brown minority is the same issues people in Mississippi and Kentucky and all these poverty areas that don't have internet, that don't have, you know, clean water, that don't have, you know, it's the same thing, but just different, you know, colors, and like, or, you know, just because they're white or rednecks, how they say it, right? And this is where politics get kind of scary, because right now they're saying the MAGA people are kind of not people. Like they're just rednecks. And people who voted for them are just, they're really like, I just don't like how people are speaking of them, you know. And it's very like it's a lot of those democratic mindset of like, you know, half of those people who voted for Trump don't have a college degree and blah blah blah, and it's like that's not even part of the issue. It's like there's a reason why Trump won, you know. So it's a lot of it's the same issues but different areas and different backgrounds. So it's kind of like a whole as a whole. So like PSL and all these other organizations are gonna divide it, and they're gonna intervene in January 20th in inauguration, fighting against Trump for what? You know, it's just a cash grab. So, and we're gonna go there, you know, to make a point and trying to get to these MAGA supporters and having a, what do you call it? Like an agreement that, you know what, like we could work with each other. So that's the whole point why we exist.
Absolutely.
If I could jump in.
Go, please. Go ahead.
Yeah. First, I would like to say, just as that word minority, I don't want to be one of those people like, oh, that's so triggering. But no, what I want to say is that words have power. And to be called a minority, that's the language of empire. So do not refer to myself as a minority. That I just want to put that out there, just food for thought. Because if you think of yourself as less than, then that's the energy that you're going to project into spaces where your energy needs to be at a higher frequency as a person of color. I just wanted to throw that in there. And also I wanted to say, in terms of just the gentrification aspect of what you were saying, Gabby, I totally understand that. I was gentrified out of my neighborhood, but not because I couldn't afford to live there. I had a rent-controlled apartment. But I saw the treatment of the so-called like liberals who were supposed to be on the side of the so-called minorities, as I say in quotation marks, and they really weren't. It was just more performance art than anything else. It was just to make them feel good. And so they need you around to sort of bounce off of you that feeling of them doing something to help the downtrodden, you know, but they're not understanding that they are the reason why you are in the situation that you're in. And then if you bring that to their attention, then they're going to have hurt feelings about that, because it's like, can't you see I'm trying to help you? So it's really a lot of gaslighting as far as I'm concerned. So understand, yes, your presence in those spaces are totally needed. I wanted to also interject being in this movement, even as a woman, that is also a very big deal, because there are not a lot of women who are attracted to this type of work. It's a lot of heavy lifting. Emotionally, it's like that for everybody, but there's not a lot of us. So to to then be a person of color and be in this movement, it does go hand in glove because there's a big history of this type of activism that has happened throughout time. But in this way, in this particular incarnation, this is something completely new. So being innovationist, we are then breaking new ground as we go forward. We are also leading the way for those who will come after us. So I feel like it's important for us to be really firm in the way we identify as people of color. And I don't know how Caleb and Peter feel about that, but I just wanted to put that out there.
Sure.
Can I say something too?
Go ahead.
Sally, I don't know if you can see me. Yeah, I really appreciate Gabby's comments too, and Funky. I work teaching GED classes, adult education, also English to recent immigrants, and this dislocation, it's something that started a long time ago. It's been an old trick, right? One of their old school bag of tricks of division. But the dislocation, I mean, you're not just giving up and taking a big financial hit, right? Even when it isn't, the racialized version that's always happened in like U.S. cities like Chicago, I think it's even affecting more communities now, and sometimes whites. It might be rural, but there's so much poverty and misery now, and the growth of homelessness. I mean, losing your residence, you lose your social network, right? Your connection. So there's a lot more than just the economic aspect. We met some homeless people, right, with the Poor People's Army, and I've had some in my classes over the years. I mean, it's really devastating. And of course, one of the most famous examples in Chicago was the privatization of the schools, the whole private charter school so-called movement, right, of neoliberalism that started in the 90s, and so many schools closing in Chicago. That's what, you got a huge amount of African-American teachers losing their jobs. Also, of course, the students, their families, their communities no longer have that anchor, which they already had like no economic activity of their community. And then they lose the one anchor that's left, the school. So all of these issues are so woven together, and it's definitely racism is a part of it. It's been a part of our history, but they're broader than that, and they're affecting everybody.
Well, thank you. Absolutely. And this was very important aspects of the conversation. And it's really good to hear different thoughts and different things that people have observed and different perspectives. And, that's why we exist. And again, we're able to have conversations in CPI, like adults, where we're not pointing fingers at each other and getting fired up. We're able to talk about these things because we all want to get things done for anti-imperialism. And we all understand that's really what it all gets down to. So it's really, really great to be able to have these conversations. So if you would like to join CPI this hour, the book this hour is Where is America Going? Marxism, MAGA, and the Coming Revolution. That's for people who sign up to become CPI members this hour. And the next person who joins will get a tote bag, a CPI tote bag made by Mrs. Maupin. She likes to do arts and crafts. We gave one out earlier, and now we have another one. We have another one for whoever wants to join. So the next person who joins.
Good job.
What's that?
You did a good job on that.
Yes, you did a great job.
Yes, my wife knows what she's doing.
Thank you.
She knows her way around making tote bags. So,
Miss Maupin, thank you. Everyone, I would like to jump off, but I don't want to just jump off and not say hey. But I'm going to still be watching.
All right. Well,
I have to eat breakfast. Believe it or not, I haven't eaten breakfast yet. But it's quite riveting conversation. Again, Peter, I just want to commend you on your amazing work. I'm so impressed, and you tell a real mean story. I love it. So
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Okay, so goodbye, everyone. Thanks again. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, and Dan wanted to share with us some of what's going on with the morning messages and in Los Angeles. So go ahead, Dan. Oh, you're muted, Dan.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Now, there's a lot I can elaborate on what I just heard there, and tie in with what I want to talk about here, because, I spent my Thanksgiving yesterday with I don't call her my boss, but she was the director of financial aid at a local community college. I worked there in the financial aid office for about 6 years, and she's African American. And so I was a minority yesterday, and I've been doing that for sharing Thanksgiving with her family for over a decade. And very interesting political conversations. Some would get in and out of them. People are, definitely concerned about, going forward in this country. I have a lot of conversations about, the MAGA and the woke and trying to understand what this means, what's going on. And I brought up Center for Political Innovation. It always comes up. Always bring imperialism when it goes into politics. That always comes up, because I say that's the core issue. I don't use the word globalist because whenever I hear the word globalist, I know this is a right. They usually always are a right-wing person. You know what I mean? And they're not all, they're good people. It's just that I know they put a label on themselves. And I think I try not to do that. And I think that's another thing I like about CPI is that, innovationism isn't really a label. It's just a way to say, hey, we're not woke. We're not right wing. We're not, and I would tell people, I'm not anti-Trump. I don't hate Trump, but I didn't support him. I didn't like The Apprentice. I never watched it. So we have to prepare ourselves, I think, for, and maybe I'll do a message sometime about this, about the meltdown coming, because it's Trump derangement syndrome. I've seen my so-called lefty friends or whatever, but I've also seen, during the pandemic, I made a lot of new friends, that were not on the left, a lot were on the right, and they have what I call socialist meltdown coming. The socialist derangement syndrome. And it just can't. I literally saw it in their faces, like, when I just give very basic descriptions of things. One local group here where I live, they're kind of more right-leaning. I don't think they want me to speak because they think I'm some weird communist. So there's a lot of issues there, that we can talk about in the morning messages. And I think what I heard Funky talk about, and Gabby, I'd love you guys to talk. I hope you can hear me, Funky. I'd love you guys to talk about what you just shared, because a part of the outreach, and that's a lot of what I do in my activism, because I've been a media ambassador for a UN program, Adopt a Minefield, which is high profile. I did that 20 years ago. And I was a primary organizer of Occupy the Rose Parade here in Pasadena, which got thousands of people involved with visuals on the internet and briefly on national television. And just, so that's my background. And then coming into, the CPI is just like, after KPFK, and, it just made perfect sense to me. Anyway, hearing your stories, how you got involved in CPI. I mean, there's so many different topics that could be done with a morning message if you're willing to use your phone. I can do a tutorial if you want. That if that helps. You don't have to be, a filmmaker like Peter. And I do some editing, and Caleb does some editing, but you don't have to be a proficient video producer. You can just get on your phone, and it can be very, very organic and grassroots. I love that stuff myself too. And I have to do that myself as well, because I like the balance of that, of not looking professional all the time. Right. I think it's important, because everybody has something they can share if they're in this group. If I don't want anybody to feel any pressure, don't get me wrong. You want to feel comfortable, and do it in your own time. And when you feel comfortable, if you feel comfortable, don't feel pressured. But I think I'd love to hear everybody's thoughts, everybody's ideas. And there's unlimited topics that we can get into. I like to, usually prioritize top priority, when I make content sometimes. So please, feel free to go to the link and share morning messages, because also too, getting back to the topics of Funky and Gabby, those are kinds of messages I could share with more people that actually people might watch them. You know what I mean? And I say it's definitely topics in this area that might get people to thinking about, well, maybe I am ready for something like CPI, So yeah, also too, here in LA, I don't know if Ishmael and Patrick and John or Gleb or have tuned in yet, or Crow, but I've texted them. I said, hey, we're all online, we're live now, but we are getting ready to start an LA group. I know there was somebody in the live stream, another Daniel, the other day, who he said he wants to connect, and he's fairly close to me too in LA. So we want to grow our group here so that we can actually meet in person and have these kinds of conversations. And I just wanted to make you all aware of that. If you have friends in LA that would be interested in this, please introduce them to me, or somehow connect with me so that I can reach out to them or they can reach out to me, because I think it's important to help build the movement now going forward. Why wait? I mean, I'm ready to go now because I know what the potential is, but we have to do the work, And what was another point I was going to make? There's so much going through my head. I know what I was going to say. Oh, these kinds of meetings like this too, even live, not just the fund drive, but I think having these on a maybe more regular basis would be great, because then we can share the link with people and that we're on live, and they can watch kind of in the background, and and they can put in their thoughts in the live stream on the YouTube channels. I think that's a great idea too. Maybe we could do another meeting like this before the inauguration, or during the Christmas holiday or something. It's another way to stay connected, where we all can see each other and talk to each other in person. So, and always reach out to me if you have any questions about what's going on here in LA. And also too, I'd love to add more input into these conversations, because it's great. I love it. That's one of the reasons why I'm here, is because of you guys. It's great.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you. And it's great to have you organizing in LA, and it's great that you're handling the morning messages, and thank you for everything. And it was really great to meet you when I was out in LA. We had a great event with Los Angeles Family Church about Korean reunification, and then to meet you, to meet other folks. That was really awesome. I know you're about to do a meetup out there in LA, so very, very good. Carl Payne is wishing us, that's Carl the Trinket Man, is wishing us a happy Turkey Day, gobble, gobble. So give Carl our best wishes. Thank you, Carl. We do appreciate that. So I do want to remind people, there's a number of people who have joined on the website and they've filled out the form, but they haven't actually then put their credit card in to join. So we have your information. We'll send you an email to follow up with you, but you really do have to go ahead and actually pay the membership to join. There's some confusion. Maybe we can adjust the way it's set up. I know it's something we're constantly a work in progress. We just relaunched our entire website with CPI. Changed a lot of it in order to have a broader appeal and to be more about what we want and stuff like that. So a lot of great things are happening. A lot of exciting things are developing. But we really, really appreciated having Dan come on. Now, it looked like there were some other people. Was I right in thinking that there's some other people in the Chicago wanted to say something? Was there more that Chicago folks wanted to say? Or not. Oh, there is. Okay, so unmute, and let's hear it.
Well, okay. Yeah, I'm not, wasn't sure what I wanted to say, except for maybe just, again, responding to, the opportunity here for you guys. I guess, my background's market research. And so I'm interested in trying to help you market, reach out to a broader audience. And I'm always kind of looking for what are the benefits and barriers to the, joining. And I guess, and also, there's some confusion. And so one question is, what, I guess, I've got thousands of friends on Facebook, and, how can I best reach out, to you guys? It's an interesting question, in terms of, politics. And, I try to just be me. I try to just be honest and say kind of what they don't want me to say. That's a George Orwell expression, right? That he said, say what they don't want you to say. Everything else is PR, right? And, so being that kind of person who's saying what, a lot of times I'm trying to expose, say, the Zionist, or, really identify this imperialism. It really is a, calling it out, putting it out there, and knowing that actually I go to this free speech forum on Saturday nights, the College of Complexes, that really is kind of the last free speech forum in Chicago, that I see that it's being controlled by an FBI guy he hasn't let me talk for 4.5 years. And, but I go there, I go, he's FBI, I know it, but, it's, what we need is our own, we need our own College of Complexes. And as people have told me that it's a 70-year-old organization, if you can believe it. It's fascinating. And, you have a chance. It'd be great if y'all gave a talk. I think you said that someone mentioned last week, I was boycotting it, but that's the week I heard you say that that someone, whoever was talking there, had mentioned CPI, and so I wasn't there to like say, yeah, they're great, but it's really interesting. When I started with Organizing for Action, we were looking for coalitions. They said that's the essence of organizing, and so I've been looking at these coalitions, but how do we bring them together? And
well, Ellen, the main thing, if you want to share with people, and I know you know so many people through your years of activism and all of that, the main thing you should do now is send them our letter to Trump, send them the Twitter video, the YouTube video, or the page on the website, and ask them to share it. We need that to be viewed by as many people as possible. That is our big push for right now. Between now and the inauguration, we need that video everywhere. It's an amazing video. We showed it on this stream earlier. And it's gotten, I mean, how many views is it up to on Twitter now? I mean, it was at 79,000.
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was a lot. But it's, it needs more circulation. And I made a point of calling every last contact I had, sending an email, a personal message to many people. And I was impressed with how many people that I thought wouldn't share it, who did, many people that I thought, oh no, they'll never share it. It's about 75,000 views now. They shared it and they promoted it. And it's got about almost 3,000, I think over 3,000 views on the CPI YouTube channel, in addition to the, 75,000 on Twitter. And we're just trying to get that video everywhere. We want as many people as possible to watch that video. We feel like that's putting our best foot forward at the moment in the lead up to the inauguration. So I hope that answers your question about what you can do, because that is something you can absolutely do, Ellen. That is something we would really, really appreciate if you did. So yeah, we got plenty we can talk about here. We got more clips to show. We got more things we can do.
Can I clarify one
Sure,
question I had with the letter? Because I was, when you said, we want to get rid of the Foreign Agent Registration Act, and I've been trying to say, Max Blumenthal had the idea that we need to get Israel registered on the Foreign Agent Registration Act. So that when I was reading it, I thought, I don't agree with that, but But then when I saw the letter, I saw that you were kind of associating that with Julian Assange. And I think that would be the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act we should get rid of, you know.
The Foreign Agents Registration Act is being used to target the Uhuru movement right now. It's what they used to go after Scott Ritter, and that was the grounds on which his home was raided. He hasn't been indicted at this point, as far as we know, which is thank goodness. But the law is so vaguely worded. It's the kind of law that will always be used by our enemy. You know, yes, if it was being enforced fairly, they would force Israel to follow it. But they're not going to do that. Just like we
can't push that, you know.
They're not going to enforce it fairly, and it's a vaguely written law that is written, you know, basically so they can just enforce it against anybody. It doesn't define what it is to be a foreign agent, it also basically, on top of, you know, making people register, right? I mean, the main way it used to be enforced is when they wanted to give somebody trouble, if they didn't like what you were doing, the FBI would approach you and say, you have to register. And what that means is that you have to pay thousands of dollars, like a month, to the FBI to basically pay for them to monitor you and harass you and give you trouble. You know, and it's selectively enforced, and they're never going to give that to Israel because Israel and the FBI are great. And, you know, I mean, and it's just something they've used to single out certain countries. And the Uhuru movement has called for the law itself to be repealed. And that is the position. If the law were on the books, obviously forcing Israel to comply with it would make sense. But ultimately, the law just shouldn't be on the books, and the USA should stop funding Israel and backing Israel and its atrocities. You know, I mean, but yeah, in terms of that law, it's a vaguely used law. When they would train FBI agents, they used to tell them, don't even worry about this law. We don't use it. But now during the Trump administration, they started digging it up, and they used it against Paul Manafort. They've now used it against Sumi Terry, who is the South Korean advisor to various administrations, because South Korea doesn't want to go along with escalations against North Korea. They've used it against her. They're using it against everybody now. And Uhuru and Scott Ritter and others.
Against Israel.
What's that?
If we make noise that you're not applying it equally, try to demand that.
They're not going
to. It's the point of it, though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
the point.
I think Israel is the foreign agent that is a problem. I mean, and if we could get them.
Yeah, but it's not about who the problem is. It's not about who the problem is. That's what it is. It's not about which is actually the real one. It's about having a law that they can utilize in the way that they're utilizing it.
Because it doesn't define really, I mean, what it means to act as a foreign agent of a foreign principal, agent of a foreign country is so vaguely written. They could use it against anybody. You know, Sumi Terry, the allegation against her, this is the Korean CIA woman that they've used this against, is they alleged that some South Korean government officials who worked at the embassy bought her 2 handbags. They took her shopping and they bought her some handbags. And that's the basis on which she's been indicted. She could go to prison for 15 years. That's ridiculous. And if every person who got something from a foreign somebody was charged with being a foreign agent, like anyone who does any international work would be in jail. It's obviously just written so they can single out certain people, and they shouldn't have that power. You know, that's our feeling. So, yeah.
Right.
I had a random thought, but like.
Go ahead, Gabby. Go ahead.
But how many members do we have? We have like less than 200, but we've done a lot this year, and we're gonna add more to what we're doing. So I'm excited for that. So hopefully next year we'll have a better year for CPI, and I'm excited for what's coming with everything going on. And
well, I mean, part of the reason we're doing this today is we need people to sign up. We need people to become paying members.
To advertise, like, oh, look at us, like we're the American, this whole like patriot, like we want to get stuff done,
right?
And we have a little bit of people, but the little bit of people have done more than they just say. Bigger organizations that they say.
Well, go to the About Us page on the CPI website and just look at the timeline of all the things that we have done. I mean, it is massive. And last year I made a video at the end of the year about everything we did that year, and this year I will be doing the same thing. And this year the list is twice as long. I mean, look at everything we've done. I mean, we are really the cutting edge of anti-imperialism in America.
Patient, you gotta be patient with everything that we do. It's not gonna, like, we're not gonna be the biggest thing in, like, one day or like 1 month, because blah blah blah. And like, that's why I like what Peter says about fandoms. We can't follow the fandom ideology because it takes you nowhere, and it kind of gets you in a depressive type of mode quickly.
Absolutely.
So it's like one of those things where, like, yeah, I like this. I like being like, at least we're organizing and being like preparing ourselves, and we know what's coming, and we all have different minds, and like we do different things. Like we're brought here in this world. We have different gifts in this world. So I like how Caleb gives us that our opportunity to kind of share that to the world,
No, I just to bring up, it's again, like the reason why I'm here is that I said I'm a hardcore Marxist-Leninist. I think that way, but I don't think that everybody has to think like me. I don't think that, and I like the fact that in this organization, I see, I see people with ideas that I probably would not have thought of. I see people with perspectives that I wouldn't have come to if I had not been around those people or any of those things, because I mean, everybody's got a different life experience, and I'm certainly not the one who decides what is and what isn't, but neither is really Caleb. Like, there's input, there's actually there's stuff here that I don't see elsewhere, and it's where people love to talk about empowerment. I love talking about empowerment, how much we got to empower this person or these people or this group or whatever. I feel like people actually are given the ability to create in some way here. And I don't think that you can call yourself an empowering entity without giving people that. And I just don't see that. I haven't seen that. I've never been in an organization for years, because it takes about a year for me to see. And when I say organization, I mean informal, big, small, parties, all of these things. It takes almost no time to see that they don't value you as a person, but rather as a machine. That is, they give you tasks and you complete them.
Yeah.
And it's not like that here. And that's why I'm here.
And Caleb, you're not arrogant, and you're not here like, oh, I interviewed Putin in this event. Look at me, like, share and like click, and it's like, that's very childish. And like, I'm a grown ass woman. Like, I don't need people to tell me what to click, what to look at, what like that I just don't like that childish communist circles. Like, they could do that all they want, and we this, like, for me, I agree. I like what Caleb said. We disown the communist term. Like, they could keep it, they could eat it up, they could do whatever they want with it. We're kind of like throw it out, like, in that sense, because in the USA, communism is not, seen serious. It's like they're seen as like me, like when I had my pink hair, that we're like,
it's a bad word.
But like, for me, it's more of like, we're innovationists, and that's the reason why, because they're doing something else with it. Like, they could do what they want, leave us alone, like, we're not doing anything to interrupt what they're doing, so they could keep it, So I don't understand these other groups. So
yeah,
I'm just so glad we're out of that.
Well, I mean, the main thing is CPI, as much as we love everyone who's watching right now, and you're free to just watch, we love having you here watching. We don't exist to simply be an internet television entertainment thing. We exist to actually bring people into the struggle, actually carry out operations. And that's the main thing, is that we are a network of people to carry out operations to promote anti-imperialism. And if you look at the About Us section of the website here, I'll post it here. It's a list of operations, things that we have done, events that we have had, books we have published, ways that we have mobilized to promote anti-imperialism among a wider, among the U.S. public and among the U.S. political system. And that's what we exist to do. We exist to promote anti-imperialism. And speaking of which, the next person who joins is going to get this lovely handbag, right? So, Peter, is anyone going to get the handbag?
We have not gotten somebody yet, but not
Okay.
only do you get the handbag, you get horseshoe theory is right, but not how you think as a booklet. And you also get added to our weekly meetings. Or sorry, we're in the Marxism.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted. Sorry.
That's okay.
The MAGA and the Marxism, MAGA and the Coming Revolution, you get a copy of, and you also get in our weekly meetings, which, like I said, they are a place where I believe that people actually are given real input. We actually listen to people. We listen to each other. We actually care about what the members think, and they care about their ideas, care about what we can do. But it's also how we do this stuff. Like, just to restate the case, we have membership with dues for the purpose of carrying out these operations. It is not an easy or a cheap or it's not like it's easy and cheap to run a Discord. It's easy and cheap to upload a YouTube video, depending on the video. I mean, obviously, some of them are a lot more labor intensive and stuff like that than others. But generally speaking, you don't need to do anything to upload a YouTube video. You don't need to. It doesn't cost money to tweet. It doesn't cost money to do all of these other things. But we don't just do that. We do so much more. The operations Caleb is talking about that are on the About page, it all takes time, and a lot of it takes money. And that money, it either comes from membership dues, donors, or in the case of how it's been the last few months, as we haven't had a means to accept membership dues, it comes out of Caleb's pocket. So the thing is, that's not a sustainable thing, because we do stuff that, I mean, it costs a pretty fair amount of money. We are often transporting people around. We are often getting lodging and accommodations for events. We get large banners printed. That's way less cheap than you think when you're going in. You think, a banner, it's not going to be that expensive. But it is, just so people know. So it costs money to do all it, and especially the workshops and the conventions. Those are really, they cost a lot of money for space to do them in, for materials to pass out. It's all stuff that has to be taken into consideration that we can't do otherwise. So anybody who can spare $15 a month, we appreciate it to a massive, massive extent if you're able to become a dues paying member. And we'd love to have you at our meetings. We'd love your input. We thrive with more people. It's just that simple. And we also there's multiple reasons here. Obviously, our budgets come from the donations, and also just our community comes from people who join. It's that simple. There's a lot of reasons why we benefit, and we do what we can to help benefit our members, either with community or with operations, organizing, etc. We do what we can.
Oh, I think Claire wants to say something. Go ahead, Claire.
Okay.
Thank you. I was wondering if a few games, and I think what you've done with early bird prizes and stuff was a great idea. But if you make it actually entertaining with contests and debating, competitions and that sort of thing, maybe more people will take an interest. And if these discussions are to do with philosophical terms, politics, religion, that could potentially attract a lot of interest in a broad church movement, and maybe the redefining of what you're trying to do, which is basically about economic justice. I mean, I don't want to say social justice because it's such a tired word, but maybe, you know, the redefining of these ideas to make it more potentially interesting to, I guess, people who might not even consider, you know, the ideas of a former communist.
Well, Claire, we have good news, which is that you're a member. So you have a say in what we do now. So at the next meeting, you can bring up these very good ideas you had, and you can help us carry them out because you are now a member of the community and you have the ability to influence what we do, which, as Peter pointed out, many organizations do not give their membership. So welcome aboard. And I'm looking forward to hearing more of your ideas and how we can do exactly what you've said. And I hope other people follow suit and join this operation, join this organization. Speaking of which, we are now going to put on, I guess maybe Peter wants to explain it. This is a music video from
this
Peter's
is
band, right?
Yeah. I have a band, which is just me. It's called That Darn Racket. And I did a song in my Horseshoe documentary called Pony, and I'm kind of expanding it to a larger actual music project. And I'm in the process of making music videos for next year. Now, this isn't a completed video. It's about 1.5 minutes of a video, but it is, I mean, we talk about artificial intelligence and automation as a part of CPI a lot. Automation is something that we think is good, and we advocate for automation. We advocate for a world in which it actually helps people as opposed to is used to concentrate wealth, as is most other industry. I would love, Dan, in terms of program, let's watch it, and then I can go on for a very long time about programs if you want.
All right, so, here it is. Here it is. Overwhelming positivity from That Darn Racket, right? Here we go.
Overwhelmingly positive. It's part of the song. It's also a demo, so the lyric, I mean, my singing is not great on it, but whatever.
Yeah, the diehards are going to be out on the boat this weekend. You know that diehard pool goers are going to be there as well, because we're talking about the 80s and no rain's going to interrupt you this weekend. This is nice.
Oh my God, are you okay? Yes, I'm feeling fine today. Ask again and I will say, why are you still asking me? 'Cause everywhere I go, everybody knows I'm overwhelmingly positive, holding it together, saying lots of positive things, overwhelming you. Are you sure you're not distressed? Nope, not gonna answer yes. What's wrong? Can I at least guess? You really look like a mess. I'll fake it with a grin and never let them in. I'm overwhelmingly positive, fighting through the shadows, seeing all these positive things, overwhelming you.
All right.
That's it.
That was quite a video. Yeah. Wow. What can you tell us about it?
Okay. So that is clearly generative AI. You can't do that in real life.
Really?
Yeah. No, I just thought it was important to clarify that before we went on. But so Dan asked which program I use. I use a lot of programs. I use to generate the start frames on all of those clips. I generate them as still images using something called Flux, which is it's an image generator. And then I take that into either Runway's Gen 3 or the company's called Minimax. They have a model called Haluo, or I may be saying it wrong. But they're a Chinese company and they're fantastic.
Oh, Peter, you froze there.
Video that typically you wouldn't associate with AI. Oh, sorry. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Yep. Okay. There's a lot of motion in that video that you may not typically expect out of an AI video. A lot of AI looks very floaty and like not. I wasn't intending to move my camera around, but that kind of assisted what I was saying. It generally looks not great because it tends to do things in slow motion and kind of weird. I think Haluo, the Minimax Haluo one, does a really good job with motion. I mean, basically the song, to go past the technical aspects of it, it's about toxic positivity, which is fake positivity. It's kind of, this woman obviously has a job she really hates, isn't really enjoying her life. And then she has to go into work and kind of turn on the fake happy. And in this case, that turns into a battle in a way. It's kind of, it's symbolism, symbolic. But the thing is, we see a lot of this fake positivity in the world. And the thing that CPI puts out there is not that fake positivity. It is the reason, and it's sort of the reason why I make this kind of stuff. I criticize stuff, but I don't criticize it from a place that it needs to be destroyed and everything needs to be demolished and we should all be angry. And that's never been where I've been coming from. Now, a lot of people have interpreted me that way, but it's never been where I've been coming from. And in a lot of ways, I think that the sort of fake positivity, it should actually be nice instead of like, I think that is kind of where that kind of criticism comes from. These people who hate negative things, but they really just hate pointing out things that are real in order to get to the positivity. Because in order to get to a better place, we have to acknowledge the actual problems we have. That's kind of where I'm coming from on this. I think that it's also, I see a lot of music videos using AI, and I don't see them looking like this. I don't see them having like a consistent character or a narrative that actually progresses. I'm just trying to do something different with it is all.
Very good. Well, next, Zach was on earlier. Zach Zacrani Pizza, right? He was on earlier, and he actually sent us a video of why he joined CPI. So we're going to put that on Zach's video. Yeah, hear what he has to say.
Hi, everybody. My name is Zach, and I am a new member of the Center for Political Innovation as of earlier November 2024. I was inspired to record a little video explaining why I joined this organization by another fellow named Noah, who's been a longtime member. Now, my reasoning here might be a little bit strange to some people. I don't know. But stepping back a little bit, I first became acquainted with Center for Political Innovation, and I think it was September 2022, something like that. A friend of mine who's just been a lot more aware of the independent media sphere than I, like really quite a bit more well-versed in it than I am, he told me, hey, you should check out this fellow named Caleb. He's really good. I think that you just enjoy what he has to say. Now, it just so happened that this recommendation was given to me around the time that Caleb was being canceled again for just ridiculous reasons. I mean, it's just a pattern, it seems to me. But regardless, that actually won me over. When I see people being, marginalized or any other adjective, it's just hits me the wrong way. So started following it, et cetera. And I was putting off joining CPI for, I guess, as long as I could, just because I'm very stingy. Who knows? But earlier this month, I finally pulled the trigger because I saw on Twitter, it's just on Twitter, I don't know if this is a policy or anything, but another organization that I actually agree with quite a bit that has done a lot of good community building recently, for example, specifically in North Carolina because of the recent hurricane, trying to distribute aid to the needy and so on, things that are obviously good. And I'm sure that they've done a lot of good things elsewhere too, as far as I've seen, yes. They have a ban on dual membership, according again to this tweet. And that just hit me the wrong way. So on an impulse that I think probably comes from something to do with Americans, we like to think of ourselves as always taking the side of the underdog. History doesn't always bear that out, but that's one of our cultural myths that we tell ourselves. So for that reason, I was like, well, I'm going to go with the group that does not have a ban on dual membership. And that was a really good decision, I think. That I can't speculate on what the reasons might have been for the other group for banning dual membership, but it's just wrong-headed, like clearly wrong-headed. It's bad strategy. It's again just more of the left-wing cancels culture, but now this time coming from a group that seems to want to present itself more as we'll say traditionalist. Whatever direction it's coming from, it's stupid. My reasoning for calling it stupid actually stems from a book called The Muqaddimah by this Islamic scholar named Ibn Khaldun, I think like the 1300s. And he had this theory of asabia, or social cohesion is probably the best English translation. That's basically nomadic societies have really high in-group loyalty and just love for their local culture. And I'm not sure that this is Ibn Khaldun's way of putting it, but it seems clear to me that that's because they suffer together. There's no way to escape the horrible things that can happen if then when they do happen, when you're a semi-nomadic society. And that makes them really strong cultures that then succeed in overcoming their more regional empire structures that were bossing them around until such time as these nomadic groups just said, no, we're not putting up with that anymore. So the nomadic society takes over. And of course, there's just the tendency for the ruling houses to establish themselves and to participate or suffer less and less in comparison to the masses. And that is going to be the fall of American society too, if it hasn't been already, like quite obviously. Now, I'm not saying this to say that we need to redistribute the suffering and make the ruling classes suffer just as much as the masses. No, we need to reduce the suffering across the board. And there's no way that I can see cancel culture from the left or the right helping to accomplish that in any way. Meanwhile, throughout my entire lifetime, I've simply watched helplessly or almost helplessly as my countrymen simply become more desperate and miserable. And it sickens me. I hate watching it. And so that's why I became a CPI member. It seems like the best way I can make any kind of contribution towards rebuilding social cohesion in the United States of America. Thanks. Take care. Bye.
You muted, Caleb.
Oh, that was a great message. And
fantastic.
Yeah, we do allow dual membership. You can be a member of the Republican Party, the Democratic Party, the Kentucky Party, the Green Party, the Yellow Party, the Purple Party, the Fuchsia Party. You can be a member of any party and be a member of CPI. We're not a political party. We are an educational project. So there you go. There you go. Well, we had Geoff volunteered to sing a song for us. So we go ahead, Geoff.
All right, thanks. I like to write alternate lyrics to various popular songs. And this one is a parody of Santana, which goes, the first line of that is, "You got to change your evil ways, baby." All right. So I did this alternate lyrics in January of this year. And when Jill Stein came to visit Kentucky for the first time, we had a bunch of local, peace activists come to talk with her. And I got to sing this for the first time. It was probably around March. Here we go. You got to change your violent ways, America. Put down that gun and just use your words. Stop making war. America. Empires fall living by the sword. You've been invading and bombing kids, women, and men. You smash up countries and leave them again and again. This can't go on. Lord knows you've got to change. When I come home, America, the folks I meet almost can't get by. I watch the news, America, and all I hear are your hateful lies. I'm getting tired of liars who lead us to war and corporations that want me to spend more and more. This can't go on. Lord knows you got to change.
Wow, you have a great voice, Geoff. Massive
you.
applause. Massive applause. That was tremendous. That was great. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. That was really, really excellent. Thank you for sharing.
I hope it was entertaining.
Absolutely.
It was very good.
Absolutely. I really enjoyed that. We are in our last hour, just so folks know. So we still have a tote bag for the next person who joins. So the next person who becomes a dues-paying member of CPI, we do have this lovely CPI tote bag that you will get. So sign up to get this tote bag. And the book that everyone who joins in this final hour will get is our book on the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula, Journey of Hope, Building a Movement for Peaceful Reunification of the Korean Peninsula in America. That's the book. So if you join this hour, you will get one of these. So we hope to hear from you, and we hope to have you become a member. I see John McCarthy in Chicago sitting in front of the camera. I know the others are there. They're probably just not on screen. John, did you want to say something? Oh, he's muted. You're muted. Oh, you got on mute. Oh, he's having a little trouble unmuting there.
Oh,
there you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead.
I didn't really have anything in mind, but then since you've given that book out as the prize of the hour, I just tell people that's a very important book right now because we have gotten the Trump administration to start talking about that.
Yeah.
You know, that seemed to be dead. Everybody thought, you know, he tried it, and John Bolton and Mike Pompeo killed it, and, you know, that was that, right? And nobody expected him to bring it up in the campaign, but we intervened, and he started bringing it up. And now that he's won, he's been mentioning it.
Mm-hmm.
And there's going to be a lot of opposition, not just from outside his administration, but from inside it too. So it's going to be very important to have a movement in the streets around reviving that policy. And it can affect a lot of things. You know, I mean, obviously that war should end. It's been going on for too long, and it's a crisis spot. But it brings it involves China, and involves Russia, and involves the United States, and we have to get those three countries on the same side, building a new architecture of, you know, a new way of relating to each other, and that could be the catalyst, and we could be the catalyst around that issue, and that's what that book goes through. So definitely get a copy of that book. Join.
All right. Well, I agree, and thank you, John, for that. Now, next, we did want to show a video from one of our members. This is a member in Minnesota, Penny, and I'll tell you a little bit about Penny. But first, she's going to tell us this is her video about why she joined CPI.
I'm Penny Yarkos, and I'm a member of Center for Political Innovation. Why did I join CPI? First of all, because it makes sense when they explain that it's the falling rate of profit under imperialism that's leading us into all these wars. And I do not want my son to become cannon fodder in some rich man's war. Second of all, CPI does anti-imperialist work like supporting the Uhuru movement. Lastly, CPI is a group of like-minded individuals that gathers together regularly to plan anti-imperialist, pro-growth activities using our creativity. So join CPI today and become a part of building a better future together.
And that was Penny. And Penny is a member in Minnesota. We have a lot of members in Minnesota these days. I know Peter's out there and a few other people are out there. And Brian
here now.
Yeah, Denver and just a good layer of people. But Penny, she recently confronted Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, which was pretty neat, actually. She lives in Ilhan Omar's district, and Ilhan Omar was having a town hall meeting, and Penny showed up and gave her a piece of her mind.
I'd like to know, as American people, why you continue to support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy. No more money for rich men's wars.
Take your stuff.
No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars. No more money for rich men's wars.
It's a good point, Democrats.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Hennepin County Commissioner Irene Fernandez.
Yeah, so that was pretty neat.
Well, it's a great demonstration. That reminds me of Jose Vega in New York.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to call them out, right? You just got to show up and give them a piece of your mind. And we are really proud to have Penny among our ranks and in our organization. So, we're in our last hour. We do need people to become members. So please sign up a membership. Next person who joins will get a tote bag. We're always looking for new members. And every person who joins this hour gets our Korea book. We do want, we do have various other things. I know Peter mentioned he might be able to play a song for us at some point. But the next thing that we're going to do, I do have a video. It's a clip from a presentation I gave where I talked about what kind of organization are we building with CPI. And it kind of fits some of the conversation that's gone on here earlier about like, what are we trying to do, carry out operations, etc. So I thought that might be good to just show now. It's just a short clip. Then from there, we'll see what comes next. Maybe Peter will do a song. Maybe we have somebody else who wants to ask a question or something. We're in our final hour. So here we go. Wisdom that was passed down to me. We can be critical of different figures, but Sam Marcy, an important leader of communism in the post-war years, he would often talk about how at the anti-war protests that happened during the 1960s, where you'd have hundreds of thousands of people marching against the Vietnam War, there'd be these beautiful puppets that they would build. They'd have puppets of, Richard Nixon with his money or whatever. They'd have puppets of the heroic Vietnamese people fighting for their liberation, these beautiful puppets. And that there were whole communities of people, and they weren't members of any communist group, but they were against the Vietnam War and had a general leftist, anti-imperialist view. And they made it their mission that when there was a big anti-war rally, they would come together and they would make these beautiful works of art as their contribution to opposing the war in Vietnam. And there were whole communities that built these puppets. It was their project, their way of being creative, of building community and coming together. And there were couples who met each other through the process of making those puppets. And a couple of years later, they were there making the puppets with their little kids that they had just had. And there were whole communities of people, and they made it their mission. This is something that we can do. Imperialism is the enemy of humanity. The Vietnam War is horrible, and this is something we can do. We have a 9-to-5 job, we have a regular life, but this is something that we can do. And we can do it together, and we can bond, and that's beautiful. And what Sam Marcy would tell his followers is that community that built those puppets, that's 1,000 times more valuable than some kid who thinks he's Lenin. You know what I'm saying? A community like that has longevity. People are doing that their whole life and they're taking on a contribution. And that if you've been doing this as long as I have, which is not that long, relatively speaking, but you realize that there are some people who come around and they see that they don't get the immediate result that they want. They see that they don't they don't fulfill their dictator fantasy that they have. They see that they see that this isn't exactly the way they want to resolve their parental issues or whatever, and then they go away after a year. They go away after a year. For a year, they know more than everybody. No one knows anything better. They can debate everybody, but they're gone. But those people who came together to build the puppets and build community around it and learn to work together, they keep going. And generation after generation, year after year, they build those puppets. And that is what we need to build with the Center for Political Innovation. We need a network of people who are committed to opposing imperialism, who learn to trust each other and rely on each other and carry out operations, build some beautiful puppets, some beautiful artwork, put on beautiful conferences, and keep this movement alive. That is what we need to build. We need a network of people who love each other and trust each other and can work together and can serve the purpose of representing the anti-imperialist movement in America. That is what we need, and that is what I want us to build with the Center for Political Innovation. Good news, and good news, we do have someone who will be getting this tote bag, and that's Megan. Megan just joined, and Megan, we've known Megan for a long time, and thank you for joining, Megan, and we'll be sending you this tote bag and the Korea book in the mail. Thank you for signing up and becoming a dues-paying member, and we do appreciate it, and we're glad to have you as a member, and that is absolutely tremendous. We're really glad to have you in the organization. Our next prize, for the next person who joins, you will get these 2 pamphlets that you cannot buy in the United States from the Communist Party of Great Britain, Marxist-Leninist. You can't buy these in the United States because we don't have a CPGBML over here. But we have a class analysis of Britain in the 21st century and the drive to war against Russia and China, both of them from the party of Harpal and Jyoti Brar and Ranjit Brar. And you will get those sent to you, the next person to sign up and becoming a dues-paying member. But, I did make a list of jokes, I guess. I did make a list of jokes before this stream started. So the first one I will tell, and it's a joke that goes back to elementary school. And this is a joke that I heard. It was about 3 men that were driving a car. I think the reason I thought of this is because, well, never mind. But anyway, there's 3 men that are driving a car through a desert, and they're driving a car through the desert. And unfortunately, their car breaks down in the middle of the desert, and they don't know which is the quickest way to get to the help they need. And they're in the middle of this very dry desert. So one man, he takes the linen from the sheets of the car so that, if he's traveling by night, if it gets cold, he can bundle up in the linen of the sheets of the car. And the next guy, he takes water from the car radiator to drink. Even though it's kind of gross, it was in the car radiator, he can drink it. He won't get completely dehydrated. But the third guy had the best idea of them all, which is that he took the car door so that if he gets too hot, he can just roll down the window. So there you go. There you go. Classic elementary school kind of joke there. But not too political. But I will tell now, that leads me to tell the more political joke that is kind of about why CPI exists. And I've been telling this joke for years. I think since I started doing YouTube live streams, I've been telling this joke. And the joke
exists. I have a quick punchline for why CPI exists, and you'll think that it's funny, and you'll think that it's true. To get to the other side.
What?
To get to the other side.
That's true, right? And it's also the doors. We want to break on through to the other side.
It's also the why did the chicken cross the road joke, but it's a real answer.
Yeah, that's true. That's deep on a number of levels. But yeah, so I've been telling this joke, and it's kind of an inside baseball joke, but it explains why we exist. So if there's any people that have been doing anti-imperialist work for a long time, they'll appreciate this joke. And the joke goes like this. There's an old man who owns a law firm. He's a wealthy New York City lawyer. And he has a dream one night. And in the dream, he hears what he thinks to be the voice of God. And it says to him, "You must hire a communist to work at your law firm." And so he awakens in a cold sweat and he thinks, wow, I must hire a communist to work at my law firm. So he goes to the headquarters of the Communist Party and he hires a communist to work at his law firm. And he takes this young member of the Communist Party USA and he takes him to his office and he says, all right, your job is to file the papers here in this office. And I'll come back at the end of the day. So he goes away and he comes back at the end of the day and he gets to the room and none of the papers have been filed. And he says to the communist member, he says, why didn't you file the papers? And the communist says to him, he says, the Communist Party USA guy says, Trump just won the election and Republicans control both houses of Congress. We've got to defeat the ultra-right. We got to defeat the Republicans. We got to take control of Congress. And maybe if we defeat the Republicans and defeat Trump and impeach Trump and take both houses of Congress, maybe then we can file the papers. But until then, we can't do it. And he says, oh my God, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Get out of here. And he says, I'm going to get myself a real communist. I don't know what that guy is. So he goes down to NYU or one of the universities in New York City, and he finds two different guys, a Maoist and a Trotskyite, and he says, now these guys are radical. These guys seem like real communists. They'll file the papers. So he takes them to his law office. He gets the Maoist and the Trotskyite, and he says, all right, guys, go and file these papers. I'll come back at the end of the day and see if you filed the papers. So he goes away. And he comes back at the end of the day and the guys aren't there, but some of the papers are missing. And he's like, oh, no. So he goes downstairs and he sees the Maoist and the Trotskyite selling the papers to people as they're walking by. And he's selling it to them, and trying to get $1 for the papers. He says, guys, what are you doing? And they're like, we're selling the papers like we always do. He said, no, I don't want you to sell the papers. I want you to file the papers. No, this isn't going to work. You're done. You're done. So then he gets on YouTube. And he finds a very famous communist bread tube social media influencer. He says, this guy's got videos all over social media. This guy, he can do it. So he hires him to file the papers. Goes away. At the end of the day, he comes back and he goes into the room and there's no papers being filed. But the guy is live streaming on social media. And he starts talking about, BreadTube 74 and Cum Dumpster 73. Those guys never file any papers. I'm so good at filing the papers, but they're a bunch of phonies. And I'm based. And look at my exercising. And but by the way, you guys, just so you know, this job at this law firm, they only hire ethnic minorities, and they never represent anyone who makes more than 10 cents an hour. And they're totally socially aware, and they have nothing to do with police. And the guy says, none of that's true. And I don't know what you're talking about. And I hired you to file the papers. So he gets rid of that guy. So then he goes and he finds a guy from the Party of Socialism and Liberation. He says, all right, you guys seem like real communists. I'm going to hire you. You go file the papers. So he hires the guy from the Party of Socialism and Liberation, takes the guy to the back of the office. He says, here's the papers, file them. He goes away and he comes back at the end of the day. All the papers are not filed, but the guy's not there either. And there's a leaflet on the desk and it says, rally in Times Square to file the papers. And he's like, oh no. And he goes down to Times Square in New York City and there's a protest cage set up. They're surrounded by NYPD. They have a huge sound system set up. And there's a bunch of people with signs, about 60 of them. And they're holding signs and they all start chanting, file the papers, file the papers, file the papers. And then a transgender person gets up and says, the fight of transgender people is also the fight to file the papers. And everyone goes, yay. And then a Palestinian gets up and says, the fight of Palestinians is also the fight to file the papers. And everyone goes, yay. And then somebody else gets up and says, and the first thing we got to do if we're going to file the papers is defeat Donald Trump. And everyone says, yay, file the papers. And the lawyer walks up to the guy from the Party of Socialism and Liberation. He says, what is wrong with you communists? What is wrong with you? I hired 4 different kinds of communists. Not a single one of you could actually file the papers. And the guy from PSL says, how dare you? He says, how dare you? He said, all the other groups, they just talked about filing the papers. We're the only one that actually did something. So there you go. There you go. Right? That's the state of affairs in the communist movement in America. But the reason that I tell that joke is because file the papers is obviously a stand-in for doing what needs to be done, which is building an anti-imperialist movement. And every group has found something else to do other than what needs to be done. And we can't afford to sit around and waiting for these groups to figure out how to file the papers. The time has come to file the papers for ourselves. And that's why CPI exists, is to file the papers, to get it done, to build the anti-imperialist movement that we desperately need. So I've been telling that joke for quite some time. So I thought that would be appropriate to share on these on this stream. So I've been using that to illustrate what we're all about. Peter, do you want to jump in?
Oh, I didn't have anything to say. We have a new member.
Oh, right. So it's Daniel, and Daniel, who's going to be getting the CPGBML set. So congrats, Daniel, and congrats, Daniel. Thanks, and we'll be shipping this to you. Very, very good. All yours. Excellent. Excellent. So what do we want to do next? We're getting down to the wire here. We're in the final 40 minutes here. We're trudging on through. It looks like John's going to say something. Go ahead, John.
I was just going to say, did you read the leaflet that you can hand out at the inauguration yet? That
What's
might
that?
be a good thing to do now, is to read that, or at least whatever the current draft of it is.
Oh, well, we don't have a current draft yet. We're working on a lot of different things. We are planning to go to the inauguration, and we can certainly talk about that. Right. We are thinking we may print a special pamphlet, kind of like the "Do You Believe in Growth" pamphlet for the inauguration. We're thinking we might do another one of these with Trump and Kim shaking hands on the cover. That's the plan. It just depends on how much we can fundraise and how many people renew their memberships and such. But that's in the works, because this glossy pamphlet, "Do You Believe in Growth?" This has been a great way. We distributed 1,000 of these at the Libertarian Party convention in March or in April, and we distributed 1,000 at the Democratic National Convention. And it's been a great way of communicating our ideas. I know Dan Niswander talked about how in particular that was key for him. A couple more people are joining us. Connor is back, and so is Jesse. Welcome. I didn't see you there in the chat. I was too busy telling my File the Papers joke, but there you go.
Yeah, you're quite all right. It's always worth telling.
Oh, yeah, there you go. How you doing, Jesse?
Oh, not too bad. Not too bad. Just got back from running a couple errands.
Okay, very good. And Connor, what's new?
Just got back having lunch with a friend. About to leave soon again as well, unfortunately, but glad to be back.
Very good. Well, the person who calls themselves Don C, you need to put your camera on so we can see who you are, Don. You need to put your camera on. Everyone's welcome to join, but we have to be able to see your face. So there you go. There you go. So, I'll just put in the chat here, turn your webcam. There you go. It's open to the public. We let anyone jump on, but you do have to show your face. That is generally the rule that we have. So just because we don't want there to be any funny business on these streams. But David Fox is suggesting that we print a T-shirt with "File the Papers" on it as an inside joke. So maybe that's what we should do. We have never really done the merch thing at CPI. There's a lot of people that think we should do merch, and we just have never gotten around to it because we're focused on doing that. That would be a great way to raise funds to sell merch, but we are just so focused on getting stuff done for real. We've never actually taken the time to do merch. We need to do it, though. We absolutely do need to do merch.
It would be a good way to raise money. Yeah,
it would be. It would be. Absolutely.
A CPI hoodie.
A CPI hoodie. Well,
I wouldn't hate that.
What's that?
I wouldn't hate that, a CPI hoodie. I'm always in hoodies.
Yeah, we do have the T-shirts, the CPI T-shirts, which people have worn. And Garland Nixon wears his T-shirt in a lot of streams, and we have long sleeve and short sleeve CPI shirts that we have. We've distributed those pretty regularly. We've printed quite a few of those. That's one thing that we do have. So, all right. Well, right now, this hour, if you join CPI, you get the Korea booklet, Building a Movement for Peaceful Reunification of the Korean Peninsula in America. That is what you get if you join this hour. I smell a button. Yeah, we'll just give that to everybody who joins from here on out. Everyone who joins from here on out can have one of these because we have quite a few of these Kim Il-sung, George Washington buttons. So we'll throw that in to everybody who joins this hour. Why not, right?
A reminder that it's very easy to join. You go to cpiusa.org/join-CPI, or just go to cpiusa.org and click join. And that's probably the easiest way to do it. You'll have a little information form to fill out, and then it'll take you to payment. It's $15 for dues. That is a monthly and it allows us to do everything that we do. We need the dues.
Yes, indeed we do. And join CPI. So yes, everyone who joins for the remainder of the show, will get a booklet and the Korea booklet, and they will also get the George Washington and Kim Il Sung button. We do have that. Don C, the person who entered the studio named Don C, you need to turn your webcam on if you want to come on. So that's the way the cookie crumbles, so to speak. And the same for Learner Curious. Learner Curious also entered the studio. Again, Learner Curious, you need to turn your webcam on. We'd love to bring you on, but you have to turn your webcam on. That's the way these things work. You got to turn your webcam on if you want to come here. So yeah, there you go. There you go. All right. And I see, Dan Niswander is back. So we'll bring Dan back in. Hold on. Hey, Dan. Dan is back. He's out in the LA area. He's been handling our morning messages. Very, very good. Yeah. And Peter, you had mentioned that you could play a song on the guitar.
Sure, I can play. I play a couple of songs, but the one that I think fits most in with the type of songs that we're generally doing at CPI is a song by America, the band America, which I think it's fun to do a song from America, given we are for a new America. Now, it's not necessarily a communist song. It's not necessarily a song that's particularly related to anything, but it's a nice song by a band with a good name. So it's called Horse with No Name, I guess, speaking of names. On the first part of the journey, I was looking at all the life. There were plants and birds and rocks and things, and there was sand and hills and brink. The first thing I met was a fly with a buzz, and the sky was with no clouds. The heat was hot and the ground was dry, but the air was full of sound. I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, because there ain't no one for to give you no pain. La 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 la. La 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 la. After 2 days, sorry, you threw me off there, Dan. After 2 days in the desert sun, my skin began to turn red. After 3 days in the desert fun, I was looking at a riverbed, and the story it told of a river that flowed and made me sad to think it was dead. You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. In the desert, you can't remember your name, because there ain't no one for to give you no pain. La 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 la. La 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 la. After 9 days, I let the horse run free, because the desert had turned to sea. There were plants and birds and rocks and things, and there was sand and hills and rings. The ocean is a desert with its life underground, and the perfect disguise above. Under the city lies a heart made of ground, but the humans will give no love. You see, I've been through the desert on a horse with no name. It felt good to be out of the rain. in the desert. You
You
can't remember your name
because there ain't no one for to give you no pain.
La
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 la la la la
You got when we're in the same place, we should do it. I think that's something that we should do.
I agree. I'm always looking for stuff like that. Oh yeah,
Love that song. That is such a good song.
It is. Yeah, it's just a feel good song. There were so
It
many
is.
songs like that from my era growing up. I mean, music was because I grew up with music because my family was all musicians and my parents were classically trained and did a lot of gospel. I sang when I was 5 years old as a soprano. And Elvis Presley's favorite group, which was a gospel group, actually sang at our church when I was 5 years old. So that totally changed my life. Of course, so did rock and roll, but But yeah, we should definitely find ways to collaborate. See, that's what I like about this group too, is that music is a great way to communicate political ideas, spiritual ideas, fun things, everything you can possibly imagine. And it's changed my life and kept me alive, to be honest. So
you muted, Caleb.
That actually brings me to my next point about music and all of that. So it is getting close to the Christmas season here in the United States of America. And there is one particular, we have another guest, Tim. Welcome, Tim.
Tim.
Hey, how are you doing, Tim?
Great.
Good to have you here. Good to have you.
Yeah,
good to have you. Good to see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Yeah. All right. Well, I was just saying that, we're getting close to the Christmas season in the United States, and that there is a Christmas carol that is very popular that was actually written in New York City in the 1850s, I believe. And I am going to put it on, and then I'm going to explain to you the very, very political significance of the song. Nowadays, people just think this is a Christmas carol, but it's actually very, very political, and I will tell you why. And that is the song We Three Kings. So this is a special request from Carl the Trinket Man. So we're going to listen to We Three Kings. And then I will tell you the politics behind the song and why, if you're an anti-imperialist, you should love this song.
Feel the power.
So, what in the world does that song have to do with politics? Well, that song was written in 1857. And back in 1857, there were no TVs, there were no radios, there were no movies. Live performances were a really big deal, live theater, etc. And in 1857, this country was very, very heavily divided because slavery existed all throughout the South, and there was a mass movement of opposition to slavery. And New York City was a stronghold of pro-slavery sentiments in the North because of Wall Street. Wall Street insured slave ships. It was an insurance center that insured the slave ships. And so many New York City politicians, the corrupt Tammany Hall machine of New York City that ran the Democratic Party, they were very much in favor of slavery. But it was the Republicans in New York City that were against slavery. And the leader of the Republican Party of New York City was none other than this man, who I'm about to put on the screen. This man, Horace Greeley, was the leader of the Republican Party of New York City. And he was the editor of a newspaper called the New York Tribune. And he was well known as the Republican, populist, anti-slavery agitator of New York City. And he was a socialist. He was an advocate of a socialist planned economy. He was a Christian socialist. He was an advocate of abolishing slavery. He was an advocate of giving women the right to vote, which was, many decades away. He was just the center of radical, pro-freedom, anti-imperialist, anti-British Empire, anti-slavery politics, socialism, feminism, etc. in New York City. Horace Greeley. Well, in 1857, every year in New York City, in 1857, just like every other year, they had a very big Christmas pageant that they put on. It was huge. It was attended by thousands and thousands of people at this Christmas pageant. And so they wrote original songs for the 1857 Christmas pageant. And that song you just heard, We Three Kings, was written for the New York City Christmas pageant of 1857. And it was actually written by a guy who lived in Pennsylvania, who was an Episcopal. He worked at an Episcopal church, but he was commissioned by the Christmas pageant to write the song. But the chorus that gets repeated in that song, Star of Wonder, Star of Night, Star of Glory, Beauty Bright. The next line of it, westward leading, still proceeding, guide us to the perfect light. Everybody knew that was referring to this guy because that was the second largest newspaper in New York City. And what was the slogan that was on the masthead of the Republican Party newspaper of New York City, the New York Tribune? What was the slogan of Horace Greeley? Go west, young man. Go west, young man. And so westward leading, still proceeding, guide us to the perfect light. That was a political statement supporting the New York Tribune, supporting Horace Greeley, and supporting abolitionism. In addition to that, westward leading meant westward expansion. And who were the base of supporters of Abraham Lincoln, who built the Republican Party? Where did the Republican Party start? It started in Iowa, and it was among farmers that did not practice slavery, free soilers, they called themselves, the free soilers that were small farmers that did not practice slavery. And they were opposed to the big monopolies in the northern country, part of the country, and they were opposed to the slaveocracy, and they were aligned with the labor unions, and they were called free soilers, and they were populists and against slavery, and they called for, nationalizing railroads and many other things. And so westward leading, still proceeding, guide us to the perfect light. Everybody knew in 1857, when they performed this at the New York City Christmas pageant, that they were referring to Horace Greeley, who identified with the small farmers and the free soilers and was believing that we should expand the country westward, and we should at the same time be trying to build an egalitarian society, right? So moving westward, expanding the country westward, and, trying to build a more perfect society, building the kind of utopia that he advocated. That's what really that song was about. So We Three Kings is a very political song. And let me add, for the Marxists, that the only job that Karl Marx ever had in his life, well, he actually only ever had 2 jobs in his life. One of those jobs was working as a railroad employee, and he was fired because his handwriting was too sloppy. The only other job that Karl Marx ever had was that he was the the London correspondent for the New York Tribune, for Horace Greeley's newspaper. Horace Greeley was one of the only bosses Karl Marx ever had in his life. And Horace Greeley was Karl Marx's employer. And the New York Tribune, the Republican newspaper, go West, young man, hired Karl Marx to write their correspondence from London during the Civil War. And I actually have here above me, which is really fascinating, the articles that Karl Marx wrote a few years later for the New York Tribune about the Civil War. This is called Dispatches for the New York Tribune, Selected Journalism of Karl Marx. And it's actually fascinating. Karl Marx was a fanatical Abraham Lincoln supporter who very, very much believed there were 2 sides in the American Civil War. And just like CPI, he didn't want to be irrelevant, right? He could have sat there and said both sides are just as bad. But he realized that the question in the Civil War was, would slavery continue? And that slavery was a continuation of the British Empire and their backward system, semi-feudal practices owning people. And that the labor movement in the North had aligned itself with the Northern industrial capitalists and with the Russians. And that there was a battle going on in the United States. And Karl Marx was an enthusiastic supporter of Abraham Lincoln and the Republican Party during the 1860s and during the American Civil War, because Marx was doing the same thing we're doing now, entering the fight and intervening and becoming relevant in the conflicts that are taking place in order to create justice. So I wanted to share that with everybody. Next time you're in a store and you hear them play We Three Kings, think about westward leading, still proceeding, guide us to the perfect light, because that was a very, very political message back in 1857 when that song was first performed. I just wanted to share that with folks. And that is a kind of analysis other Marxist groups will not ever give you, right? People get caught up in Lincoln doing racist things in his life. People get caught up in all kinds of issues, but we are talking about the actual history of America. And one thing that we make a really big point of making clear in CPI is that if we are going to have an anti-imperialist society in America, it's going to come from our heritage as Americans. It's going to come from the struggle to defeat slavery, from people like John Brown and Harriet Tubman, from people like Horace Greeley. It's going to come from this aspect of what it means to be an American, to struggle against empire, to struggle against injustice. That's where it's going to come from. It's not going to be America adopting a foreign ideology. It's certainly not going to be LARPing some kind of fandom. It's going to become the progressive aspects of the American spirit taking power. That is where socialism and anti-imperialism in America will come from. That's the only type of socialism we're ever going to have. In China, they call it socialism with Chinese characteristics. What we desperately need in America is some kind of socialism with American characteristics in which slavery can be defeated. And reestablishment in the chat is pointing out that the New York Times was started after the New York Tribune was defeated. So that's an important thing to keep in mind. So there we go. Does anyone want to jump in with any thoughts about that? We're entering the last 15 minutes of our 8-hour marathon stream here. I want to thank everyone who's joined CPI today. You still have time to join, and you'll still get a button, and you'll still get our Korea book if you join. But does anyone want to jump in here and say a few words? Tim has just come on. What's on your mind today, Tim?
Oh, not a lot. I've just completed an extended juice fast, and we were talking about dialectical materialism and spirituality and things like that earlier, and I feel comfortable as a member of CPI because I can live a spiritual life, and as a yogi, that I can have that, those kind of beliefs in an organization that doesn't try to fit me into a mold or anything like that.
All right. Yeah, well, we do appreciate you, Tim. I remember when you taught us to meditate at the Missouri retreat we did a few years ago. That was a lot of fun. I know you travel a lot to India, from what I understand, right?
Yeah. Yes, I'm going again to India in for January and February to practice yoga. And it's been really a beneficial practice in my life, practicing yoga. And it's not, people think it's just like bending your body and doing all these things. It extends to a lot more than just like moving your body through various poses. It's, you know, it's breathing, it's a lot of other things. It's seeing God in everything and everyone.
Wow. Wow. That's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. And that many people out there are searching, are looking, and that's what CPI exists for. We are a community of people that where you can live and struggle, right? And I tell people there are two ways to find happiness in this life. One is to love and connect with other people. And the second is to create, to take the world around you and reshape it and reinvent it and make it better, make it more beautiful, make it more comfortable, etc. And CPI exists to enable people to do both of those things, to help you find through your creative power and through our community, to find love and to find the ability to create. That is why we exist, and that's why we are carrying out the operations that we do, and that's why we have continued to plow through despite everything, every force of opposition that comes in our way. We continue to plow through. Peter has a cat. Do you want to introduce us to your cat?
Yeah, this is Judah. He's an Oriental short hair. I figured that out recently after a million people have asked me what kind of cat he is.
Can we call him Meow Tse Tung?
Sure.
All right.
He's a good kitty. He's just came in here. He's also very loud, so he came in here screaming his head off.
Very good.
He's being nice and quiet now. Yeah, I'm getting tired. I'm sorry.
Well, hey, we've only got 11 minutes left. You know, this has been a really great day, and I'm really happy with all the people who have joined. And I'm also very happy with everyone who's jumped in and become part of this conversation. And we did this to let people know now is the time. If you've previously been a member of CPI, you have to go back to the website and register your dues once again. Unfortunately, now you have to, you know, we aren't able to just continue collecting dues from before because we're a new entity now. We don't want to commit nonprofit fraud. That would be a crime. So you have to re-register. You have to re-sign up in order to comply with U.S. law. So we need you to go ahead and do it. That is what we really, really need from you. We really need you to go ahead and re-register. If you're a new person, Claire joined today. We're very happy to have Claire as a member. Many people joined today who've never been part of it before, and we're really glad to have you part of the community and bring you in. But yes, we are marching forward as a community, and we have a lot of big plans. I guess I can just break down what we've got planned for the next. Go ahead, John.
I just got off the phone with the Uhuru Solidarity Movement, Brandon.
Okay.
With them, you know, they're doing their 24-hour fundraising telethon on Wednesday for the Black Power Blueprint, and I'm going to be doing a 15-minute interview on that 10 minutes till 1 on Chicago time on Wednesday about our work defending them.
Great. Excellent. That's tremendous work. Awesome. Great. Is there any other updates from Uhuru?
Well, you know, just every Thursday, the next 3 Thursdays, they're going to be doing that enactment of the trial.
Okay.
Very good. Trial. We're basically showing how the FBI agents made fools out of themselves.
Also, now Scott Ritter has announced he's having some kind of rally next Saturday. Not tomorrow, but next Saturday, December 7th. Do you know any details on that? Because I haven't been able to find the details, but I told Scott I would go to DC. Do you know the details?
I don't.
Okay. I will go to DC for that. I'm available, and I can just hop on a bus. And
he's taking this war threat very seriously.
Well, he should.
Yeah.
It is extremely serious. The next
I think he said it was at the Lincoln Memorial.
Okay,
that's what he's got a number of websites, and it's going to be all over those websites.
Okay, well, as soon as you have information, I will attend. I will support Scott that way, no problem. Now, our next plan, right? So obviously next Saturday, there's this demonstration that Scott has put together. I don't know the details, but I'm heading to DC for that, you know. Then I am headed to Florida, and so is John, for the Uhuru sentencing, for the sentencing hearing for the Uhuru movement that is set to take place on Monday, December 16th. And that, you know, that's in St. Petersburg, Florida, near Tampa. So I'm headed down there. Then after that, our next big thing is the inauguration, which is going to be a very, very big and important event that we need to get as many people to. We are having an event that evening. We have reserved a hotel in the downtown DC area where we'll be having an evening event. That morning, we're going to have our banners at the inauguration. We're going to do outreach to Trump supporters. We're having an event that night. Garland Nixon has already agreed to speak at the event. We're finding other people to be speakers at our evening event. And that evening event, it looks like it's going to be catered. There's going to be food at the event because, you know, so that there you go. So if you're in the DC area or you can come to the DC area, that's going to be very important. We've got that coming up. And then all heading towards July 12th, 2025 in the Chicago area, we're having our national convention. Our second national convention will take place in the Chicago area. We're very excited. We're going to fill up an auditorium. It is going to be very, very awesome. So that's what's on the agenda for CPI at the moment. We are in the process of updating the website and changing it. We are in the process of doing all kinds of different things. But yeah, that's really what we are currently engaged in with the Center for Political Innovation. So anyone else who wants to comment, anyone who wants to join, right? We're getting towards the end. If you want to get a free book and a button, a Kim Il-sung button, you better sign up now because time is running out. The clock is ticking. We're only 7 minutes left before we
got a new
down.
one. We got a new one.
Who's the new member?
It's Colin.
Welcome, Colin. Very, very good.
North Carolina.
From North Carolina. Colin from North Carolina. We are so glad to have you. It sounds like an entirely new person, and we're really, really glad to have you, Colin. Great. And you will be getting one of these booklets. We have your address now, I believe, because you signed. So we'll just be shipping you this new booklet, and you'll start getting invitations to the weekly membership meetings. Glad to have you, Colin. Welcome aboard. We need more people in the South. North Carolina is a great state. I've been down there. A lot of revolutionary history in North Carolina. I mean, the things when I think of North Carolina, I think of Gastonia, North Carolina, which is in our textbook. We have a picture from Gastonia, North Carolina, which is a city in North Carolina where there was a textile mill where the Communist Party organized textile workers to go on strike in 1928. And this is a famous photograph from Gastonia, North Carolina. And that's a textile worker family member facing off with the National Guard. And the Communist Party mobilized all their members from around the country to support the striking workers in Gastonia, North Carolina. And it organized an interracial union at a time that was completely illegal. The workers carried firearms because they lived in company property, right? They didn't own their own homes. They lived in company houses. They were all evicted from their homes when they went on strike. And so they set up a tent city encampment and had a shootout with the sheriff. The leaders of the strike had to flee to the Soviet Union. A very wild story. Then fast forward another generation, I think about Robert F. Williams, who is also in this textbook. He was in Monroe, North Carolina. Do folks know Robert F. Williams? Robert F. Williams was the leader of the NAACP of Monroe, North Carolina.
It's almost done, but I am ordering it anyway.
And in Monroe, North Carolina, the black community had faced they had been facing violence from the Ku Klux Klan, and so they were protesting for the right to integrate swimming pools. And so the NAACP, they began carrying firearms to protect themselves, and they had a shootout with the Ku Klux Klan. Very famous incident. I'm trying to pull up the picture here of Robert F. Williams. And the leaders of the Monroe, North Carolina, NAACP, who got into a shootout with the Ku Klux Klan, Robert F. Williams and May Mallory They ended up fleeing to Cuba and eventually to China. And that's a wild story about Robert F. Williams and the NAACP in Monroe, North Carolina. And then more recently, I think about the very famous incident that happened in Greensboro, North Carolina. If you know Greensboro, I know there's UNC Greensboro, and University of North Carolina is there. That was the famous Greensboro Massacre of 1979. Here's a picture, by the way, of Robert F. Williams and May Mallory, the two leaders of the NAACP in Monroe, North Carolina, who took up guns to defend themselves, ended up fleeing to China and Cuba, broadcasting Radio Free Dixie. And then 1979, you had the Greensboro Massacre, where 5 members of the Communist Workers' Party were gunned down, were murdered by the Ku Klux Klan when they had a Death to the Klan rally in North Carolina. The Greensboro Massacre, and you can see the picture of the Greensboro Massacre. That's the people mourning the Greensboro Massacre. And to this day, in Greensboro, North Carolina, there's a church. It's called the Beloved Community Center. The minister at that church is Reverend Nelson Johnson. And Reverend Nelson Johnson was a witness to the Greensboro Massacre of 1979. So yeah, there's a lot of revolutionary history in North Carolina. Now, you wouldn't think that, right? You think, left-wing radical politics is only associated with New York City and Los Angeles, but actually the heartland of America has quite a bit of radical history. I know, we have our organization in Chicago. We got our comrades in Chicago. William Z. Foster said Chicago would be the capital of the socialist United States after the revolution. And we increasingly have a number of members in Minneapolis and Minnesota. And Minnesota, that was 1934. You had a huge Teamsters strike that was key, in the Teamsters radicalizing and fighting for their rights on the job, the strike wave of 1934. And from what I understand, there was actually a member of Congress from Minnesota at one point who was a friend of the Communist Party and read the Daily Worker into the Congressional Record. And I'm actually going to look up his name. Congressman from Minnesota, Communist Daily Worker. What was his name? Because I'm not as familiar with, his name was Clarence Hathaway. Clarence Hathaway. No, that was not him. That wasn't him. He was not a member of Congress. Was Clarence Hathaway the one? No, I don't think it was Clarence Hathaway, but there was another member of Congress who was close to them.
I'll give you another one real quick, though.
Okay.
Minnesota is an extremely iron-rich state, and around the same time as the UAW stuff, there was also a big iron workers strike here too.
Wow.
I can't remember the details of it right now. I'm starting to get too tired, but
okay, no, the congressman who was a member, a close friend of the Communist Party, who represented Minnesota as a United States representative. He served from 1937 to 1939. His name was John Bernard. John Bernard was his name. And from 1937 to 1939, he was a member of the House of Representatives. And he was from the Farmer Labor Party, but he was a very close friend of the Communist Party, and he read their articles from the Daily Worker into the Congressional Record. Well, we've done it, folks. We have hit the 8-hour mark. We had our 8-hour mega stream. Thank you to everyone who joined CPI today. We do appreciate it. We need members, and it is your membership dues that support this organization. Everyone who joins, make sure you follow up. We'll make sure to get you your free books and other prizes that you've won. And it's been a pleasure. So thank you, everybody. And CPI is marching forward. Dare to struggle, dare to win. So on that note, I guess we will put on the closing music and we'll say goodnight. Thank you to everyone who made this stream a possibility. Everyone who's in CPI, who has supported CPI over the years. This was a great day and a step forward for our organization, and we will continue marching forward. So I'm just pulling up the music, the closing music here, and we'll be on our way out. All right. New upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.